Welcome, everyone, to tonight's debate on Is Evolution Ubiquitous between the lovely Donald Kronos and Kent Hovind, with analysis featuring Aron Ra and the rest of the Skeptic crew. So without further ado, let the gish galloping
with analysis
fun begin.
Featuring Aron Ra.
So that's not Aron Ra down there. That's just a picture of him.
Yes, yeah. That is the evolved. It evolved from, I think Kent Hovind would say, pond scum. We're all here. We evolved very quickly, right? And we all.
Your great grandfather was a rock.
Yes. All I can say is at least some of us don't evolve into pond scum during our lifetimes.
And so, yeah, thank you, Aron, for even being on the channel. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
And so, did you guys have anything you wanted to say before we dig in?
I was happy that Donald contacted me for pointers on how to debate Kent. A number of other people have, and it seems like everybody I've ever seen debate Kent has beaten him pretty soundly. So I'm kind of proud of that.
Kind of like a badge of honor.
Win a debate. Never.
Yeah, am I supposed to be hearing other things going on?
Yeah, I'm getting a little feedback. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if it's anything on my end or something I can clear up.
Do you have another window open?
I might have. I'm checking.
I'm hearing us, so I think you've got the live feed somewhere.
Yeah.
Sure. Did it stop?
There we go. I think we're all good.
I don't hear it anymore. Okay, I don't know if I solved it or not, but it seems to have stopped.
Yeah.
And so, without further ado, then, I guess let's get into Kent's opening.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
I'm Kent Hovind.
Oh.
I'm a Baptist preacher, 46 years. I taught high school science and math 15 years. I believe the Bible is true, and the evolution theory is the dumbest and most dangerous religion in the history of the world.
Can we stop that?
My idea doesn't teach everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah, please.
All right, I just want to notice, list the lies that he's told in his opening. In his opening, like 2 statements, there's a whole collection of lies there. He did not teach he taught high school math in a church or in a Christian school where there were no requirements, not even a bachelor's degree, because Kent has effectively no education. So he has to teach in churches because that's the only place he can claim to teach high school science. He was never a high school science teacher. He was a church science teacher. And of course, evolution doesn't fit any of the description of any definition of religion. Period. He's tried to twist it a number of times to say so, but of course, this is another misrepresentation. So basically, everything he says is a lie.
I would say he was a preacher, not a teacher, and it might have been a science class, but I doubt he's ever taught anything that was actually science.
Well, he did teach in 2 Christian schools.
Yeah, but was he teaching science?
Supposedly, yeah. And one of
Supposedly.
One of them I've heard was actually more of a homeschool situation, so he's in somebody's house. But he claims to have been in 2 Christian schools teaching science. But of course, in neither of these schools were there any requirements that he have a degree of any kind.
Yeah, well, not only that, but he doesn't seem to know what science is, let alone anything about science. So I really have a hard time understanding how he could teach it, especially when he seems to think that all of the science textbooks are all wrong, which means he would have no book to go on other than the Bible to find his science in. Yeah. And that's not a science book.
But it's nice to know that he's lying about 3 seconds out of the gate.
Yeah, well, by the way, I wanted to mention I did put together a little video basically showing how Kent fools and brainwashes people, and how he explains how he fools and brainwashes people, but he doesn't say he does it. He says, this is how you do it. This is how it's done. And then he goes on to do it. His secretary wanted me to watch some of his creation seminar videos. So I watched all of them, and there's all kinds of stuff like that in there. It's constant brainwashing and constantly deceptive, trying to fool people. And so, yeah, I put together two versions of that video. One is about a little over 10 minutes long. The other one's a little over 8 minutes long. The only difference between them is I spent an hour and a half carefully pulling some stuff out of the 10-minute one to make it a little bit shorter. So if we can play one of those later, maybe save it toward the end. If anybody wants to stick around that long, or if you want to play it sooner, we can do that.
Well, in the video that you shared, he goes into one of the things that he does to win an evolution argument so easily is by misdefining everything. He redefines everything in the wrong way. So
yeah, he says define, but he's misdefining. That's the thing is he's making up definitions that have nothing to do with the thing that he's giving you a definition for, and he does that in the video also. And I didn't narrate the video, but there is a place in there in the 10-minute version. I leave the details in the 8-minute one. I think I left just a brief snippet of it, but he gives a false etymology of the word amuse, and then misdefines it. And anybody can easily look it up to find out, what amuse actually means or where it actually came from. But he just completely misdefines it so that he can, say that amusement parks are places you go to not think, which I find rather humorous, since he kind of owns an amusement park.
And he didn't remember to buy flood damage or flood.
He got a free retirement home just from peddling his merch
with slave labor.
I would say that fact in and of itself is the most amusing thing about it,
And okay, let's dig into it.
A rock, and you're related to a mosquito. Anyway, so our website, drdino.com, has all kinds of stuff to document that the Bible is true. Evolution is crazy. We talk about the original creation. What was it like?
I'm pretty sure there's nothing on his site that does that.
Oh, question. Did we miss the part where James speaks before Kent starts speaking?
Possibly. I set it to exactly when Kent started his opening.
That would be right. Okay, well, I wanted to mention at the beginning, James starts out with an important reminder to attack the arguments, not the people. Then he says he wants to give us each a chance to introduce ourselves. And to that end, James asks each of us to share what people can find on our respective links in the debate video's description. Then Kent starts out with an apology for letting everyone down the first time the debate was scheduled. Then he tells a bit about himself in 2 sentences and talks about his supposed belief that the evolution theory is a religion, and he goes on to completely misrepresent the evolutionary theory by claiming that it teaches, as he was just doing, that it teaches that we all came from a rock, and throughout the debate he's going to push this idea that we're related to a mosquito, but not asking do you have evidence that we're related to a mosquito, which he knows I could answer yes, but rather things like talking about cabbages and saying, does that prove we're related to a mosquito? Well, no, because you didn't even mention a mosquito. You mentioned cabbage.
And he seems to have an obsession with mosquitoes for whatever reason.
Might have something to do with Jurassic Park.
If you can.
Maybe.
Pensacola, 70 miles, and we'd love to have you come down and visit. It's all free. All kinds of cool science lessons. We got a science center, a museum that'll blow your mind, and activities that are just incredible. Giving God the glory for his creation.
You got it. Thanks for being with us again, Kent. And we'll kick it over to Donald. Thanks again, Donald, for being with us. Thrilled to have you. If you can let people know what people can expect to find at your link in the description.
By the way,
absolutely.
Yeah, that was all I said there. Is just me. That's what people can find there. By the way, his constant coming back to trying to say that evolution is this religion that we came from a rock, is what I call a straw man argument from incredulity.
It's worse than that. I have directly confronted and contradicted him on that, explaining that no educational no accredited educational source, no professor ever said that we came from a rock. Evolution does not teach that. Evolution does not allow that. Kent tried to change it where Kent tried to say that the earliest organisms were made of minerals. They were not. There were no minerals in the earliest organisms. So under no circumstances, by no interpretation, did we come from rocks or a rock, period. He's wrong about that. He knows he's wrong about it, but it's one of the many lies he has to tell.
Yeah, not to mention we're biology and the rocks don't biologically reproduce. But my point I was getting at though is it's actually at the least two logical fallacies in one. That's why I said I call it a straw man argument from incredulity.
Well, he knows he's lying about this. This is the problem.
He knows he's lying. Yeah, he knows he's lying. And no matter how many times he's told that that we know he's lying, and no matter how many times it's explained to him why what he's saying is not true, and he even acknowledges, at least in private, that he understands, he's never going to admit it publicly.
Yeah, the man has no shame.
How can you make money if you're not hawking creationism?
And plenty to be ashamed of.
Plenty to be ashamed of.
Very much, Donald. Both of our guests are linked in the description, and we do appreciate them. And so with that, Kent is going first. Our format is fairly flexible, so we have an 8-minute opening from each side, followed by about 45 minutes of open conversation, and then 20 minutes of Q&A. So I have got the timer set for you, Kent, and the floor is all yours for your opening statement.
Well, thank you for having me, James, and thank you, Donald, for doing this. I'm curious, you said your name is Donald Arthur Kronos, but it says you're born Donald Arthur Newman. I don't know if that means you got married and changed.
So the doxing begins.
Let me dox you to start.
Yeah. Like I said, James started it out with, attack the arguments, not the people. And, hey, I mean, I don't mind, my information is public knowledge. I got nothing to hide from anybody. But, I mean, he goes straight out there talking about me. And you'll notice the kinds of things he picks out. Anybody who knows me well knows that he picked the most questionable stuff he could find to get people thinking about me, not about the topic of the debate.
Yep. And Kent,
there are things he could have said about me. There are things that he could have said about me that would have reinforced my position in some people's minds, but he didn't choose to talk about those. He chose to talk about the things that he thought would distract from the subject. I mean, at least that very much appears to be what he did.
In ad hominem out of the gate.
All he can really do is try to muddy the waters,
he could get to one.
People. That's
exactly what he's doing, trying to muddy the waters. Yeah, it's like I said, constant deception.
Your website, you voted for Bernie Sanders. Tells me a lot right there.
Yes, I did. I wrote him in for president and vice president.
What were you going to say?
That doesn't tell him anything. He just has his little prejudices because he thinks that everything is a dichotomy, that everybody is either far right or far left, or maybe there's no such thing as far right as he's concerned. He would paint it in the terms that everybody's either a communist or a fascist, but he won't accept that there are fascists. So he won't accept that he's fascist. So he's going to have some subcategories for his side, but not for the other side. For the other side, everybody's a socialist, everybody's a communist, everybody's Marxist or what, everybody's satanic, whatever. So this is the kind of box he wants to paint for you. It's a them and us tribalism.
Yep. Everyone's in a box but him.
Or another way of looking at it is that, it seems to him everybody is either someone he can potentially exploit, someone he's already exploiting, or someone he's tried to exploit and failed.
Yeah.
No idea what he said, and therefore God created this universe. And Donald Kronos, there's his website if you want to go, or a YouTube channel, I guess. So you got different pictures of him with a beard. I couldn't figure out which one I'm debating here. Anyway, thank you.
This is just a beard.
Ubiquitous means
I've had several people tell me that one of the links is wrong on the debate, and I keep meaning to mention it to James, and I keep forgetting that I'm told there's a broken link to my YouTube channel. But yeah, I just keep forgetting to mention it to him. So I don't need to go like that.
If the beard confuses him, just put on thick-rimmed glasses and he won't be able to recognize you.
I know that's the
Oh yeah,
Superman
I have
defense,
had
right?
I have had so many theists attack my evil beard and or evil mustache because that was as close as they could come to finding an argument that their God exists.
Wow.
And actually, that's a good reminder. I'm going to put both Donald and Aron's channel in the description, and go check them out.
Thank you much.
Well, I think the evidence that God's word is true and that plants and animals would always bring forth after their kind. Now that evidence is found everywhere.
Except that it isn't, and I've already corrected him on this directly too. I've told him that this is specifically a lie, as a deliberate misrepresentation of what evolution is. There is no such thing as a kind, because he can't identify what kinds are, and evolution does not teach ever that one kind or clade ever turned into another fundamentally different one. Dogs are always going to be dogs, even if they're not recognizable as dogs. They're still going to be dogs, which is why dogs are still canids, which is why canids are still carnivores, right along with cats. You're just evolution is defined as descent with inherent modification. That means you can't outgrow your ancestry. That means you can't have somebody give birth to something that isn't related to their parents. Hovind knows this, but this is another deliberate lie. And I point this out every time I hear it. Every creationist says it. Every creationist knows they're lying when they say it after they've talked to me.
They're too impatient to see evolution.
That is the subset of evolution he's talking about. Evolution, of course, does cover more than that, but he defines all of them wrong. As far as the kind goes, I don't have a problem with him using the word kind, but I point out to him later that the way he's using it is vague. And if he wants to get specific, he can. But, if you're talking about a created kind, that is a specific kind of kind. That's a subcategory of kind. And it turns out that, there's all kinds of subcategories of kind. That kind is a really slippery word. But he claims that evolution is the slippery word. That's his way of looking at it. The evolution is slippery because it can have multiple meanings. As he wants to say, cosmic evolution is one meaning of evolution, and stellar evolution is another meaning of evolution. That's kind of like saying that chocolate milk is one meaning of milk, and white milk is another meaning of milk, and strawberry milk is another meaning of milk. No, those are varieties and subsets. Those are all milk, but they're not different. They're not different meanings of the word milk. And that's where he's making this linguistic mistake, and I think he's doing it on purpose. Now, maybe he's just that bad with the language, but I really think he's doing that on purpose.
Probably.
Yeah. It feels to me like they're too impatient to see evolution happen over the long term. They want it right now in a short period of time, and they know it's impossible.
I can show it to him.
Therein is the lie.
And I can show it to him right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's evolution. That is the addition of one happening repeatedly and accumulating.
Oh,
that's evolution. And
he's going to call it mathematical evolution.
It is. And that is a type of evolution, a subset of evolution. And sure, he could say that's another meaning, but he'd be wrong. It's not another meaning of evolution. It's evolution with a modifier.
Yeah, the problem is that he's using the word evolution and conflating that, using yet another logical fallacy, with the theory of evolution. The theory of evolution.
Yeah, he does that as well.
Not every word applied to or every definition applied to the word, the colloquial use of the word evolution. Theory of evolution is very specifically defined, and it does not include nucleostellosynthesis. It does not include Big Bang cosmology. It does not include abiogenesis. It does include macro and microevolution, but because they're both the same thing. And he's even admits Kent Hovind admits that speciation happens. He just doesn't recognize what speciation is.
There are hypotheses of different branches of evolution that have been called theories of evolution. So if someone wants to refer to one of those as a theory of evolution, I don't have a problem with that either. But the thing is, when they say the theory of evolution, it implies there's only one. And there is one well-known theory of evolution, that is the modern synthesis theory of evolution, which has evolved from Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, which, by the way, Charles Darwin made without ever even mentioning evolution until the very last word in his book, the word evolved, is mentioned once. So he didn't write a book about evolution. He wrote a book about natural selection and how species can originate through this process of natural selection and the accumulation of changes, which is what evolution is. But he didn't call it evolution. He just defined the process and how it works.
Now, Kid Hovind will go over explanations about how natural selection works. You know, like with dogs having thicker coats in colder weather, the ones with the thicker coats will survive, with the thinner coats won't. He will explain how natural selection works, and he admits speciation happens. So he literally directly admits the origin of species by means of natural selection, but still argues against evolution.
Oh yeah, it's even worse than that. He thinks that dogs and wolves are two different species.
And he's been told better by brilliant people.
Yeah.
Like the two people with us right now, the two gentlemen right now, but he would lose his ministry if he admitted that he was wrong.
Yeah, that's I think what it really comes down to. Just trying to hide the fact that he's wrong while advertising the fact that he's got something for sale.
Evolution. It's a religion. I don't like religions.
God made everything in 6
Yeah.
days. He
Yeah, he's got so much against religion.
made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, the stars, the dinosaurs, everything made in 6 days. You can see my video series where I have 18 hours on this topic, answering all kinds of questions, defending the Bible as being true. Our question answer number 5 hours long. All about the starlight and what about carbon dating and stuff like that. We believe dinosaurs lived with man. So is evolution ubiquitous? Well, that depends what you mean by the word evolution. This is my debate number 229 for me.
Here we go.
You have to define.
Glad you're counting, Kent.
What do you mean by evolution? Do you mean cosmic evolution, the origin of time, space, matter from the Big Bang?
221 losses, though.
Cosmic evolution is the term they use for the origin of evolution. That is, there's absolutely no evidence for cosmic evolution, that matter can create itself out of nothing. There's no evidence for that. It's not ubiquitous. It's dumb. It doesn't happen. There's zero scientific evidence.
Can we pause it?
Evolution.
I have personally told him that we don't believe everything came out of nothing. That we don't believe everything came from nothing. I gave him a number of examples of different cosmological models in which material energy is eternal, whether it flooded in from a multiverse or whether it was in a singularity that was itself already eternal. Doesn't make any difference. Either way, it doesn't come from nothing. And he said that there's no evidence for cosmic evolution. There's no evidence for Big Bang cosmology or any of that. I have shown him direct evidence of that. He says that nobody's ever seen a star form. I've shown him a half a dozen different observations of the origin of stars. He just simply denies and ignores all that. He knows that everything he says is a lie, but he has to keep lying.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like what he's basically doing with the star formation. We have seen the various stages of a star's formation. We can watch them, gradually changing through one of those stages, but it takes a really long time. So it's kind of like the argument of saying, well, we don't know whether or not humans actually grow up, because nobody under the age of 90 has ever seen anyone grow up from being born to over the age of 100. Nobody under 90 years old has watched someone live for more than 100 years. That's basically what he's doing. He's saying within our human lifetimes, we haven't watched something happen that takes longer than our human lifetimes. He also, by the way, goes on to claim that it's impossible to fuse elements in anything heavier than iron. Now, I've heard him say it's difficult, but he says it's impossible. Well, of course, that's a flat-out false statement. It takes more energy than it releases, but of course it can happen, and it does happen. All of the known transuranium elements beyond plutonium are proof of that. We wouldn't even know of them. We wouldn't even, if his claim was true, we wouldn't even know that there is such a thing, because those extreme cases tend to be rather unstable, and as such, we haven't found any natural sources of them. But we have produced very small quantities of them through nuclear fusion for the sake of studying them. So we know that we can fuse elements together into things heavier than iron because we've done it.
Yep. And he's been explained stellar evolution in detail. You go over, spoilers, multiple different types of evolution. He admits that he believes in microevolution, spoiler, and yet
Hmm.
goes back to, once again, I don't believe in evolution. Okay, Kent, whatever.
It's worth
He
It's
doesn't
worth
know
noting
what
also.
microevolution is.
Yeah, it's worth noting also that his admission that fusion can happen up to iron, and then his claim that it can't go any farther than that is a sort of a mirror of his claim in biological evolution, where he's claiming that microevolution can happen, but there's some cutoff point. Well, in the case of iron, it's a very clear point where there's a transition from being able to sustain a chain reaction and not being able to sustain a chain reaction. However, the chain reaction can be sustained with other elements, while elements heavier than iron go on fusing. So the fusion can take place in stars. It's going to require energy from other things fusing as well in order to keep happening. So there again, he's trying to make it out like like evolution does happen, but it only happens so far. But here's the thing: if evolution does happen, if it's all around us, happening all the time, it is ubiquitous, regardless of how far it goes. And that's what the debate was about.
Careful, puppies.
A subset of evolution being ubiquitous, any subset of evolution, including microevolution, any subset of evolution being ubiquitous is evolution being ubiquitous. It doesn't matter whether it's the evolution of the positions of air molecules around, people in the world, or the evolution of the arrangements of grains of sand on a beach or in a desert, or the evolution of anything else. If evolution is ubiquitous, if any subset of evolution is ubiquitous, then evolution is ubiquitous. And like I said, that was the topic of the debate. Kent seemed to think that the debate was about religion and God. I don't know where he got that idea.
He also says that he accepts microevolution, but he rejects mutations as a source of new genetic material.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, which exactly they are.
So he's denying,
by definition.
Yeah, he's denying even microevolution. He's just too stupid to know what they are.
Mutations are the part of the reason we have so much variety in the world, though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he want to pretend that this is all was already in the gene code. Every type of variety possible was already in what he calls the gene code.
Let me give an illustration for anyone watching this, just to show how ridiculous it is, the claim that a lot of creationists make, that you can't get more information or new information through natural processes. Okay, polyploidy is a process by which an organism can end up in the next generation having twice as many chromosomes, or a multiple number of the chromosomes they originally had. If we consider that and we consider mutations, imagine we have a DNA sequence that's nothing more than, we got A, C, T, and G. We got a sequence that just spells out the word cat, C-A-T. That's it. That's all we've got. Now, in the next generation, we have a polyploidy event happen. Now we have two copies of C-A-T. Do we have more information? Technically, yeah, but some people could argue and say, well, it's the same information twice, so maybe not. I can go along with that. Now, if we have a mutation in one of those two copies, so we have CAT and CAG, that is definitely more information than we started with. And if you repeat that 1,000 times, you have way more information than you started with.
Are we getting an echo again? Is anybody else hearing that?
I am hearing that. I don't know where it's coming from.
I'm muted, so I know it's not me. I can hear it, though.
Yeah, somebody's got another window open or not wearing headphones, one or the other.
Pretty sure it's not happening here. I'll mute my mic and we can find.
Yep. It seems to be you. Nope, I'm still getting it.
Okay, so it's not me. Anybody else want to try muting and see if it helps?
I don't think it's me, because I've been muted.
And I've been muted through this whole thing while all the echoing is going on.
That is weird. Where is that echo coming from?
Maybe it's just coming from the software itself.
Possibly, I guess.
That, it is a possibility. Maybe it's God. He works in delirious ways.
Yeah, we were talking about possibilities, not God.
Oh yeah, that's right. In that case, never mind.
They're saying there's a little echo, but I'm not sure. Do you want to mute for a second, Donald, and we'll go back into the debate?
Where this Big Bang produced hydrogen, and that hydrogen turned into all the other elements. Chemical evolution, there's no evidence of any of this, of any elements being able to create themselves or get into higher elements. If the Big Bang were true, it produced hydrogen, maybe some helium and lithium. Well, how do you get to iron? You can't fuse past iron. Iron cannot be fused into anything heavier because of the insane amounts of energy and force required to fuse iron atoms.
Which is why I explained to him here that it's done in supernova and so forth, and this was already explained by Hoyle.
So what he's describing is
a supernova can easily fuse past iron, and as I mentioned earlier, stars also can fuse past iron. It's just not going to be a lot, but that's why we have so much hydrogen and helium out there, and so little elements heavier than iron. They're called rare for a reason.
Yep. And it's why the universe wasn't lit when it first started, because the elements had to gather, and it was just hydrogen and helium and a little bit of lithium. And it wasn't until we even got to second generation stars that you get the supernovas and the entire periodic table of elements created. Which I'm sure he knows, but yeah.
Now imagine if our moon had been made of solid gold. and on the back side that we can't see from here on Earth, it was stamped in huge print in maybe ancient Hebrew or whatever, property of Yahweh.
Donald, can I ask, are you using speakers?
I am not. And I took my earphones out, and I can't hear at all without the earphones, so it's not coming out anywhere here.
I'm not sure. See, I don't hear an echo, so I'm trying to figure it out.
Oh.
You guys are telling me. But I don't think it's me because I've been muted most of the time.
Yeah, I don't hear an echo from you.
Yeah,
I can't tell where it's coming from.
I heard Donald and Aron echo, but I didn't hear any.
Oh, you mean you don't hear an echo when she's talking? That would probably mean it's on her end then. Because that means the sound is coming out on her end and coming in somewhere else. I don't know how it would be doing that though.
Well, I have headphones, so I don't have.
Are your headphones maybe leaking the sound out toward your microphone? Do you got the microphone near the headphone?
I suspect it's the interface or recording software.
It might be.
Possibility.
It's not even OBS. It's StreamYard Pro, that may be. Is it happening just when the debate happens?
Yeah, it's happening, but I don't hear you echoing either.
But it's not happening when you're talking.
I'm not sure. We'll keep on running experiments.
Does the echo?
Anybody else want to talk and see if they echo as well?
Does it echo when I'm talking?
Yeah, apparently so.
I wish they had a mute all button. But we'll just whenever someone's not talking, just make sure to mute, and we'll.
Well, if you mute yourself and I talk, do you still hear an echo for me?
I'm not hearing an echo at all. So,
but if you mute yourself and one of us goes on talking, we can find out whether or not we're hearing an echo when you're muted. Does that make sense?
You're still echoing, Donald.
I'm still echoing. Yeah. Did Amy mute?
I was muted.
Everybody was muted except for you, and you're still echoing.
Yeah. And if I mute myself, the echo goes on as well. So, yeah, it must be in the software. This is annoying.
Even when you're mute yourself for just 1 second. Let's have everyone muted, and we'll just play the stream.
Okay.
chemicals forming themselves or combining beyond iron is 0. It is not ubiquitous. Do you mean stellar evolution, that the stars can form? They certainly talk about stellar evolution in the textbooks and on the internet. There's quite a bit about stars evolving. The silent embarrassment of modern astrophysics is we don't know how a single one of these stars managed to form. Nobody knows how stars evolve. Nobody. They have some theories that maybe the gases get together and light up. It's pure imagination. Typical stars.
No, theories aren't imagination.
Believe that if they want. There's no
Yeah,
evidence.
he doesn't know how they form, but science does.
Stars is an unsolved problem for contemporary astrophysics. It's been a problem all along. No one knows how a star's formation proceeds. It's remarkable. It doesn't happen. It's never been observed. So is the evidence for stellar evolution ubiquitous? No. There's no evidence for a star forming. And we got enough stuff to go 3 days on here. I want to get to the point here, right? Hang on. Okay. So is evolution for stellar evolution? Is there evidence? No, it's not ubiquitous. What about organic evolution? Life starting from non-living material. There is no evidence of how life can start from non-living material. Nobody knows how a mixture of lifeless chemicals spontaneously evolved into a living cell. Nobody knows. And I've got plenty of stuff on my seminar part 4 about the primordial soup and the so-called evolution coming from non-living material to living material. So is that what you mean by evolution? That life can come from non-life? No, that is certainly not ubiquitous.
That would be as silly as life coming from clay. I mean, who would believe that?
Yeah, or from dust.
No evidence. The Bible says
Amy, question.
Mm-hmm.
Can you mute the audio source that the video is coming from?
As in just mute the video?
No, the channel that the video is coming in through.
I am just screen sharing a YouTube video.
Screen sharing. Can you? I don't know how that works in StreamYard. Is there a way you can mute the screen share, like temporarily, just to see if that would stop the echo, or stop the screen share temporarily?
Donald, I do love you. I think it's you. I'm not sure why, but I will try it anyway. I'll go back a few seconds. So
it doesn't happen when it doesn't stop when I mute myself.
So right now the stream is muted. No.
Yeah, muting it on there wouldn't make a difference, because what I'm thinking is that perhaps our audio is coming through to your computer that you're sharing the screen from, and then from that it's coming back into your input.
I mean, it could. They were saying when everyone was muted, it was fine.
Yeah, because that isn't feeding into itself, just like yours isn't. You're going straight into the computer. That's already in the computer. We're going into the computer with a delay, and I think then feeding back in. It's
as long as you're not watching the
Donald's
stream. Are you watching the stream?
Yeah.
Oh no! Mute your stream, Donald. Mute your stream. It has
no. I'm watching it on here. I'm watching.
And you're getting an echo when you watch it.
You need to mute Donald. You can.
Yeah.
Are you
I
in the
hear
room?
myself echo. I hear everybody else echo.
Are you in the room, Donald?
What do you mean in the room?
Like have the window open on YouTube?
No.
How are you watching the stream?
Well, I do on my computer, but it's muted.
Okay.
See, things are going fine for me. I'm not sure. I feel bad. I'm trying to figure it out.
Let's ignore it. I'm sure no one else can hear it.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself. Aron, I'm going to mute myself. Aron, just go ahead and talk for a little while, and let's double check and see, is there any echoing when I'm muted? Because I think it seems we've already tested that, but it seems that my hypothesis isn't being taken seriously. So I'm going to go ahead and mute myself, and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, my favorite. Yep. Go on. Yep.
The issue with Kent Hovind is we shouldn't be debating whether evolution is ubiquitous. We should express what evolution is. We should put down the definitions, right? This is what we're talking about. We're not just talking about any random applications of the word evolution. We're talking about the theory of evolution, which is, and specify exactly what it entails and what it does not and why it does not. But you have to spell that out for him. You have to hold him accountable on everything he says. Did we come from a rock? Clearly not. Let's just take it to a debate on the specific lies that he tells. What is the definition of the theory of evolution? Did we come from? Does evolution teach that we came from a rock? And should we believe the scientists about whether mutations are the source of new genetic information, or should we believe somebody who believes that he is magically animated mud golem?
Yeah, because the scientists are idiots. They don't know what they're talking about, and he does.
Yeah, of course, Ken Hovind knows more about genetics than geneticists.
He's got a PhD after all.
Those silly PhDs.
Yep.
I read his
all the biology departments. All the professors can retire. It's just God did it.
I read his dissertation. It looks like the first page in his personal diary.
Hello, my name is Kent Hovind.
He means well, but oh boy.
And okay,
I'm coming back for a moment. I noticed I'm echoing worse than anyone else, so I changed my my headset to have a different microphone. Does that help at all? Do I echo less?
It helps tremendously.
Okay, well that's at least something. Less sensitive mic or what? I don't know, but it's at least something.
Oh, this is much easier to listen to now. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my favorite thing about science. Fuck around and find out.
Not a solution, but it's a workaround. And here's the thing. Okay, we had a problem. We tried to find a solution. Our trying to find a solution led this conversation in directions it wouldn't have gone otherwise. I ended up changing my headset out for a different one. All of these little changes add up, and this video is going to be different as a result of it than it would have been otherwise. That accumulation of change is evolution. So here we are having a conversation about a debate on whether or not evolution is ubiquitous, and even in this, we can't get away from it. Evolution is all around us.
Are you saying the conversation evolved? I'm here all night.
You're saying maybe the biologists know what they're talking about?
I think it's fair to say that none of us is actually trying to get away from evolution here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And okay,
yeah.
let's
but
try.
I'm saying we couldn't if we wanted to. It's all around us.
Yeah.
All around us.
Evolution coming from non-living material to living material. So is that what you mean by evolution? That life can come from non-life? No, that is certainly not ubiquitous. No evidence.
No, that's abiogenesis.
God created life. Okay. Then the last two. Here we go.
Yeah. Can you stop for a sec?
Can an animal change to a different kind of?
This is something I find gets conflated all the time: evolution and
time.
abiogenesis. You probably notice that too, don't you, Aron?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But it's his redefinition or misdefinition, misrepresentation of evolution, allowing something ever turned into another fundamentally different thing. I wish that I could hold him accountable and force Kent to give me an example of when evolution ever taught one thing, giving birth to or turning into another fundamentally different thing, because that never happened.
This idea of turn into is the main error that's the big problem right there. I mean, consider this, for example. Did the Ford Model T ever turn into a Ford Escort? Of course not. Did the Ford Escort evolve from the Ford Model T? Yes, it definitely did, without turning into one. Without one turning into the other.
Well, we're talking about evolution of design. We're not talking about evolution. We're not talking about the theory of evolution.
Well, but designs evolving work the same way as biological stuff evolving, and that's my point. It's still evolution. Evolution hasn't changed meaning. We just changed the context that we're looking at it in. And in either of those contexts, evolution is not one thing turning into another. That's not what evolution is. Evolution is a process of changes adding up.
Now, I remember a little earlier he mentioned about how there's no such thing as non-life turn into life, but I seem to recall that there was a science article I read a few years ago about people doing this in a petri dish, actually creating living cells. I'm not clear on it. Do you know anything about that, Aron?
No.
No, okay. I just wondered if you were familiar with the article. I wasn't sure. So.
Scientists turning. No, I've seen a number of experiments where they have assembled.
Assembled. That's the better word. Yeah.
They've assembled a complete genome from scratch for, I think it was E. coli, for example. I mean, they've built bacteria. They've built synthetic organisms that even have homeostasis, right up to including that. But they don't have the reproductive capability. This is the funny thing, and that's the only thing that prevents it from being life. Most things that are very close to being life without being alive lack homeostasis. But now we have a synthetic organism that has homeostasis, but it doesn't have a reproductive capability, and that may be a safety feature because you don't want to create an entirely alien genome, a new life form, and have it replicative for all the obvious horror movie reasons.
We can look at how fast computer worms and computer viruses spread to have a pretty good idea of what could possibly go wrong with this. So I think you're right.
It doesn't even matter because even if they did it in the lab, he would just say, "Oh, well, that proves you need intelligence to create life."
Yeah, and that's what I try to explain to people. We're not. They want to do. It's like when I said, if you want to prove evolution wrong, provide the evidence that creationists ask for to prove it right. Whatever they say should prove evolution right is actually stuff that would prove it wrong. And the same applies to abiogenesis. They don't understand that it's a whole bunch of completely different chemical environments and chemical processes. They want to pour in a powder with water and turn on the machine and have it crank out a rabbit.
Yeah, I don't think that's mere coincidence either. I think actually that somewhere along the way, someone came up with the idea of, hey, let's get the atheists to debunk evolution for us by getting them to search for these things that would do just that.
Yeah,
and it's ridiculous when anybody falls for it, but
it's an attempt to shift the burden of proof.
Sadly, it does happen.
Yeah, they're attempting to shift the burden of proof because that's all they've got.
Yeah, it's all they've got, and and like I said, they're also trying to get us to do their work for them. And Kent is rather proud of the fact that he can dishonestly so-called win debates, not by actually having the debate, but by answering a question with a question. And if they don't ask the question, he'll ask it for them. Question is, do you believe in evolution? That's it.
Believe. Interesting choice of word.
Yeah, believe. Yeah, and of course, he's the one he's not going to ask, do you believe in biological evolution? He doesn't want to ask that, because then when you if somebody says yes, I do, he can't say, well, what kind?
Well, do you believe in
cloud? It's not because there aren't different kinds of biological evolution. It's because he doesn't know enough to ask that question. The evolution of an embryo was talked about long before the evolution of species was. The word evolution was used quite regularly to talk about development from fetus to adult, before it became a word that was used to describe the evolution from one species to another at all. And it was well known that things evolved from one form to another over many generations and in populations. That was well known long before Charles Darwin wrote his book on the subject. In fact, it was well known long before Lamarck wrote his so-called theory on the subject, which was basically debunked by the scientific community pretty much immediately after he released it. And Lamarck's so-called theory of evolution is the one that Kent Hovind is calling the modern theory of evolution.
And
from the century before Darwin.
He is not using any biology term of macroevolution. This is just a macroevolution definition that he pulled out of his butt, changing from one kind of an animal into another.
Yeah, and that's not a definition of evolution of any kind at all.
Exactly.
Macroevolution doesn't have to be defined within biology specifically. When it is defined in biology specifically, it's generally defined as evolution across species boundaries, And he admits that that happens. That is the definition. And Aron, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that is the most commonly used definition within biology if you want to define it in terms of where the transition is. But generally speaking, it isn't defined where there's a transition. It's just macroevolution is just a lot of evolution. That's
It's
all
just
it means.
evolution.
No, there's a
Microevolution
specific
is a little bit of
specific definition, and I've found it in a number of different textbooks from different universities that I've got mentioned in my book. Probably I don't know 8 or 9
modern biological theory.
No, I have at least 8 or 9 references to different universities that describe microevolution as a variation within a reproductive population, meaning within a species, and macroevolution is the large scale. Microevolution is a small scale evolution within, or small scale variation within a species. Macroevolution is the large scale variation between species which means variation at or above the species level. So by definition, by all of these different universities that I cite in my book, macroevolution includes speciation. If you accept speciation, then by definition, you accept macroevolution. If you reject mutations as a source of new information in the genome or new variety in the genome, then by definition, you reject microevolution.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let me read something if nobody minds.
Say
I
that,
should do
and then
another,
we're
I should do
going
another
back
video on that. I should do a video on what Kent Hovind always gets wrong.
I would like to.
That's gonna be a
I would
long-
like to
I would
read.
like that video.
That's going
I
to
would
be a
like to
long
read-
video.
Well, I don't have to cover everything. I'm just the things that come up in every one of his debates. The lie he keeps
Yeah, no
telling in
kidding.
every one of his debates.
Well, there's only so
If
many
nobody
years that we're
minds,
going
I
to be
would like to
alive,
read-
right?
That would be interesting. That video.
If nobody minds,
Sure. So, Donald,
Am I
read
audible?
that, and then we're going back into the fun.
so I guess I was heard. I wasn't sure. Yeah, I was going to say I would like to read the last paragraph of Charles Darwin's book on the origin of species. I have that available in revision 1, revision 2, and revision 6. Anybody got a preference?
I'd rather go first at it.
Hey.
Okay, so first revision. For anybody who doesn't know, because there's no direct mention of evolution, evolving, anything like that in the book until this paragraph, the last paragraph in the book. It is interesting to contemplate an entangled bank clothed with many plants of many kinds, with birds singing on the bushes, with various insects flitting about, and with worms crawling through the damp earth, and to reflect that these elaborate constructed forms, so different from each other and dependent on each other, so complex a manner, have all been produced by laws acting around us. These laws, taken in the largest sense, being growth with reproduction, inheritance, which is almost implied by reproduction, variability from the indirect and direct actions of the external conditions of life, and from use and disuse, a ratio of increase so high as to lead to a struggle for life, and a consequence to natural selection entailing divergence of character and the extinction of less improved forms. Thus, from a war of nature, from famine and death, the most exalted object which we are capable of conceiving, namely the production of the higher animals, directly follows. There is grandeur in this view of life, with its several powers having been originally breathed into a few forms or into one, and that whilst this planet has gone cycling on according to the fixed law of gravity, from so simple a beginning, endless forms, most beautiful and most wonderful, have been and are being evolved.
Now that sounds pretty complicated. Wouldn't it be easier just to say God farted all the animals out one at a time?
There you go.
Yeah. Well, he came just short of mentioning God in there, and I think in one or more of the other revisions, he does say like life having been breathed into them by their creator, because he was basically pushed into it by creationists and theists. and he was a theist. He was a Christian when he started, when he wrote that book. But he didn't bring his religion into it, and they pushed him to bring his religion into it later, and he was forced by the religious community to examine his religious beliefs, and ended up being an atheist because of it.
Yeah.
Well, hallelujah.
Plant change.
Amen.
Raymond.
Macroevolution refers to large-scale evolution. For some, this means the origin of species. For others, it means large-scale changes seen in the fossil record. I would point out there's no such thing as a fossil record. There are fossils by the bazillions, but it's not.
He's the only one who thinks that.
The date stamped on them. There is no fossil record. Okay. So
saying it twice doesn't make it
better. That's like saying there was no
different kind of animal.
That's like saying there's no record of an avalanche, just the stuff at the bottom of the mountain.
Yeah, I want to address this for a moment. I mean, he said that in one of his videos, he said that there's no geologic column. And then in the same video, he said that there's only one or two places where you can find a complete geologic column, contradicting what he said. But on a moment search, I found 11 places where you can find a complete geologic column. However, these are not all exposed to view. You have to drill cores because the whole column, but it's not worn away.
Yeah,
so you have to drill down to get the whole thing.
It's very difficult to get a whole column and have it exposed.
Exactly, but of course he doesn't care about the reality of this. That doesn't matter to him. If any of us talking here today had made any of the falsehoods that he did, if we'd said anything equally false, any one thing equally false, we would feel deeply ashamed about that. We would be shamed by our neighbors for that. We'd be apologizing for having said something so fucking stupid. We'd be trying to correct that. You know, I've made mistakes in my career, and people have shamed me for it. You know,
and
I think they compiled malice on my part. You know, when I said something wrong at one point, historians would come at you a lot worse than scientists will. But I've long known that for our side of this this discussion, the people who care what the truth is also really care that the shit you say is accurate, and we do not tolerate when you get anything wrong. It's not that we have a belief system. It's not that we're demanding that you stick with the doctrine. You have to be able to show that the shit you said is right. You can't just like he said, you know, God made Earth in 6 days, and all of them that is, and all that. You just get to say shit. You have to prove that it's correct. Now, for him, he has his magic book of fables that says so, and he treats that as an authority erroneously. But we don't. We have to be able to show the evidence that backs the case.
Yeah,
and so if we get anything wrong, we lose all our credibility.
And even if we did treat it as an authority, we question authorities, which should be done.
It was nice of God to have the flood sort the animals from least complex to most complex.
You don't need a shepherd if you're not a sheep.
339 breeds of dogs. They might have had a common ancestor called a dog. Okay? Dogs, wolves, and coyotes might have had a common ancestor. And a 4-year-old can tell you a dog, a wolf, and a coyote is the same kind of animal.
But would a 4-year-old tell you that a African wild dog, a painted wild dog, is the same species? Would it matter if a 4-year-old thought that an African wild dog was the same species as an Asian raccoon dog or a South American bush dog or an Australian dingo? Those are not. They're all dogs, but there are different species of dogs. They're not chemically interfertile. They have grown so far apart that speciation has happened. And then we have other canids that are not quite dogs. We have foxes. It's still the same thing. A 4-year-old would tell you that they're related. Kent apparently needs to refer to the 4-year-old to know better.
And you just go back a little further and you get bears.
The word dog is a little bit problematic because we have the so-called domesticated dogs, which are just, you know, a subset of wolves. They are wolves. And then of course we have domesticated foxes, which are also dogs. But they're not considered domesticated dogs because that would confuse people, because domesticated dogs are a subset of wolves and foxes are not wolves. But they're both canines, which are also called dogs. So,
Yeah, it is a little confusing because Day includes.
Whoa, hold on.
Who's running an electric
Jay,
stapler?
James, I just had to mute you for a second, but whenever you figure it out, just unmute.
Okay.
yeah, I don't know what that was, but at least we
I wasn't
found
sure
it.
what that was.
So trying
But
to
yeah,
play
my-
electric
you know,
guitar.
It did sound like a stapler. Yeah.
Or
But yeah, it's dogs are a really good example. Specifically domesticated wolves, and that's what they should be called, is domesticated wolves. Because, like I said, the word dog is problematic when you call them
But
dogs.
then when we get into
when you call them
speciation,
domesticated dogs, because we have domesticated foxes. But
when you get into speciation, that's the one time in all of taxonomy when a name changes. When Lacayon pictus is different than Canis lobo or Canis lupus. It's the one time that name changes.
Yeah, and the other thing that I severely dislike that Kent and all the other, we'll say, anti-evolutionists do is they use dog as an example of evolution when dog is the one example of human-made evolution.
it's not the one, but it's
No,
the most
we've also got
obvious.
we've got domestic cats, we've got sheep, goats,
True,
cattle,
but one of the
pigeons.
prolific examples.
Yeah,
But I
Peking
agree. I
duck.
agree.
Yeah,
and
we've
way more in
done that.
plants than animals.
We've done that with fruits and vegetables. We have been using evolutionary principle throughout the entire history of agricultural and animal husbandry.
And benefiting from it.
Yeah, and
Or
we're
I
just now
should
beginning to
say
understand how that
artificial
works.
selection. Exactly.
Yeah, it was used before people understood it. They didn't know what they were, they didn't know what they were doing. But that old principle of after its own kind. I mean, we didn't need the Bible to tell us that. That's an obvious thing. If you have two black dogs that have a baby together, you probably expect they're going to have a black puppy. They might not, but you're probably going to expect they will. If you have two big dogs, you're probably going to expect that they're going to have a puppy that's going to grow up to be a big dog. But when you talk about each one after its kind, well, what does that mean? Because the mother kind doesn't give birth to the mother kind; it gives birth to the baby kind. And the big kind doesn't give birth to the big kind; it gives birth to the small kind. And the old kind doesn't give birth to the old kind; it gives birth to the young kind. So this idea of a kind, like I said, we can use the word, but it becomes nonsense if you try to apply that across all meanings of the word kind. It only works for a small subset of those meanings. And if nobody wants to specify what subset they're talking about, then the term is useless. And those who want to talk about created kinds rather than about, for example, species and genus, or about clades and monophyly, they don't want to define what they mean by a kind, and they don't even want to specify that they mean created kind, or I should say, they don't even want to specify that they mean supernaturally created kind. But that is exactly what they're talking about, because they'll try to tell you that a Chihuahua, is not what they're talking about, because that's something that humans made, and we're not supernatural. Their God didn't do that. But a Chihuahua and a Great Dane, are both extremes in terms of size when it comes to domesticated wolves. And if you look at the gray wolf ancestor that they both evolved from, one is much bigger than that, one is much smaller than that. And most of the anti-evolutionist creationist people who want to say that that's not really evolution going on, they'll try to tell you, well, all the genes were there from the start. So they're saying that the genes were there to make something as small as a Chihuahua and as large as a Great Dane in the wolf. Then why doesn't it have a much larger genome than the Chihuahua and the Great Dane?
And I just want to clarify, what I meant was he's using an example of artificial selection as his example for natural selection. I guess that just...
Yeah.
Yeah, whether it's
well,
natural
humans
selection or artificial
selection,
natural selection and artificial selection both select the randomly generated and accumulated mutations that Kent Hovind pretends does not exist.
Yeah,
they're both selecting from the same stuff. It's just a question of how that selection is happening. Is it happening? Is it happening because there's competition amongst different animals? Is it happening because maybe there isn't enough water to support everyone, or enough food to support everyone? There's a whole bunch of different factors that can affect what gets selected and how it gets selected. And, if humans become a part of that process, even then we're not doing all of the process, because we can't help it if some puppy is born that isn't even healthy enough to be able to survive its first week of life. Sure, we can try to nurse it back to health, and we might be able to beat those odds, but there's only so much we can do. So our choice, if our selection, if we say, I love the look of that puppy, I want to make I want to make more like that one. I want that one to grow up and be a parent of other puppies someday. We might not have that choice, because natural selection supersedes us.
I agree, and that's what. And yeah, this is such a stupid. Thank you, Ken. We can tell that a banana isn't a dog. Thank you for creating that slide for us.
Yes, but it is a eukaryote.
For God's word is true.
Yeah, that is true.
Animals will always bring forth.
And so is a dog.
It is ubiquitous. It's found everywhere. The evidence is overwhelming. 10 times in the very first chapter of the book, it says they will bring forth after their kind. That's all anybody has ever seen. Charlie Darwin wrote a book and called it The Origin of Species. Now there's where the trick came in. Speciation happens, but it's limited to the same kind. Is microevolution true? Now that one is true.
But I want to say a couple things there, if it's okay. First off, notice that he calls him Charlie Darwin. Was he good friends with Charlie? Is that a pet name that he has for him? Because that's the name that he published his book under.
He tries to show as little respect as possible, which is why he decided he refused to call me by my legal 100%. Name, and he didn't know what my original name was, so he decided to call me Larry. And he just decided that my name was Larry. He was wrong. I've never been Larry or Lawrence or any variant of that. But when has factual accuracy ever mattered to Kent Hovind?
Yeah, because he couldn't dox you. That's what he wanted to do, but he couldn't get that control over you, so he tried to do that whole Larry shtick.
When he insisted on calling you Larry, it made me wonder, is he identifying himself as Curly, Moe, or Shemp?
I don't know.
But then right after that, though, he goes on to say something about I forget now exactly what he said. Something about if you could back it up a little bit, we could get his wording on that. But a limitation that something or other doesn't happen, and he's not offering any evidence for it. Just like this is my claim. This is the way things are, and he does that with so many things. He makes claims, and they are false claims. But he'll mix them in with a little bit of truth so people don't question them, because it sounds like they're listening to an honest guy. He said a true thing, kind of like when you talk about a real city, you mention a talking snake and a talking goat and a talking donkey all having a conversation there. Well, it must have been a real event. After all, it was a real city, right?
Yeah, I often say that the Bible is true to the degree that the movie Braveheart is true.
That's pretty accurate.
Yes, the Bible is a brain part.
Some of the people's names, some of those were real people. Some of them, only some of them, not all of them, but some of them really existed. Not all at the same time, and they didn't know each other, and most of the stuff said about them didn't happen, but those people really existed.
Yeah.
Just like New York is real.
And added to the fiction, but it's kind of based on some true stories. And a lot of the Bible is probably like that as well. That there probably were some true stories that a lot of the Bible was based on. For example, Noah's flood was probably based very, very, very indirectly on some flood event that actually did happen. After all, there are floods that happen.
And this is Matt Dillahunty's thing, but Spider-Man, probably not real. New York, real.
Yeah. New York, probably real.
I can vote for Canada.
And Canada.
You might have a few people living there that would argue the point, but probably real.
Yeah, those would be the sovereign citizens. Yeah. We have a couple wandering around here.
Yeah, importantly, there would be no way to get Kent Hovind to ever admit that anything he said was wrong. He is such an extreme narcissist, he cannot admit any error. The only time I've ever seen anybody this narcissistic was when Trump used a Sharpie to change the direction of a hurricane because he refused to admit any mistake. He can't. ever
Yeah.
admit when he's wrong, no matter how obvious, no matter how, when everybody knows. So that's the way a narcissist is. They will not ever admit any mistake.
I have known Kent to admit in private that he's wrong. I've never known him to admit it in public.
Yeah, because it's all about the image, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing right there. Yeah, I think there is some narcissism going on, but I think the big thing is that he doesn't want anybody to be able to pass along that he was wrong. He doesn't want.
Yeah,
any
I've also
evidence out there
read
that he ever
statements
admitted he
from
was
his
wrong.
family and friends, people that are very close to him, people related to him very closely. I've seen a number of statements from different people saying that Kent Hovind will not endure a moment of correction or instruction. He doesn't care. He has to be the one giving the information to others.
Misinformation.
But he doesn't know anything.
Exactly. So that put him in a very bad position.
He knows.
Buy my
made up
DVDs.
crap.
Buy my DVDs. And just as
My
a reminder,
12-part
guys, my 12-part series. Both Aron Ra's and Donald Kronos's links are now in the description. So if you feel like checking out some more awesome content, go check out those awesome links. And all right,
when this video's over, you can
when
you
this
can go back
video's over. Exactly. And Peter, welcome to the fun.
And I want to say something. I want to say something because I've noticed that on this channel we get participation in the live stream, but it's rare that anybody actually leaves any comments. So I would like to encourage everybody when this is over to go back and open the recording of the video up and please leave at least one comment, preferably something positive, but at least leave one comment if you would. If anybody, if everybody would be so kind, please leave a comment.
That's right. We love engagement. So come on and tell us how we're doing or what you thought, or tell Kent how smart him and his son are, because geniuses, absolute geniuses.
Best way to help the channel evolve in a positive direction.
Exactly. You using that word.
Evolution is a lousy word. We should not use it, but they do, so let's explain it.
Good timing.
Changes within a species, a group of organisms.
Yeah, back it up just a little bit if you would, because he's on microevolution there. This is where he actually concedes the debate.
Especially over.
I'll go back. I don't want to go too far, but I'll try because I don't want to tread too much ground.
Use the left arrow key.
Came in.
If you use the left arrow key, you should be able to back up a tiny little bit at a time.
Or letter
Okay.
J
Anyway,
for
go
10
ahead.
seconds.
Well, is this good? Are we back far enough?
Yeah, I
About
think
to hit it?
But it's limited to the same kind. Is microevolution true? Now
It's
that
not.
one is true. Microevolution is a lousy word. We should not use it, but they do, so let's explain it.
It's not
Changes
true.
within a species
Or it's
or
true,
small
but it's a
group of
lousy
organisms,
word. Okay.
especially over a short period.
It triggers him.
Example of
Triggers.
microevolution.
Yeah, he's misdefining it anyway.
Herbicide resistance, antibiotic resistance, all examples of microevolution. It's still the same plant or animal in every case. Mosquitoes have become resistant to certain pesticides they spray on them. Okay. Average male sparrow size, it's larger up in Minnesota. Well, yeah, because it's cold and the large body type is necessary to maintain body heat. It's still a sparrow. That's not evolution. Graph
Yes, it is.
illustrates changes in global temperature from 1880 to 2000, and the mosquito population varied. It's still a mosquito.
And it's still evolution.
There are, let's see, how many different varieties of ducks? I forget how many. Like, probably quite a few, right? Maybe 50.
The different varieties of ducks is itself evolution.
Well, that's
Yeah,
a result of evolution. But yes, the process is evolution.
I have to head off. I got to get ready to donate blood soon. So
Night, Randolph.
I'll say hi
Thank
to
you.
for everybody.
Yeah,
Take
and
care.
I'm
It
going to
was
have
nice
to bail.
seeing you, Randall.
All right.
I'm going to have to bail in the next 8 minutes too.
Take care.
Okay. But
Thanks
it-
for having us on.
You're gonna miss my compilation then.
I'm sorry.
Maybe you can watch the recording later.
But this is giving me fodder for new videos that need to be made. Maybe instead of one video for all of the things that Hovind gets wrong, I should do an individual video for every one of those things that Hovind always gets wrong in every debate.
Because he gets it wrong
you'd
in
be
multiple
willing to collect-
cases.
Every
If
one.
you'd
Yeah,
be
he
willing to-
always recites the same lies.
if you'd be willing to collaborate with me on any of it, I'm sure you know I'd be willing as well.
I think you could make a whole series out of what Ken Hovind gets wrong.
Well, in a way, I feel bad for him because we happen to have all this evidence for evolution, and he still doesn't have one piece of evidence for his God.
Yeah,
Well, sure he does. He's got his magic book of fables.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, he doesn't even have evolution for. He doesn't even have evidence for micro God.
Well, yeah, shut up, dog. That's the other funny thing. Is it the Hindus have so much more evidence for their gods than he has for his?
Yeah.
Because they've got a whole bunch of books, not just one.
Yeah, that's true. If we're going by books
and
and size.
That's all he counts. That's all he's got to count as evidence.
Size matters.
Human
Size.
but yeah, like I said, he's about to concede the debate here. So that's important.
Look at those small hands, Yahweh.
Exactly.
God's word is true, and animals will always bring forth after their kind, is ubiquitous. Now that is everywhere. There are 50 varieties of water.
Did you hear that?
And
that was his admission. He lost the debate.
Their kind
already over.
Everywhere. Watermelons always produce baby watermelons, without exception. If watermelons, that does not prove that watermelons are related to whales, like you evolutionists believe with your SpongeBob wild imagination. There are about 500 kinds of mangoes. They might have had a common ancestor called...
He only says SpongeBob once this entire video. So for you Ken Hovind fans, we just got out of the way.
Sad thing is that SpongeBob knows more about evolution than he does.
Oh, I know. It kills me on the inside because SpongeBob was made by a marine biologist. What were you going to say?
Just to clarify, if there was someone out there who had never heard of biology, they've seen it around them, they've seen humans and animals and stuff, never heard of biology, never heard of biological evolution, never heard of the theory of evolution, but understood what evolution is, they could still see evolution all around them, and they wouldn't believe any of the stuff he's claiming so-called evolutionists believe because they wouldn't know about it.
You say they wouldn't believe it a talking snake?
They wouldn't know that a mosquito is distantly related to a whale because that would be information they didn't have because that's in the field of biology. They didn't find out about any of that stuff. But they would still know that evolution happens because they could see it happening all around them. They don't have to believe the stuff he claims has to be believed in order to understand evolution and know that it's happening around you. Now,
mosquito
those who understand biological evolution well and have studied the natural history of biological evolution as found in archaeological evidence, in fossil evidence, and in all kinds of other evidence, yeah, they know some of these things, but they're not believing such things on faith like he does with his, with his nonsense biblical stuff. The evolutionists, they have evidence to support.
The evolutionists are hiding all those snakes with legs, vegetarian talking snakes with legs. That they're hiding all that because they don't want you to believe in God.
Talking serpents. Yes, the walking, talking serpents are out there hiding in Bigfoot's lair.
And they're so powerful, they seem to undo a deity's plan. So hats off to you, Snake. Yeah.
And by the way, in case Bigfoot's listening, I was kidding.
Exactly. And in case you're listening, Cat, we love you. Come on, we heart you. We're just teasing you.
There are 7,500 varieties of apples.
That's it.
Common ancestor called an apple. That is ubiquitous, okay? What about the types of wasps? 17,000 varieties of wasps. Wow. 17,000.
Wow. Yeah, notice he's still mistaking the variety itself for what we mean by evolution, not the process that the variety comes from.
Yeah,
the process is the evolution. The variety and the diversity is just the result of it. To say that all that variety is evolution is like saying that a computer is the process of building a computer.
Yeah, I got into it with Hovind over whether butterflies and moths were related. Whether I think it was butterflies were a subset of moths, Yeah, and of
I
course he
remember
absolutely could not. He could not accept that. He could not admit that because it undermines the stupid bullshit. A 4-year-old knows that kind of logic. It trumped that, and so he couldn't admit it. It didn't matter how much proof there was, and it didn't matter that he was obviously full of shit with nothing to go on.
Yeah, reality undermines his fairy tales.
Exactly. Big book of fairy tales.
Like that.
All right, kids, I'm going to have to go. So,
all right,
it's been a bunch
thank you for stopping by. If you
Thank
get
you
more
so
time
much,
later,
Aron Ra.
hey,
yeah,
Aaron, hold on to the link. If you get more time later, we might still be going. Maybe you can join back in.
And Aron, I cannot thank you enough. Thank you so much for coming on the channel and supporting, in my opinion, a bunch of nobody atheists like me and James W. and all the rest here.
My pleasure.
Yeah,
we appreciate all the work you do.
I consider myself part of a community. So
I'm
a pillar of the community.
I'm an unknown, pretty much nobody, and I mean, your status as being, way more famous than me. I am not the least bit jealous or envious of it. I acknowledge it, but it's not the main reason why I'm glad
I thought you
you're
guys
here.
had me on only because Kronos said he knew me and would vouch for me.
Oh, see, we got him.
Well,
he vouched for you.
Yeah, I honestly think you're a great guy, and that's why I suggested the possibility of having you on here. And I mean, the fact that you know a lot about the history of biological evolution, and a lot about the process of biological evolution, and a lot about the modern synthesis theory of evolution is just a bonus as far as I was concerned. The main reason I wanted to have you on here is because this is a subject I thought you would enjoy, and I really just wanted to have you on here. I consider you a friend, so thank you for being here.
I want to add on to that. Thank you, Aron Ra and Peter, for both running that Quran Bible study, because that is what we need more of as well.
We're doing another episode of that
Aron
on
is
Sunday.
a human
he's
iron
addressing
chariot.
a lot of important stuff.
Woo-hoo.
Definitely, anybody who hasn't checked his channel out yet, you've got to do that, because he covers a lot of really good stuff and a lot of really important stuff. His series, Systematic Classification of Life, is outstanding. He's, I believe, one episode away from finishing a series on how on birds are dinosaurs.
No, that one is
check
complete.
that out as well.
Yeah,
it is complete now. Cool. I haven't seen the
Go
last
figure.
episode.
Real actual science.
Yeah, wouldn't want that.
Yeah, real actual science, and lots of it.
All right, I gotta go, kids.
Have a good night, Aron. Thank you so much.
On Sunday, Aron.
Truly an honor having you on.
Thank you much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Yeah, and if you haven't checked it out, check out the latest debate on Aron's channel. If you want to have a laugh, that was funny.
Wasn't he a moderator? That was the newest one, isn't it?
Yes.
Which channel?
He does.
He was a moderator
on
that debate. And
on Aron's channel. Aron's channel.
Yeah, I believe the YouTube name is run together, ARONRA, like one word. If you want to go like youtube.com/Aron Ra, I think that'll bring you right there.
So we can drink creationist tears all day.
And so we're at an hour and 20 minutes. I think we should go on and let's see if we can make it to the Q&A. Do you think that'll be good?
You're already 12 minutes in.
We're 12 minutes in an hour. Donald, he has a lot on his mind.
I mean, Hovind can pack a lot of bullshit into 1 or 2 sentences that you have to unpack.
Well, this is why he wants a format that insists that he gets half the time, because he has so little to say, and most of what he has to say is nonsense that then needs to be addressed and takes longer to address than it takes to say.
Yep. And so let's get back into it.
Tomato. You guys.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
just a funny start.
On your paper and say,
Amy, are you related to a tomato?
Are you telling me you're related to a tomato, to pond scum? I guess so.
A common ancestor. That is pure imagination. You're absolutely lying to the children. Tell them I said so. That is a bold-faced lie. God said,
yes, tell them he lied so.
Bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. Evidence that God's word is true. And
a book said so.
Bring forth after their kind. Now that is found everywhere, which is what the word ubiquitous means.
Go figure. That
Yes.
same book talks about vegetarian talking
that's
snakes with
also-
legs. Go
And
figure.
that's also evolution that he's just admitted is ubiquitous.
Are related to a common ancestor. That
about
is
30
lying to the students. I think I got 1 minute left, okay?
Good. We
So,
made it through
there are 4 different
Kent's.
varieties of elephants. 2 seem to be extinct, the mammoth and the mastodon.
Yeah, there are not only 4 different varieties of elephants. Just saying.
This is not science. This is religion down in the lower part of the circle. There are 1,100 different varieties of bats. God said they'd bring forth after their kind. That's all we've seen.
He keeps going with these numbers, rounded off numbers, and
I don't know.
as if we've discovered all of them.
60 varieties of
But the bats are still not birds.
195 varieties of chickens.
They're in the Bible.
60 species of oak. Wow, 3,000 kinds of tomato. God said they'd bring forth after their kind. So, Donald, the evidence that God's word is true is ubiquitous. It's everywhere.
Wait.
Get ready.
Okay, I have to address that.
Good. And I'm
I have
actually
to
going to be
address
right
that.
back. So you guys talk. I'll be right back.
The evidence that the Bible got one thing partially right is not evidence that the Bible is true. And even if it was, there is no evidence that it's God's word. There isn't any evidence.
He just spent 10 minutes talking about evolution and how ubiquitous it is.
He did.
And then pretends,
and then tries to say that just verified everything in the Bible and everything in, quote, God's word, unquote. And yet God doesn't seem to be speaking for himself at all. He seems to need people like Kent to speak on his behalf because he's completely incapable of doing it, probably because he's imaginary.
If everything brings forth after their kind, how come we have so many varieties? That couldn't
because
happen,
after their
according to
kind
the
is
Bible.
because after their kind is a bit of a loose definition. I mean, think about this: if you have a mother and a father get together and produce a baby, and after their kind means just like what gave produced the baby, should that baby be identical to its mother or identical to its father? I mean, neither one would really be expected. What we end up with is something that is a combination of the two that contains almost 50% of its DNA on average from either parent. Except that that there are mutations. There invariably are mutations in human DNA when a human is produced, which means that some of their DNA didn't come from either parent. Some of it was produced as an error in reproduction.
If an animal reproduces after its kind, it can't get a variation. Period.
Did you say can or can't?
Can't.
Well, that depends on how strictly you define kind. And that's why I'm saying he allows for variation in kind, and by allowing for variation in kind, he has allowed for macroevolution, whether he wants to admit it or not. The way he gets around that is he doesn't admit that it can add up. Instead, he says, well, we have all these variations. That's microevolution. Well, no, the variations aren't microevolution. The varieties aren't microevolution. The cultivars are not microevolution. Those are the results of evolution. And if you want to say they're the result of microevolution, sure. But then it was microevolution also that led to the divergence of earlier life forms into things like mammals and reptiles and stuff like that. Now,
I mean, you can get in a car.
That's all macroevolution. These days, that's all seen as macroevolution, but that's only because of the fact that they're in categories that were way back then. Back then, it was microevolution.
The biggest problem is that he will shift what a kind is. A kind at some point in his mind can mean it's a plant. If you
and he won't ever say what he means.
All the different things that came from the wild mustard that humans developed, things like broccoli, different kind of cabbages, all came from the wild mustard, and suddenly the kind is plant. If that works, then suddenly the kind could be animal as well.
Yeah, and there you go. If you start from the eukaryote kind, can did produce the animal kind and the plant kind. And
what about the beast kind or the creeping kind?
This is something we have genetic information that overwhelmingly verifies that the plant kind and the animal kind came from the eukaryote kind and never stopped being eukaryotes. So the eukaryote did not give birth to a non-eukaryote. And the animal kind has produced the reptile kind, the dinosaur kind, the mammal kind, the bird kind, the worm kind, the fish kind, all kinds of other kinds, but they're all still animal kind. And, well, the bulls produce the bullshit kind. And the plant kind, of course, has produced the carrot kind and the tree kind and the artichoke kind, and you name it. If it's a plant kind, the plant kind produced the plant kind, and they're still the plant.
At some point,
but there's sub kinds within that kind, and that's where he needs to study set theory.
At some point, I really want to tell him. You're suing the U.S. and some judges over a criminal record, but there's no criminal record. There are crimes that have been committed, but there's no record.
Yeah.
Just like kidding. There's no fossil record.
No fossil record.
We find fossils.
The fossils didn't record that something died. No, they just
it doesn't mean that someone recorded it
like animals and plants.
It doesn't mean that someone has recorded it. It means there is a list, and we can go watch the list, and we can go how the list developed. And that is the same thing with the criminal record. If you go to a criminal record, you can see how a person has developed over time to accumulate certain crimes, and that would be the criminal record. If there's no such thing as a fossil record, there's also no such thing as a criminal record, and you cannot sue people for $500 million for a record that doesn't exist. Period. We're done.
Yeah. Well, that's the distinction, where they make the distinction between so-called natural and artificial. Of course, humans are natural. Everything we do is natural. Everything we make is natural. But in order to distinguish between the stuff that humanity was born into, in other words, the stuff that was here before humans even came around, we say natural and artificial.
I hate to interrupt, but that's not true. Because people like to say that being gay is unnatural. Being trans is unnatural. Okay, do you own a car? Natural. Do you own a car, or do you drive? Do you think that's natural? Have you seen any other living creature that uses an automobile to get from point A to point B? That's unnatural. What does the Bible say about unnatural stuff like that? Bicycles, motorcycles, all unnatural.
Peter?
It's all apart. If you want to go there, fine. Let's make things equal for both of us then.
Okay, Peter, if you let me get to what I was getting at, when we talk about something being artificial, what that means is that it's an artifact. And if we're talking about an artifact of human civilization, then we can separate the so-called natural from the so-called artificial. But the artificial stuff is a subset of the natural. And artificial, meaning an artifact of human civilization, is technically on the same level as artificial, meaning an artifact of ant civilization. If an ant colony makes something, that's an artifact as well. And it's just as natural as when humans do. But the reason why we make that distinction is because we humans have made so much stuff that we have to have a way of talking about the difference between the stuff we've made and the stuff we haven't made. And we don't have that distinction with God. We don't have any line that we can say, well, God made this, but not that, because they just claim God made everything, including the stuff that we humans made, as if somehow he's just making stuff through us. Well, it seems to me that the only things their God ever does is done through us, which means, their God isn't really doing anything at all. We're doing stuff, and their God is getting the credit.
Mm-hmm.
So, Amy, you back?
You're muted, Amy.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I said, okay, I'm back and I'm ready for action. Let's get back into the fun. I think they're gonna hand it over to you now.
45 varieties of pumpkins, 1,100 species of pine tree. Yep.
In 30 seconds. He did have his 30 seconds.
For microevolution. Now, if you have some evidence for anything other than that, I would like to see it. Take the floor. Donald, tell me what you got.
Thank you very much. We'll kick it over to Donald indeed. And so, Donald, you've got about 8 minutes and 45 seconds or so.
Now through February 11th, join
Thank
Planet
you,
Fitness for
Planet
no-
Fitness.
We have a commercial.
Thank you, capitalism.
Sure. Okay. First, I'd like to thank Kent for conceding so early in the debate, but let's go ahead and have this conversation anyway, shall we? Before I'd like to start, I'd like to publicly make an invitation, since I'm pretty sure, Kent's going to want to preach rather than debate. I invite his God to come here and speak for itself. I've invited it several times to join the chat, and it never showed up. I asked believers to invite their God to join the chat, and none of them would do it. Don't know why. So, his God is welcome to come and join the debate and talk with us in here. And, you can get him hooked up if he actually comes and joins, if you don't mind. And he can have some of my time.
I look so nervous.
Yeah. Because this isn't a debate about religion. It's meant to be a debate about evolution. So if God wants to speak about evolution, let's let him do that himself. Let's see if I can cram this down into 8 minutes. Okay, I wrote this out in advance, and I haven't read it since then. It's been a while, so bear with me. The state or action of being changed into another form is known as transmutation. The topic of this debate is evolution, not transmutation. Etymologically, evolution is the rolling out of change. That is, the process of changes being chained together or adding up to produce larger collective changes, known as cumulative change. Evolution is not the change itself, it's the process. Cumulative change is the result of the evolutionary process of changes adding up. I'm not very good at keeping things concise, so I'll try to speed things up by arguing not only my side of the debate, but also my debate opponent's side as well, at least to the extent that we agree. That way, Kent doesn't have to, waste time preaching about stuff we're not disagreeing with each other about. Most likely, there are going to be some things each of us are wrong about, so hopefully we can both learn something, either through the debate itself or through the question and answer session afterward, or perhaps more indirectly than that. Preferably all of those ways and more. If any of Kent's supporters are watching, perhaps they can request in the chat that he might allow questions and answer session to run into overtime, so the discussion can run a little longer, provided that's okay with the moderator. Kent, if you think you might have enough time to let that happen, let us know. If a non-religious non-theist, as a non-religious non-theist, I'm not bound by any doctrines, and I'm sure I will be expressing some disagreement with some of my fellow atheists, some of whom I deeply respect, yet who are not likely to be at all happy with my disagreement. That's okay, though. The truth is what matters. Learning is more important than agreeing. And besides, we aren't required to agree with each other. The only thing we can be reasonably sure all atheists agree with each other on is that theism hasn't convinced them it's right. I'll start by taking a positive stance, for which I will have the burden of proof, and then listing some of the things that Kent and I agree on. But if anyone wants to quote me on any of this, I ask that they include a link to the entire debate for context, if possible, or at least mention the debate and encourage people to look it up, because there are limits to some of these agreements, and there are also things that we disagree on. If I'm mistaken about any such agreement or disagreement, I look forward to being corrected. Theists often complain about atheists telling them that they have the burden of proof, but the only reason that happens is because theistic doctrines make positive claims, and as a result, theists tend to make positive claims based on their theistic doctrines. Atheism doesn't have any doctrines or positive claims. It's just a lack of theism, and I can't change that. If I, as an atheist, make a positive claim, it's my positive claim. It's not atheism's positive claim. So I'll start with a question, and Kent can give his answer to this question if he wants to as well. The question is as follows: is it possible for a form of life as simple as a single-celled organism to evolve into a form of life as complex as a human being? My answer is yes. Yes, it is definitely possible. In fact, yes, it is.
Can I jump into that real quick?
Positive.
Absolutely.
Because we have seen, Kent likes to ask, where are the 2-celled organism and the 3-celled organism and the 4-celled organism? And fun fact is that we now know that that's a step we don't have to have because I think it was.
But it also is a step that we've seen happen and that does exist.
Yeah, I think it was Dan Dan Cardinal who showed an experiment where a predator was introduced and spontaneously a one-celled organism evolved into a multicellular organism where it's not just a colony of cells, but they all got their own specific task. So we are now talking about a multicellular organism. This just differentiation happens due to the introduction of a predator. That was the evolutionary response to bond together, get every cell gets a specific task to do, and from that point on, you can say you've got a multicellular organism. And because one of the things that they do not want to acknowledge. They do not want to see where science has progressed. Same thing goes for abiogenesis, by the way, where we have seen RNA accidentally form in an experiment that wasn't even out to prove whether or not that could happen. It was an accident. They noticed that RNA had formed spontaneously. And since we know RNA creates DNA, I think we have a good solution for how life came from non-life.
Not only that, but RNA can reproduce RNA without the need for DNA in between.
RNA can produce. There are lots of organisms that are purely RNA based, and there's still people will attack it. I think there's still a strong case to be made for an RNA only world where we started out with all kinds of organisms that were purely RNA based. To this day, a lot of the viruses are still only RNA based. They do not have DNA.
RNA world.
And this also makes for them being able to evolve a lot faster. And this is why things like
they can
COVID
accumulate change a lot faster because they change faster.
And the likes will stick around, and we will have, sadly, we will have to battle COVID for lots of years to come, because it will mutate, and we will need to keep track of it in order to come up with new vaccines. This is something that's not going to go away again.
It doesn't make a very good material for a multicellular organism, for the simple matter of fact that a multicellular organism requires, to function well, requires a certain amount of cooperation. Like you said, different cells with their specific functions. And if in maybe, producing something like, say, the size of a human, there was enough evolution that happened between cell reproductions to make it so that, cells that were, say, for example, expected to maybe be eye cells ended up being something that didn't work as eye cells. It kind of defeats the purpose. But they work very well in the world of microscopic stuff, where you don't have that multicellular cooperation going on.
And the funny thing is, if you turn this question around and you say, okay, how did God do it? The answer is ba-da-ba, 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 and then they go quiet.
And I'm not saying it wouldn't work at all. I recently had that on
by the way,
Jefferson Spatchcock's channel. If people don't know about him, please go check him out. He's got great conversation on his channel as well. And the one who dropped in there was Otangelo, and Otangelo ended up not wanting to talk to me anymore because I held him to the exact same standard that he held us to. You need to have explanations for this. You need to have explanations for that. And then at some point he said, well, but God did it, and that requires no further explanation.
That doesn't require an explanation.
And somehow that's why I said, let's keep it to the same standard. Let's apply your standards to us. We've got 9 working hypotheses on abiogenesis. That means we need no further explanation. We win. We've got an explanation, you don't. And if you want to become equal, at least show us how God created. What did he do? What kind of materials did he use to create? Where did the materials come from? Those are explanations you need to give, and they won't.
Well, it's kind of like if somebody wants to argue that material objects can not just on the on the subatomic scale, but large scale material objects can appear and disappear and that they know that because the Statue of Liberty disappeared. And you ask them, well, how did that happen? They say, well, a magician made it happen. A magician did it. That's not an explanation of how the Statue of Liberty disappeared. That's an explanation.
And also,
of
the magician
who
didn't
did
make
it.
it disappear.
Exactly. It was an illusion. So if they have the illusion that their god did something, and that's their explanation for how stuff got the way it is, that's not an explanation at all. That is a claim of who did an illusion, or rather, who they're delusional about.
I mean, I lost my touch a bit, but I am still an amateur magician, so I could do miracles like that live on air, no problem whatsoever.
And it's funny. I find a lot of people in the skeptic community kind of trend towards that, and I kind of like it. That
for me, that was completely different. I used to, and now I'm going to lose points across the board. I used to be a line dance instructor.
Really?
Okay.
Hey,
come at me. But
well,
one of my favorite classes was for kids. The problem with kids is, if you over time you're going to lose interest. So we had a break during that particular class, and in order to keep their attention, I found out that doing some close-up table magic helped. So that's where I started learning magic, just to keep the kids interested, so we could go back to the class.
Keep their attention.
And that worked. So that's how I kind of stumbled into that, just purely by accident.
That's cool, though.
Speaking of things disappearing,
sure. Save that, and then we're going back in.
Seems to be gone.
We fixed it.
Yeah, no, James
no complaints.
Once in a while, there seems to be a little bit of it, and then it goes away.
I believe James is actually at work. My normal excuse is that he got summoned by Satan to go fight against Yahweh, but we never know. You never know.
The reason I was late is because God didn't want to have me here, so he was
physically holding you back.
We've been having a couple of snowstorms, and so my neighbor's barn collapsed, and I was helping him out, trying to get some of the farm equipment out of the barn. So
act of God.
It's really obvious. God did that. He didn't want me to be here.
Yahweh.
Yeah.
You ever notice that? You ever notice that when if we come up with a cure for some disease, that's not an act of God. If we find a solution to a problem, that's not an act of God. If anything good happens at all, that's not an act of God. But when a disaster strikes, act of God every time.
And the fun part is if you build an ark to glorify God and the worldwide flood, and then you get hit with let's say a flood, and your insurance company says, well, this is an act of God, we're not going to pay out, and you're going to sue the insurance company for not paying out for an act of God, which damaged the thing that survived the flood by flood damage. You can't write this shit.
Yeah. No kidding. Yeah. That was kind of priceless. It's like, why didn't he just sue God? If God caused the damage, why not sue God?
It's like
it's funny that God would strike the ark encounter with the flood and cause damage.
They looked in a book called Irony, and they opened it up, and it says, you're going to build an ark that gets flood damage.
I could understand the court reporter might have a little trouble, taking God's statement, considering they probably wouldn't see or hear him, but I'm sure Kent would be happy to claim that God did show up to the hearing. After all, he's everywhere, supposedly.
The Shroud of Turin, it's hurtful if people still use that argument.
I know. Well, we still get Pascal's wager. We still get a whole bunch of fun stuff that seems to impress theists, and atheists love to make videos on.
The Catholic Church has some really cool stuff lying around that they use. 9 foreskins
Space
of
lasers
Jesus in Europe only. It's safe to say that Jesus' foreskin apparently grew back and could be harvested over time.
Woohoo!
It's been
Foreskin popcorn.
Foreskin popcorn. Can't go wrong. And okay, speaking of foreskin popcorn, we're going back into the action. I think you two are about to go head to head.
Claim. Now I have the burden of proof on that claim. More specifically, I'm claiming that changes to a living single-celled life form can add up in such a way as to eventually produce a living multi-celled life form as complex as a human being, with each stage along the way surviving in its environment long enough for more such changes to add up, and therefore humans and other such complex life forms are not irreducibly complex. So let's look at some of the things we agree on. We both agree that the early 19th century theory of evolution, commonly known as Lamarckism, is nonsense. As it was known to be nonsense 50 years before Darwin published On the Origin of Species, although Kent often mistakenly calls Lamarckism Darwinism or treats it like it's a modern theory of evolution. We also both agree that some science textbooks have errors in them. For that matter, so do some mathematics textbooks. In fact, any book on any subject can have errors in it. We also agree that authors should try to keep errors to a minimum. Admit them when they happen and correct them in future publications when possible. And to be clear, we both agree that an amoeba wasn't the ancestor of all life, that cats don't produce dogs and dogs don't produce cats, and that in the rare event an elephant might try to mate with a pine tree, it's most likely not going to produce a viable offspring. We also agree that not all evolution is biological evolution. For clarification, I will say that the word evolution, when used in the context of biology, generally does refer to biological evolution, and people should be careful not to conflate one usage with another. What is meant by evolution or biological evolution often depends on context, including who's talking and what they're talking about. I'll try to be specific. I encourage others to do likewise when possible. We also agree that none of our grandparents were rocks, and that in reproduction, each life form tends to reproduce more of the same overall kind of life form, with some variation. However, I don't believe that it's likely that there's actually such thing as a supernaturally created kind outside of fiction. So on that point, I'm pretty sure we disagree. It seems we also agree that nested cladogenesis does happen. That is to say, dog parents always produce dog puppies, and Chihuahua parents always produce Chihuahua puppies. But since Chihuahuas are dogs, some dog parents produce Chihuahua puppies, while other dog parents might produce Great Dane puppies. The question I would like to address is whether or not evolution is ubiquitous. That is to say, is evolution happening pretty much all around us, essentially all of the time? I propose that the answer is yes. For the sake of clear communication, we need to make a distinction between evolution and history. When people talk about evolution, people talk about the history of evolution, that's not evolution, that's history. My worst subject, and of little interest to me, although it is my opinion that natural history is the best kind of history because it's recorded by nature rather than claimed by humans, and that evolutionary history is the most interesting and likely most useful subset of natural history. There are two major usages of the word history. Put simply, one is the study of past events as a subject in general, and the other is any series of past events leading up to whatever it is they're viewed as part of the history of. For example, past events in any way contributing to modern dance having become what it is would be considered. What's that?
Got about 45 minutes or 45 seconds left.
Wow, 45 minutes left. That's a long time. Yeah, I'm not going to make it all the way through this, but I'll keep going until you stop me. Where was I? Process of accumulation of change to dance caused by those events constitutes the evolution of dance, and the accumulation of those changes to dance, which have stood the test of time, can be seen as the evolution of modern dance. Likewise, any past events which have in any way contributed to modern Earth life becoming what it has become are considered part of the history of modern Earth life. Viewed from an evolutionary perspective, that is evolutionary history, not evolution itself. However, the process of surviving heritable changes to Earth life accumulating over many generations constitutes the evolution of life on Earth. Evolution does not record or dictate history. Humans record.
That is it up.
So what did you think, Donald? What did you think about your opener?
I didn't get to finish it.
Okay, but I still think you got a good chunk of it. Felt like you got your main points out, or a bunch.
Yeah, I ran into a time limit. Let's see, where was that? What was the last
And
thing I
good night,
saw?
Robert. Hearts.
Night,
Here,
Robert.
Did you want me to go back?
No, I'm just trying to find where I was because I've got my notes from the original debate. I just opened them up just now. I should have done that while it was going on, and I didn't think to do that. The process of surviving heritable changes to Earth, life accumulating over many generations constitutes the evolution of life on Earth. Evolution does not record or dictate history. That's what I was just saying. Humans record history in various ways, generally representing or involving stories and claims and human points of view. Nature also records history in various ways as it leaves evidence of past events which we humans can examine and study and methodologically attempt to understand. The modern synthesis theory or the modern synthetic theory or modern synthesis theory of biological evolution, which most people simply call the theory of evolution, is an explanation of how a very narrow and very specific type of evolution happens. The theory has its roots in the development and publication of a paper by Alfred Russel Wallace and Charles Darwin entitled On the Tendency of Species to Form Varieties and on the Perpetuation of Varieties and Species by Means of Natural Selection. However, that paper doesn't even use any form of the word evolution or of its root word evolve. Doesn't use it at all, unlike on The Origin of Species, which says evolved at the end. That paper doesn't even mention evolution at all, and it is actually the basis, the root of the modern synthesis theory of evolution. A major early contributor to the modern synthesis theory of evolution was the book On the Origin of Species, published the next year by Charles Darwin, which never uses the word evolution and only uses the past tense form of the word evolve just once, that being the use of the word evolved as the last word in the book, as I went over earlier. Evolution is the process of change accumulating or being accumulated. This is derived from the etymological origin of the word meaning to roll out, because people used to think that the changes which added up were all preordained and just waiting to happen. Some people still think that, but it's obviously an erroneous assumption. So let's get on with the evolution of this debate. That was my closing thing for my opening statement. Let's get on with this debate. The outcome of which I'm quite sure is not preordained, and based on the probabilities as I understand them, my forecast is that regardless of who speaks last, just like in Charles Darwin's famous book on the subject, which technically never mentioned the subject, evolution, will have the last word.
Yeah, so one of the things that I really would like someone to bring up, because Kent likes to apply the word evolution to pretty much everything. He will apply it to chemical evolution, cosmic evolution.
Well, there is such a thing as chemical. There is cosmic evolution.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at, there's also
not the way
such a thing as the evolution of religion, and we can stay close to home.
And he won't touch
where
that.
At some point, creation science evangelism evolved into creation today. Which is now run by another Hovind, so it's still one kind bringing forth after their kind, and it's still the same religion, and it's still the same property that the religion now has. But the property used to belong to creation science evangelism. It's now all part of creation today. Isn't that a fun, fine fact of evolution? Right there.
The reason why he picks the specific subsets of evolution that he does is because he's trying to construct something that he can make out to be a competing religion and make out to be nonsense, and try to convince people that that is the modern theory of evolution, which it's not. But yeah, religious evolution doesn't fit into that, so he leaves it out. He claims that there are six different meanings of the word evolution. Why six? Here, let me go over a few of the different meanings.
You're allowed
of
to go through 24. I'm cutting you off. You got
Okay.
24.
Okay. This will include some that he doesn't get into, but for the most part, this is his list. Cosmic evolution is the process, and this is not the way he's defining them. This is the actual definitions. Cosmic evolution is the process of cosmic change accumulating or being accumulated. Cosmic evolution includes pretty much all aspects of evolution, but the study of cosmic evolution generally concentrates on the evolution of the cosmos itself on a grand scale. Chemical evolution is the process of chemical change accumulating or being accumulated. Molecular evolution is the evolution of molecules. That is the process of changes accumulating to the form of molecules. Particulate evolution is the evolution of particles. Is the evolution of planets from their early stages to from the early stages of their formation onward. In other words, planetary evolution is the process of planetary change accumulating or being accumulated. Stellar evolution is the evolution of stars through their various stages. In other words, stellar evolution is the process of stellar change accumulating or being accumulated.
The problem is
Yeah.
the problem is what you are listing. He would agree with, and I think we should come up with points.
No, he
to
absolutely
add
does not.
No,
he absolutely
yes,
does
he
not
does,
agree with
because
them.
that's
doesn't.
all. Hold on.
No,
No,
he doesn't.
hold on.
He
Those
agrees,
are
that,
all
he agrees on the names, not the definition.
Donald, hold on. Those are all the evolutions that he lists. He might
they're not.
he might disagree about the details. It's still all the evolutions that he
Because
lists.
what he's listing,
I think
what he lists
we
is not
should
evolution.
add on to his list and make it
I agree.
even more ridiculous by adding in parts
Well, it's not,
of
but it's
what
but
he's
it's not
part of.
ridiculous. That's the whole thing. He's making it out to be ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. The way he makes it out to be ridiculous is by misdefining evolution. That's why I'm pointing out evolution is the process of change adding up. That is the process of change either accumulating or being accumulated. It can be used either way. And when he talks about, for example, cosmic evolution, he says it's an origin story. Galactic evolution, an origin story. Stellar evolution, an origin story. He's talking about all of them as if they are something coming into being, rather than something accumulating changes. And it's not the something that's the evolution. It's the accumulation process.
You're both right.
You didn't get my point.
I did get your point.
I
told you I agree with you. We should add those things, but not to make it more ridiculous, to add to the validity of evolution as a general topic in and of itself, and to further point out that evolution is not what he makes it out to be. It is not an event. It's a process. It is not a condition or a state. It's a process. Evolution is always a process. If a definition of evolution makes it out to be a state of things the way they are, or makes it out to be an event, a one-time thing that just happens and it's done with, or that happened in the past and isn't happening anymore, that's not evolution.
So,
and
Donald,
he's misdefined every one of these in that way.
So what you guys are saying, Donald, you're saying is that evolution is everywhere, and he probably won't accept the majority of them. He may accept some, but what Peter is saying is that he's doing that because he wants to knock specifically biological evolution.
Yeah. What I'm saying is you use his weapon against him. So if he wants to conflate everything with evolution, if he wants to bring in everything just to muddy the waters about what evolution is, because when we're talking about evolution, every human being on the planet knows that we're talking about the theory of evolution, the change in allele frequencies in a population over time. That is evolution.
That is one subset of evolution.
It's not a subset. That is literally the theory of evolution.
That is okay. Theory of evolution is not evolution. Theory of evolution is a theory. Evolution is
what you don't
included in that
get is
theory.
what you don't get is if you have a debate about
What makes you think
evolution.
there's something I don't get? Did you notice I beat this guy before my opening statement started? I knew what I was doing.
I think you guys are just talking past each other. You're saying both.
Yeah,
true
it's
things.
not what I'm saying. That's why I said you don't get
I know.
the point that I'm
I
getting
do
at.
understand. Yes, I did understand your point. I'm disagreeing with your point in part and agreeing with it in part.
One more
I agree
minute,
with
guys,
part
and then
of
we're
your point.
going back to debate.
If I can finish what I was getting at, because there's a reason why I'm doing this, okay? I'm addressing every last one of those things that you say he's conflating. He's not conflating organic evolution with evolution. Organic evolution is evolution. Galactic evolution is evolution. They are not what he makes them out to
disagree.
be, which is not evolution. Well, you can
I
disagree all you want.
I
It's a
strongly
modifier
disagree.
word. That's like saying a blue cat isn't a cat.
I strongly disagree. If we in the skeptic community talk about evolution, we all know
I know.
that
I've
we're
been
talking
told this
about
over
one
and over and over.
specific.
I had so many people tell me that I could
I'm
not
sorry,
beat him
I
in a
wasn't-
debate
I
this
wasn't
way,
finished yet,
and I
but okay,
did
go
beat him
ahead.
in the debate this way.
I wasn't.
Any
I
rate,
wasn't finished yet, but go ahead.
I'm just saying I do understand where you're coming from. I've been hearing this for years, and I've been trying to tell people that he wants us to avoid this stuff. That's why he lies about what it is, because he can't address.
I disagree.
He cannot address anything. Well, I proved it to be the case. You can disagree all you want. I had the debate. I proved it. So go ahead and disagree. That's you have that option. Any rate, where was I? Galactic evolution.
What I'm saying is the reason that he puts everything else in there is to mock what is actually the theory of evolution.
That is a part of his reason.
That is his entire point. He
No, it's
doesn't
not his
care
entire
about.
point.
He doesn't care about anything else. He wants to mock the theory of evolution by bringing in everything else that has nothing to do with the theory of evolution.
No,
and if he wants to
lie
do
people
that,
about what the theory of evolution is, and he can't do
You're
that.
still talking over me. I have no clue what you said.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've been through this before. I'm just telling you, I've been through this conversation with many people already.
That's
So,
okay.
you know,
Why
you're
don't
not
we
telling me
let
anything new? That's all I'm saying.
let's let Kent Hovind make more rope for himself, or do more gish galloping.
If I could finish what I never, if I could finish what I never got to finish in the actual debate, I would like to address the other points that I never got the opportunity to do in the debate, because, like I said, what he's doing. Yes, Peter is correct about a part of what he's doing. Part of what he's doing is trying to make evolution out to be something foolish, to discredit the theory of evolution. But part of his way of doing that, though, is to make sure that nobody will talk about evolution in general. Because if we talk about evolution in general, in that context, the theory of evolution can't be conflated to be the stuff he makes it out to be. So he wants us to avoid evolution in every context except biological, so that we can't show how ridiculous the stuff is that he's trying to claim is the theory of evolution when it's not. He doesn't want to be exposed.
And that's where you completely missed the point that I was making, but you didn't let me finish.
What did I miss then? Go ahead.
What he wants to do is bring in everything in the theory of evolution. That's what I just said. If you want him to stop doing that, then what you do is you use his methods against him. Bring in even more, but bring in the things that will hurt him. Bring in the evolution of religion. Bring in, and this will hurt him definitely, bring in the evolution of creation science evangelism into creation today. How his ministry evolved into Eric's ministry. He will not want to talk about that live on air. So bring that in.
If I had time, I would.
That
And
will
I think
shut
you
him
both
up.
agree.
Every single time he brings up cosmic evolution, stellar evolution, everything that has nothing to do with the theory of evolution, which is a change
But
of
there
allele
are-
frequency over time. If every time he wants to
there are
divert
theories of
from
those
that and
branches
bring
as
in,
well.
you're still talking over me. Sorry,
Okay, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Any rate, yeah, like I said, I'm agreeing with you on what needs to be done. I didn't have enough time to do all of it. I would have if I could have, and yeah, but I did want to address the stuff that he specifically brought up first, because nobody does, and the reason they don't address it is exactly what you said, that they see it as him conflating the theory of evolution with all of this stuff that is not evolution, which is exactly what he's doing. But the names he's using are not what he's making them out to be. There is such a thing as galactic evolution, and it is evolution. It's not what he makes it out to be. There is such a thing as organic evolution,
and that's why I have one point of criticism about the debate, and that is that there was no definition given of what the word evolution means in this debate. And
yes, there was. I gave one. And I gave a very clear one that works for all of the different kinds of evolution that he named off and more, including the
problem is that if one of the parties gives a definition, it doesn't automatically mean that the other part agrees with it. This is something that James should have done. Here's what we're talking about.
I understand. I agree.
Definition.
Again, time limits. I 100% agree. But I also came prepared, if there was time to do it, to back up that my definition is the accepted definition, that my definition is how the word is used ubiquitously. Because the word evolution is used in a lot of different contexts, a lot of different ways, and all of them fit my definition, except for a few fringe things like like Pokemon evolution or something like that. There are very rare cases where my definition doesn't.
See, now you're gonna offend me. No, I'm just kidding.
No. I'm talking about when they talk about something transforming drastically from one thing instantly into another, and they call that evolution. Pretty much anybody who understands evolution at all knows that's not really evolution. And that my definition won't fit. Any other use of evolution that I know of out there, it will. And it does.
Well, I think you're both just coming at it different ways, because Donald, you're trying to attack it from a different direction that you think any debater has come at it before, and Peter is saying he's trying to weaken evolution. So you guys just have different strategies. Right. You could both be right, which I think you are.
No.
Kent is.
He is trying to.
I'm just kidding, Kent. You're lovely. Come debate me. I would never say anything bad about you.
He is trying to weaken the theory of evolution by first lying about what evolution is, and then lying about what the theory of evolution is. When he lies about what evolution is, part of how he does that is by misdefining all of these different subsets of evolution as something that's not evolution at all. Then he uses that misdefinition of evolution, which he built a general definition of evolution without giving it, where his general definition of evolution is the creation of one thing from another thing. It's a creation process. It's a transformation process, or rather event. He makes evolution out to be something that you snap your fingers and poof, something evolved. Evolution doesn't work that way.
My problem with the whole thing is that it's not just Kent. It's not just Kent. It is all of the apologists trying to muddy the water about evolution.
I agree.
And the more you will let them, the stronger they will get, because
I'm telling you exactly how to stop them.
They can actually prove that we have no answers for specific things. We do not have an answer to what caused the Big Bang. That is their main go-to.
And that's not evolution.
And that is why we should make a point of, when we're talking about evolution, we should talk about a process in biology, not about a process in cosmology.
See, there's where I strongly, vehemently disagree.
We should line clear.
I'm being fair, showing both comments.
Okay,
both.
Peter, let me address that very specifically. What you just said. Okay, biology is very complex. You know that. Biology is a difficult thing to describe, and a difficult thing to explain, a difficult thing to even define and biological processes are very complex and can be very convoluted. And biological evolution involves all of that. Evolution doesn't have to. Most evolution has nothing to do with biology. And if you want to show that evolution actually happens, if you start with the simplest case, you can prove beyond any reasonable doubt that evolution does happen and is happening, and then you can work into how biological evolution
my
fits
biggest
into that,
problem
because
is
it's just
the way
biology evolving.
My biggest problem is the way you are using the word evolution then justifies Kent bringing in the
No, it doesn't.
evolution of cars.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I guessed wrong.
And
what
that
you're
and
yes,
that is exactly the thing that we need to counter, because it has nothing to do with it.
No. I strongly disagree. That is exactly where we should go, because we can show that car designs have evolved. And if they want to say there's no such thing as evolution, they have to show that that doesn't happen.
Car designs haven't evolved in a natural process.
Oh, yes, they certainly have. We humans are a natural process. Does it have to be a natural process?
Have you now I'm curious, have you ever seen two cars come together and bring forth another car?
Yes, I have. With the help of humans.
You have actually seen cars reproduce.
Yep. Humans take designs from two different cars and they combine them into a design for a new car.
That's not what I said. Now you're being Kent Hovind. You have seen two cars.
No,
reproduce.
you are. You're the one who's conflating.
Okay,
you're
guys.
the one who's conflating natural evolution with evolution, as if non-synthetic evolution isn't.
I asked
kind
a specific question. I asked a specific question. Have you seen
and
two
I answered
cars
it the way you asked
reproduce
it.
and bring forth another car?
Yep, I have. Do you know how that process works?
Make a video about that.
Because I know how that, do you know how the process works? Because I know how the process works.
I have seen guys trying to have sex with the car and using the tailpipe, but I've never seen cars doing that.
Okay, cars don't reproduce through sex. You didn't ask me if I ever saw cars sexually
That was
reproduce.
literally what I asked several times.
No, it was not. You did not ask if I ever saw cars sexually reproduce. I answered the question you asked.
It's a good Disney movie, though.
No. Could I go back to what I was getting at? Or should I just skip the whole thing? Because you're literally doing what Kent Hovind does. This
all
is
right, guys. No more friendly fire.
Let's point out Jerry Penna's comment. I think that nails it. Car designs require an intelligent designer. That's what Kent will say. That is exactly why I think you should use the argument, because you're validating Kent Hovind's point that an intelligent designer is needed.
No, it's not.
So there's no intelligent designer needed to get a new car?
So here, guys.
Corn growing in rows. Wait a minute. Corn growing in rows in a field planted by humans.
Okay.
I've
muted both of you. I don't mute. You're each going to get one more point, and then Donald's going to say the rest of what he wanted to say, because that's fair. That's what he came in to say. He's going to read the rest of his speech, and then we're going to go back into this. So Donald, you were speaking. You can have the first, say what you want, then Peter will have his response, and then you could finish what you wanted to say, actually. So
it was a question. Because he's basically stating that I'm strengthening Kent Hovind's case by allowing evolution with the help of humans to count as evolution, which it does. For example, evolution with the selection, human selection in domesticated dogs is evolution. If you want to deny that's the case, then you've just blown your own side out of the water, not Kent Hovind's. I was going to ask, if you find corn growing in rows in a field, and you admit that humans planted that corn, are you saying that humans are required for corn to grow?
What I'm saying is...
Are you saying that humans are required for corn to grow?
Len?
Can I speak?
Yeah, sure, but it was a yes or no question.
It wasn't.
Are you?
Right.
It wasn't.
It was.
go
Very
back
much
to
was.
Peter, and then I'm going to give it back to Donald. And Donald, you can say
Because
whatever you
because
want.
in showing that evolution can be done, that evolution can happen with or without humans having anything to do with it. That is not saying that an intelligent designer is required for evolution to happen. And even if it was saying that, it's still showing that evolution happens, and that's the thing that Kent Hovind is claiming is not the case. He wants to say that microevolution isn't evolution, it's just different variation being out there, and they'll always be reproducing the same kind because they can't evolve. He claims evolution does not happen at all. And I am showing that evolution does happen. And yes, there can be an intelligent guiding force involved, but there doesn't have to be. And admitting that it is
just let me know when it's my time. Just let me know when it's my time.
Peter, your response.
Go ahead. My yes or no question.
We're on the same team here. Remember that.
If you admit that corn can be planted by humans and grow, are you saying that corn can't grow without humans planting it, or any other anything?
One of the things I hate most in doing conversations like this is the tactic that has been made popular by Darth Dawkins. He will ask you a question, pretend that it's a yes or no question, when it obviously isn't, and then won't allow people to answer. That is exactly what you're doing right now.
Go ahead and answer your way, but it was a yes or no question.
No, it wasn't.
Well, Peter,
then answer your way and explain why.
Answer your question, and then Donald, if you don't mind, instead of responding, because I know you will respond what you wanted to say to Kent Hovind, so we can get back on track. But Peter, what was your response?
Yeah, what he's doing is literally what we have been fighting for years, and he is validating one specific point, and that is that we can broaden the definition of evolution to a point where actually intelligent design is needed. The problem that we're facing is we're facing science deniers, and we're facing science deniers on natural processes. And natural processes do not require an intelligent designer. Yes, we can use evolution to our advantage, which is called artificial evolution for a reason. It is artificial. It's not natural.
Subset, just like natural evolution.
It's not a subset. It's a completely different thing. It is not natural.
Subset. And if you look at my definition,
if you keep talking over me, I'm done.
Peter, if you bother to look at my definition, I did define.
I'll give you the stage, because obviously you only want to talk and you don't want to listen.
Okay, tell me how my definition does not apply to either artificial or natural evolution. How does the process of change accumulating not apply to either natural or artificial evolution? Either one. Tell me how my definition doesn't apply. Because it does. I'm not broadening it. That's the. No, you didn't.
You didn't.
Tell me how it doesn't. How does? Okay. What is biological evolution, natural evolution, any other kind of evolution doing that is not the accumulation of change?
You're like Kent Hovind. You completely deflect from the point that I was making. You're exactly like Kent Hovind right now.
Because you asked for a clear definition, and I gave one, and you're not even addressing. You're trying to say that my definition doesn't cover the things that it does cover.
You're saying that I'm expanding a definition. I did not say that, and that proves that you didn't listen. I'm using this
generalized definition that's already there.
I did not say that, and that proves that you didn't listen.
Do you think the word evolution is not used in all of those different fields right now? Do you think you can't run a search for the evolution of dance and get results, or the evolution of balls and get results, or the evolution of anything else and get results? The word evolution is not restricted to biology.
I finally figured out why people like Matt Dillahunty don't want to talk to you anymore.
And you know what? You guys may actually
they don't want to be proven wrong, maybe?
You guys may actually agree more the more you see.
Yes, but the problem is Donald won't listen. The only thing that he wants to do is talk over people. Don't want to give him the time to explain their point.
But you did
Every
explain.
single
I
time
did
I
listen.
start talking, you start talking over me, and that's fine. I respect the channel that I'm on, so I will just sit back and wait until it's my turn.
And I heart you,
But
Peter.
I did listen, and I agreed with a lot of what you said. There are specific things that I
You
disagreed
didn't
with.
even hear.
And was there something more that, I mean, if you want to.
The times you
I think-
overtalked me and stopped me from talking, apparently there was more, and I needed to stop because I wanted to respect Amy's channel.
I could be straw manning, but I think what Peter is trying to say is we have to be careful, or we're going to water down the definition, and that's what
Exactly.
the creationists want.
Yes,
Exactly.
I understand
think
that.
that's what he's trying
And
to
that
say.
is their
I
goal,
understand
and
that.
has been their goal for as long as they've been active. And the moment we concede to that, and the moment we say,
No.
okay, that is fine that you're doing that, I think that's when we completely lose everyone when
Yeah,
it comes
you're playing-
to the creationist viewer, because
You're
you're
playing
going
right into
to
his
you're
hand.
going to validate his point, and
Nope,
every
you are.
creationist watching will say, okay, see, he's right, he's been right all these years, and that's why they put him in jail, because he was right, because he knows more than all of you do. And that's
Yeah,
my
no.
problem with it.
I understand your problem with it, and you just said exactly what you said before, and what I understood, and I'm telling you why I specifically disagree. Do you want to hear why?
No, not really.
It's okay. You guys,
Apparently not.
let's, you know
Apparently
what?
not.
But
because
that's okay.
You know what? I have tried to tell you already why, and you won't listen to why. Instead, you want to repeat to me the same thing that I've already been told for years, and I have already proven wrong repeatedly,
But-
and that I proved wrong in this debate.
But Donald, you may be able to
Kent
prove.
Hovind doesn't want
Maybe it'll
Kent
prove your
Hovind doesn't
point.
want us to address these things. He does not want us to look at evolution in a broader sense, because he can't address evolution in a broader sense. That's why he misdefines evolution. That's why he will not.
I missed the
he
comment.
will not
I missed the
properly
comment that,
define.
that Mubarak made. I think Mubarak made
Mubarak.
the best comment to say, to sum all of this up. If evolution is everything, then evolution is nothing.
But it's not everything. It is the process of change accumulating or being accumulated. Evolution is the process of change adding up. That's all it is. That's all it ever has been. Originally, the word meant to roll out. What they meant by rolling out is like when you're rolling out a carpet and you get a little more design, and a little more design, and a little more design, and a little more design until you have the whole carpet, because they thought that things were preordained to happen the way they were going to happen. When they figured out that that wasn't the case, the meaning of the word evolved to include things rolling out that we didn't expect to roll out.
The definition.
But
Okay,
that-
let me try this one more time, and if that doesn't work, I'm giving up.
If you're going to try the same thing,
Whenever
go ahead.
whenever you still talking over me.
Go
Okay.
ahead. I might have had a little lag there. Sorry if I didn't mean to talk over you.
Just tell me when I can speak.
Go ahead.
Yep, you're good, Peter.
The problem is that whenever an intelligent designer, whatever the intelligent designer may be, is involved, we're no longer talking about evolution, we're talking about artificial improvement. That is completely different. We have a set goal to make something better. Evolution in nature never has that goal. It doesn't have a goal. It is not about improving things to make things better. It is adapting to a specific environment, which could even mean that things get worse. We see fish losing eyes, we see spiders losing eyes because they live in a cave. That is not making things better, that is making things worse. You lose part of your senses. That is the opposite of artificial evolution on a broader scale. We don't go back and make cars less good because it would be better in a certain environment. We do that nowhere. And that is the big difference. And that is the difference you are allowing, and to which I have a strong objection, because you're validating literally every Christian and Muslim apologist in the world.
Actually, I'm not the one who's validating them. You are. And if you
Yes,
listen
you
to me, I
are.
can tell you why and how. Tell me what you just said when you described natural evolution, which has certain restrictions to it because nature works in a certain way. How does what's going on in nature not fit the definition? The part you're calling evolution, how does it not fit the definition of change adding up?
I literally just said that. You didn't hear?
What? I heard what you said, and I didn't hear how you said it doesn't fit the definition.
The difference
of change
between evolution, where an artificial designer is involved, has a strict goal. Evolution in nature never has a goal. That is the difference, and that is why we need to separate those two.
You might as well be saying that a car going east can't be a car because a car going west isn't going east. That's what you're doing with the word evolution. You're saying I know of a specific usage of evolution.
If the goal is going, if the goal is going
which have nothing
east,
to do with evolution.
If the goal is going east,
not talking about goals. I'm talking about evolution.
So you didn't hear my point. Okay.
Go ahead. What's your point?
I'm not going to state it again. Sorry.
I mean, I don't understand why you don't understand what I'm trying to say. Because
I understand
I'm not
what you're trying to say, and I have an objection to that.
You really don't. You have demonstrated you do not understand me, and you don't seem to want to understand me. I'm not talking about a specific subset of evolution. You are. The word evolution can be used outside of that subset, and it means the exact same thing outside of the subset as it does inside of the subset.
It doesn't.
It does.
When it changes from having when it changes from having a specific goal from coming from not.
Where did I say it has a specific goal? Where did I define evolution as having a specific goal?
Cars.
That's not evolution having a specific goal. That's humans having a specific goal. Evolution had nothing to do with that.
You said cars evolved, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I did. Changes add up. Cars evolve. That has nothing to do with whether or not humans have a goal.
Is there a specific goal in the evolution of cars?
There's a specific goal in humans picking a goal. That has nothing to do with the evolution. The evolution of the cars goes through a process, and that process is change adding up. Now, what changes add up?
No, that process isn't change adding up. That process is artificial intelligence. Intelligence putting in changes with a specific goal in mind.
And they still add up, whether a goal is in mind or not.
You still don't get it.
I do get it. You don't get it.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. You are conflating a specific. You are conflating a specific use of evolution and all the stuff that comes along with that use with a definition of evolution. That's not a definition of evolution. That is evolution in a specific context. That's why we use other words. That's why we say
highlight the God that never came. I'll highlight the God that never came. It's mutation, not change. Cars do not mutate.
Doesn't have to be mutation. Mutation is just a source of change. That's all it is. Evolution is change adding up. It's not mutations adding up. It's change adding up. And if mutations cause change, then they're a source of that change. You can.
I'm going to talk to Kent Hovind sometime this week. I'm going
to find any legitimate use of the word that doesn't fit my definition. Try to find one.
I'm going to talk to Kent Hovind sometime.
Doesn't fit
damn.
Sorry.
I'm going to talk to Kent Hovind sometime this week. I'm going to urge him to get a second debate with you, and I will tell him exactly what he needs to do to win, because he can win.
Go ahead. Yeah, please do.
Okay, well...
Because I'll be happy to defeat him a second time.
Who knows, you guys may converge.
And he can't get out of it. He can't beat what he knows he can't beat. That's
You're
why he
making-
won't debate
you're
me
making
again.
his
But if you want to
point,
if you want to
and
ask
you
him
have-
to, go ahead.
You're
No, I'm
making
not.
his-
You are, and you don't see it. He's brainwashed you, and I can show you how he's brain. You know what, Amy? Play that brainwashing thing if you would.
Well, no,
Can you play that?
hold on, because
Can we
we're
go
gonna
back
we're
to
gonna
the
keep
debate
going
afterward? Because that makes the point. Kent Hovind goes out of his way to do what Peter is basically showing.
But what if you guys actually agree? What if you get to the point where you're arguing with Kent Hovind? Yeah, I actually think you guys do agree on a lot. I think it's just it's different strategies and different goals, but you guys are
What we disagree on is he's saying that we should conceal parts of reality and only address one specific part of reality, because if we address the other parts of reality, then they're going to say that validates their side. Well, you know what? Reality is what reality is. We shouldn't have to hide it in order to show that we're right about something. If we have to hide it, then we don't know what we're talking about.
It's because language is a fickle thing. There is evolution by means of natural selection, and
But
then
that's still evolution.
there is and then there's the lay, we say, how stars evolve from going
still
through their
also evolution.
generations. It's two different types of yes.
It's subsets. They are subsets of evolution,
you both have points.
And you can define evolution exactly the same way in all of the subsets of evolution. And it works in all of them. I dare you to find one exception anywhere.
I understand your tactic. I understand the tactic. Peter's just trying to say, be careful with fire. You don't want to give them ins when that is what they're trying to do. So that's all.
Yep.
But so
if someone is not ready to address,
it's not English.
If somebody is not ready to address all of the different subsets of evolution, yes, I would agree with Peter. They should avoid it because they're not ready for it, and they should say exactly that. They should tell them, "I'm not ready to address those subsets of evolution," and stick to biological evolution if that's what they know. Or
at least would you say, Donald, that the main evolution that we are fighting for is the means by natural selection one? Even though I would agree that you could truly.
I agree. That is the sticking point. Yes. And I also am trying to point out that the reason Kent Hovind brings up all these other ones is because he doesn't want us to use those to prove that biological evolution does happen. Because as long as he can keep people from figuring out what evolution is, he can keep them from figuring out what biological evolution is, because biological evolution is evolution. If you don't understand evolution, you can't understand biological evolution, because to understand biological evolution, you have to understand evolution and biology, not just evolution and not just biology. Understanding evolution should be the first step to understanding biological evolution, because it's much easier to understand evolution than it is to understand biology. I understand both. And I understand biological evolution quite well. And I understand the modern synthesis theory of biological evolution quite well. And I understand how natural biological evolution works. And I understand how artificial selection works. And I understand how cars evolve. And yes, cars do evolve. Songs evolve as the songwriter writes them. An embryo evolves as it develops into an adult. And that usage was around long before we had a theory of population evolution. So to try to say we need to throw all that stuff away and pretend it doesn't exist, so that the people who are pretending something else can't claim that we've verified their point. No, I disagree. If you're not ready for it, don't use it. But I would recommend
that's not what Peter's saying either.
I would recommend that people get ready for it. I would recommend that people look at what I'm saying, at what evolution is. That evolution is the process of change adding up. And from that perspective, look at evolution in every usage they can and prepare themselves for it, so that when they are addressing someone who's trying to say that when they're trying to make an origin story out of evolution and say, well, evolution says that that the universe came out of nothing, that they can address that and say, well, no, that's actually nothing to do with evolution. Evolution doesn't talk. Evolution is a process. And they can address what is actually being brought in front of them, instead of having to dismiss it because they weren't ready for it. If they're not ready for it, dismiss it and move on. But I suggest getting ready for it.
Can I ask one question?
Absolutely.
Sure.
So the word theory, there's a colloquial use that I have a theory that some of the things said on the show might be misunderstood, and there's the theory in science which has a completely different meaning.
It does.
And
And that's called a scientific theory. Sometimes the
again
word
talking
scientific
over
gets
me.
dropped off.
Again talking over me.
Only meaning to clarify. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm using up your time. Just tell me when it's time for me to talk.
Yeah. No, I was just agreeing with you and just clarifying because yeah, I'm way ahead of you on that
I
one.
was still talking, right?
Go ahead then. Maybe I
if
misclarified.
you have a problem with me talking, just say so. I'll shut up.
Don't have a problem with it.
One
Just
one
like
of
I
one
said,
of
I've been
my
through this
one of
before
my
and know where
my
it's going.
one of my pet peeves is people who won't allow other people to finish a sentence. So just whenever it's my time, tell me.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. Amy, let me know when I can unmute myself. Peter, go ahead and talk.
Okay.
Problem is, you're gonna have to make your whole point again. So I'll try. The word theory is used colloquially. You can have an idea which is a theory. The word theory in science means something completely different. The exact same thing applies to the word evolution. We can use the word evolution for literally everything, which is what apologists do. If you want to make sure that you're going to educate people, you need to point out that there are two different definitions of the word evolution. There is a definition that is colloquial, that would apply to cars, that would apply to songs, that would apply to everything. When we're going to go and talk about science, which is literally every debate with an apologist, then we need to stick to the scientific definition. If we're not doing that, then we're fueling them and we're validating them and we're making them right. And that is where my problem lies. And you can go on and ignore the fact that your definition of the word evolution should be able to be used. All you're doing is opening the door for every single apologist to be right. And that is my big problem with how the word at this point in the conversation is being used. Because it really becomes a word with literally no meaning whatsoever. There's nothing to define because the evolution of a song is a completely different process than the evolution of an animal. And that is where we need to distinguish the two. The moment an intelligent designer, whether it be a god or it be a human, is involved, it becomes a whole other thing. We're no longer talking about evolution. We're talking about distinct improvement on what we have with a specific goal in mind to make a better product. That's not evolution. That is improving a product. And as long as we're not able to use a single word to mean a specific thing, then we're going to lose, and then every apologist on the planet will win every debate against you.
Right. So, Donald, make a pithy response, and then, if you do not mind, say whatever you wanted to that you couldn't say in the debate, because we're at that moment where it's that time to shine. But sure, unmute if you want. Have a pithy response, and then we're going back on topic. And thank you, Peter.
Okay. The word theory, as used in science, when they're referring to a scientific theory, is a short form of scientific theory. Scientific theory is the word theory with a modifier scientific. Biological evolution is the word evolution with a modifier biological. If you want to speak of biological evolution and use the short form, then yes, it's a good idea to define that you are using the short form of biological evolution, and that when you say evolution, you mean biological evolution. If you want to speak of scientific theories, it's a good idea to say that you mean scientific theory. If you're speaking in scientific circles, you don't have to clarify that. When you're not, it is a very good idea. If you're not speaking with a biologist, it is a good idea if you're talking about evolution to specify if you mean biological evolution when you just say evolution. No, we don't need to have one word that takes the place of two words. We can do it with two words, and it is perfectly acceptable to say biological evolution when you mean biological evolution, or to say scientific theory when you mean scientific theory. It just takes a little bit longer. And to clarify it once and say, this is what I mean when I say this, this is how I'm going to be using it in this discussion, that's perfectly fine. And that's why I was saying, if somebody's not ready to handle addressing evolution outside of biology, yes, that's exactly what I think they should do, is to say, I'm not ready to talk about evolution outside of biology. When I talk about evolution, I'm talking about biological evolution, and to bring up, like you said, that's the main thing they're getting at anyway. So why bother with all these other ones? But I am prepared to address evolution in contexts both in and out of biology. And that is exactly what Kent Hovind wants us not to do. That's why he misdefines all of those separate subsets of evolution, one after another, and misdefines them all the same way. That's a key thing there. He's misdefining all of them in the same way, so that the underlying definition of the word evolution without the modifier is being misdefined along with them. And that's the goal that he's got, is to misdefine the word evolution so that when you apply it to biological evolution in general, it's automatically been misdefined there as well. So that's why I'm saying, no, I am not playing into his hand. People who are saying we need to avoid all this stuff are playing into his hand. I think we should get prepared for it. If we're not prepared for it, acknowledge that and work within our limitations. But I do think it's a good thing to be prepared for it.
You should have put this in the debate and you would have lost.
No,
Well,
I would have won.
Okay.
I would have won like I did.
That's a
and like
good.
I said, if you want to get him, if you think you can get him to debate me again by telling him I will support his case, please do.
But Donald, you said there were things that you wanted to say that you couldn't. So, and I think you're reading some of them.
I was, yeah.
And is it many paragraphs more, one or two?
I'm not sure.
And then Peter, whenever you want to say something,
here's the thing. If I can just briefly say, he misdefined. These are categories I've got. He misdefined galactic evolution. He misdefined organic evolution. He misdefined biological evolution. He misdefined macroevolution. Macroevolution is the one he came closest to defining correctly. Even microevolution, he misdefined. The reason why he misdefined them, and he misdefined them all the same way, is to misdefine evolution itself. And then he conflates different subsets of evolution with each other. On top of that, they are subsets of evolution, and they should be acknowledged as such.
I hate to break it to you, but he didn't misdefine anything.
Yes, he did.
If you make the word evolution that broad, if you make the definition of the word evolution that vague, then he didn't misdefine anything. He can literally
fucking did not make it vague.
As you did. He can slip in cars. He can slip in an intelligent designer.
And cars do evolve.
And he can slip in an intelligent designer. So he can slip in an intelligent designer for cars. And he can slip in an intelligent designer for biological evolution. And you made his point for him.
He does that anyway. He does that anyway, and you know he does.
And I'm not
giving him away to do that.
And you just validated that he did.
No, I didn't. You're not paying any attention at all to the definition that I gave. The definition I gave has nothing to do with that. The definition I gave is a definition of evolution. It has nothing to do with the subsets of evolution. The subsets are subsets. And the subsets are defined based on what they are a subset of and what subset they are of that thing. Evolution is
the
the
biggest
process
problem.
of
The
change
biggest
adding up.
problem is when Kent Hovind is talking about evolution, he's talking about the scientific meaning of the word.
No,
You
no, he's not.
apparently
He
are not
lies and
talking.
says he is, but he's not.
Again, talking over me. Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, come on, guys. Let's switch topic. Let's go back to what you were. It's similar topic. You said you
okay.
wanted to.
Well, if we watch the rest of the debate, I won't even have to say no, he's not, because Kent shows it himself. So why don't we just go back?
I want to go back in. All right.
And I'll just skip all this stuff I was going to do that I never got to.
No. You might now hold on. You might feel inspired to then say it. So it's okay, Donald. We got this.
Basically 8 minutes and 45 seconds on each side. So we'll jump into the open conversation. Do want to ask? Well, I'll give you. Let me finish. Let me give you a chance to finish that sentence, though, Donald. Sorry about that.
I had 3 paragraphs left, so if you want to cut me off in the middle of it, that's okay. Maybe I can bring it up during the.
So 3. We'll go over the 3.
Or who knows what.
Fair. All right.
I've got way more stuff than I can cover in the time we have.
Gotcha. We'll jump into the open discussion, which will be 45 minutes. I've got the timer set. The floor is all yours, gentlemen.
In fact, tell me when you think it's
Donald,
most
you brought up
relevant,
several things.
and
You
we'll
said
go over
the
it.
evolution of dance. Do you think that's happening by itself, or is there any intelligent input into that? Is this?
Oh, there's definitely intelligent input into it, and
So is that
yes,
what you
it
mean-
is
is that what you
definitely
mean by
happening.
evolution?
What's that?
Is that what you mean by evolution? That changes can happen with intelligence guiding the changes? Is that what you
No,
mean?
that's
by
not what I
evolution?
mean by evolution. I said what I meant by
What do you
evolution.
mean by? That's why I said there are 6 different meanings to the word.
Oh, you
Wait,
want
can you stop? Can you stop?
Let's address that. How about?
Can you play
Yep.
that part again?
I was
That's
there.
literally the opposite of what he just said.
Which will be 45 minutes. I've got the timer set. The floor is all yours, gentlemen.
Kent is literally asking
You
him.
brought up several things. You said the evolution of dance. Do you think that's happening by itself, or is there any intelligent input into that? Is this?
Oh, there's definitely intelligent input into it, and
is that
yes,
what you
it
mean-
is
that what you
definitely
mean by
happening.
evolution?
What's that?
Is that what you mean by evolution? That changes can happen with intelligence guiding the changes? Is that what you
No,
mean?
that's
by
not what I
evolution?
mean by evolution. I said what I meant.
Stop it here.
That's why I said there are 6 different meanings.
Stop
to
it.
the
Stop
word.
it here. He first said that evolution can happen with an intelligent designer, and when Kent then asked him, "Are you saying is that how you define the word?" He says, "No, it's not. It is
Because it's
literally a
not how I define the
contradiction
word.
within 1 minute.
Absolutely fucking not.
It is."
No, it's not.
You
That has nothing to
said
do with
you
how I
said
define the
yes
word.
to the question: Can evolution happen with an intelligent designer
Yes,
behind it?
with or
you said
without.
yes, and then he said, "Is that how you define the word?" And you said no.
Listen to his words. He asked if I'm defining evolution as happening with an intelligent designer. No, I don't. I define evolution as the accumulation of change, not as an intelligent designer doing something. You're conflating.
And to make it more clear, you define evolution as the change due to an intelligent designer. And
No,
the
I do not.
change
No, I
due
do
to
not. No,
have
no, I
an
did.
intelligent
I
designer.
fucking did not define evolution as a change. Evolution is the process of change adding up. It is a process, not a change. A change is an element of evolution. In and of itself, a change is not evolution.
You're not getting the point.
I do get your point. I am
The
disagreeing
change
with you
can happen.
because you are
can happen.
misrepresenting me.
The change can
strawmanning me.
happen. Hold on. The change can happen with or without an intelligent designer. That is the point
Yes.
we're talking about.
But that's not what he asked. Go back and
That
listen.
is literally what he
question.
asked.
That is not what he asked.
I know Kent Hovind
No,
better than you
no,
do.
he gave a definition. He asked if that's how I'm defining evolution, and no, that is not how I'm defining evolution.
I know
that was
Kent
his
Hovind better
straw
than
man
you do.
position.
That is literally what he asked.
Let's go
Listen to his
forward.
exact words. No, listen. Go back and listen to his
Let me go
exact
back.
words. No, that is not what he asked. If you use your left arrow key, it should go back like a step.
Basically 8 minutes and 45 seconds on each side. So we'll jump into the open conversation. Do want to ask? Well, I'll give you. Let me finish. Let me give you a chance to finish that sentence, though, Donald. Sorry about that.
I had 3 paragraphs left, so if you want to cut me off in the middle of it, that's okay. Maybe I can bring it up during the, during the discussion, or who knows what.
Fair. All right.
I've got way more stuff than I can cover in the time we have.
Gotcha. We'll
That's
jump
why
into
we're
the
here.
Discussion, which will be 45 minutes. I've got the timer set. The floor is all yours, gentlemen.
Okay, listen to the exact wording of Ken's
Charles,
question.
you said the evolution of dance. Do you think that's happening by itself, or is there any intelligent input into that? Is this?
Oh, there's definitely intelligent input into it, and
So
yes, it is definitely happening. What's that?
Is that what you mean by evolution? That changes can happen with intelligence guiding the changes? Is that what you mean?
No, that's not what I mean by evolution. I said what I mean.
Stop it there. Stop it there. What he asked is that what you mean by evolution? That changes can happen with guiding. What I forget now exactly what his word is.
Yes,
He asked if that's what.
He literally left open. Can changes happen?
No,
he
that's
didn't
not what
say,
he asked. He
didn't
didn't ask can
say.
change. No,
he didn't
he asked,
say.
is that what you mean by evolution? That change can happen that way.
He didn't.
And that's
say,
not what I mean by evolution.
He didn't say all the changes happen by intelligent design. He said can changes happen.
Right, but he did not.
And
say,
then you answered
he did not
no.
ask the question.
And then
he did
you
not
answered
ask,
no.
He
when
wasn't
you
asking the question. He wasn't asking the question, are you saying that evolution allows for that? He was asking if I'm defining evolution as that, as allowing that. And no, I am not defining evolution as allowing or disallowing it. You are. You're defining evolution as disallowing it, and you know fucking good and well that dogs evolved and humans had something to do with it. So don't try to tell me that that I'm the one who's conflating things and that I'm the one who's getting it wrong, because you are, and you should know it. Because you know good and well that there has been intelligence involved in evolution. In some cases, evolution does evolve for it. You're the one saying it doesn't. I am not defining evolution as allowing it or disallowing it. You are.
One thing I've learned in talking to different people online is that the moment they're going to use expletives to make their point is the moment they've lost.
I'm not using them to make my point. I'm using them to try to get you to fucking listen to me for once. Because you keep making the same fucking mistakes. Now, would you please just listen to me while I try one more time to explain it to you? That I did not define evolution as excluding or including or requiring or disallowing any of that stuff. I defined evolution by what evolution is, a process. The process of change accumulating or being accumulated. That is the process of change adding up or rolling out over time, as it was originally coined from the term itself. Kent Hovind was asking a question of whether I was defining evolution as allowing that. No, I'm not defining it that way. The definition has nothing to do with whether or not that's allowed.
He didn't even use the word define or definition. He said,
yes,
can changes happen due to
listen
an
again.
intelligent designer?
Yes, he did. No, that was not what he said. Yes, he did.
That was literally what he said. Played back.
Yeah, please do.
That was his question.
Please. I know. We're doing this over and over, and I'm sorry for that, Amy. But
you know what the funny thing is?
Specifically, is this how you define evolution? That is exactly what he said.
The whole chat is loving this. Actually, they actually enjoy it. I'm the one trying to rein you guys in.
Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat.
They're like, bring it on.
I'm completely
Please, chat,
calm.
bring more people in to watch, because it'll help Amy's channel.
That's
please
yeah.
I'm completely calm, and the reason that I'm calm is that I know that I'm right, and there's no way for me to get angry.
And you know that you're right only because you haven't listened to me.
He said,
and I know I love you both.
He said, can changes happen due to an intelligent designer? That was literally what he said, word for word.
Yeah,
he never used the word. He never used the word definition. He never used the word define.
He did ask me if that is how I define evolution.
No,
that was what I answered. Amy, please play it again, please.
Okay.
You'd be
well,
so kind.
Promise me we're doing it one more time, but there may be someone out there that's like, I just want to really watch that Kent Hovind Kronos debate. So we're gonna get it to
I
them.
can't see the chat, but if anybody else, if anybody in chat actually heard him say what he said, please, say so, because apparently Peter
I hope they said what both you said. I hope it came out loud and clear on headphones or mics or. All right. Okay, we're going back one more time, and then
try your left arrow key.
Left arrow key. We're going. Oh, I have to.
If you've already selected the
There you go.
video,
How far?
left arrow key, it should go back
I
a
think that's
small
good
amount.
enough. Let's see.
Time we have.
I'm not sure. Give it a try.
Jump into the open discussion.
Yeah, there we go.
5 minutes. I've got the timer.
Yeah,
set.
one left arrow key would have probably been enough. Just so you know.
Donald, you brought up several things. You said the evolution of dance. Do you think that's happening by itself, or is there any intelligent input into that?
Evolution
Well,
of
there's definitely
dance.
intelligent input into it. And
Is that
yes,
what you
it
mean-
is
is that what you
definitely
mean by
happening.
evolution?
What's that?
Is that what you mean by evolution? That changes can happen with intelligence guiding the changes? Is that what you
No,
mean?
that's
by
not what I
evolution?
mean by evolution. I said what I
Oh,
meant.
he didn't say define. He said mean.
There's
So
six
you're right,
different
Peter.
words.
Exactly.
There we
But you wanna
go.
address
Woo!
that?
We're
but
going
But he
forward.
was asking.
There's
but he
there's
was
there's a
asking if
there's a
that's my
thing
definition.
there's a thing you might wanna pick up over time, and that is listening. Because if you listen,
I
you'll
did
actually
listen.
hear.
I did listen, but I made a mistake, and I admit I made a mistake. But he was asking for a definition. He just used the word mean, and I interpreted that as my definition. So yeah, my mistake. And part of that is because I am rather upset right now because you haven't been listening to me. Just saying.
Well, I think you're both awesome. So there.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Peter. I've known you a long time, and I got a lot of respect for you. And you know, in the end, you're going to be wrong about some stuff, and I'm going to be wrong about some stuff. You know, and I'm not worried about which one of us learns what stuff from it.
I'm
I
wrong
just,
about a
you
lot.
know, I'd like as much learning to happen as possible. So, you know,
It's what
I mean,
I've been doing since 2015, learning.
well, I've been trying to do it my whole life.
And hey, I like this debate.
But-
I think it went
but
well.
yeah,
I think
but yeah,
I think you'll both like it.
But yeah, what he was getting at there is what I was trying to clarify. He was asking about my meaning of evolution. He asked, "Is this what you mean by evolution?" And that's why I was telling him, "No, that is not what I mean by evolution." Yes, evolution does allow for intelligent input. It doesn't require it.
In fact, Donald, do you have your 3 paragraphs? I want you, please, just say the 3 paragraphs, because that's what I feel like. That in your heart of hearts is what you came on the channel to do today. And so I feel like if you don't do that, you will be like, "Oh, I wanted to do that."
I'm not even
So,
sure where those 3
That's
paragraphs
okay.
were or
So
they
what
were.
I'm going to do is I'm going to play the debate, and you tell me when you find it.
Let's see.
I gave lots of examples of what's called
just
microevolution.
don't
There
know.
are varieties of cabbage. Is that proof
Either
enough
way.
to you
Yeah.
that cabbage and mosquitoes are related?
Actually, if you recall, I was the one who told you about that. You didn't know about it at the time. Brassica eracea. Yeah, that was me on the phone. I told you I had taught you something. You said you didn't recall the conversation. That was it.
About you taught me that,
That
there
was
are 400
one of
kinds of
that was
cabbage.
one of a few things I taught you actually.
Are you telling me that you taught me there are 400 kinds of cabbage? You might have done that. That's a good. Thank you for telling me. Is that
Well, I
proof
didn't
cabbage
say
and
exactly how
mosquitoes-
many kinds, but I did bring it up to you, and I did bring out some of the variety, and I did talk about their evolution, how they evolved, why they evolved, and I'm glad you
Donald?
learned from it.
Donald,
Yeah.
are they still cabbage?
Yes, and they're still mustard as well.
And they're still what?
They're
They'll
still
always
mustard
be
as
cabbage too. By the way,
They're still mustard.
They're not going to
So
change.
is that evidence convincing to you that cabbage and mosquitoes are related if you go back in time far enough?
What's it have to do with mosquitoes?
Or do the charts?
Mosquitoes
will
aren't
show
an
clearly-
ancestor of cabbage. You can't go back
Wait a
in
minute
time
now.
and find mosquitoes from
The
cabbage.
charts we teach the kids in school, like I have up on the screen, show that whales and mosquitoes and cabbage have a common ancestor. They have lines going back to a single common ancestor.
They
Do you
also have genes tracing them back to a common ancestor.
Okay, so
Besides,
do you?
the lines are just somebody's way of showing what the evidence is. That's not the evidence.
Do you believe this chart represents science? That there is scientific evidence that
It
a
is
whale and a
representative
mosquito?
of it. Yes, the chart is not the science, but yes, it does represent the science.
So I'm just going to try to get clear for the audience here. You believe whales and mosquitoes have a common ancestor sometime long ago and far away. What is the evidence that
I don't have a belief in such a thing. The evidence indicates that, yes.
What evidence indicates that whales and mosquitoes are related?
Genetic
Why would-
in genetic evidence strongly indicates. And not
Okay.
just that they're related, but exactly how they're related.
Okay, I think I could show you thousands of books right here in my library that all use a common code called the English language, 26
Yeah.
letters.
Yeah,
that
have you
prove
heard of the book
related?
of Pandas and People?
Yes,
They're,
yes.
they're, There's a
that true?
particular
Books
case
are
where
related.
an ancestor of one version of that book was shown to be an ancestor of that version of that book because of the evidence left behind in it. There was a transitional fossil left in the book.
There was.
That was in a
Okay,
court
Donald.
case.
Donald, I would say the English language has 26 letters, and that's the common code that all English books are written in.
Did you know that
I think that-
did you know ampersand used to be a letter in the English alphabet?
Just to be sure, what we might have to do is just to kind of eliminate the interruptions. We might have to kick into like a 3-minute response from each side.
Nah. I'll just let him talk. I've got stuff to say. When he's ready to let me say it, he can go ahead and do that. Go ahead,
Okay,
Ken.
so I want to make sure I understand you clearly what your position is. You think that this chart is showing the kids the truth that whales and mosquitoes have a common ancestor because they have the same DNA code. Is that your evidence for relationship? They have the same code that the life form is written in?
That is the evidence, yes. And I know for a fact that chart is an extreme oversimplification. But yes, it probably is intended to show them the truth as well as could be shown for someone of that age in a textbook.
So you think it's
Probably the
okay to
intention.
show?
Can we stop real quick, Amy?
Show students in school.
Absolutely.
So he's asking about the code.
Yes.
What you then should immediately point out is that we use DNA to determine whether children are from a specific father. That means that we do not all have the same code. That means that there are different codes, and that we can actually go to that code to define whether or not a specific person was our ancestor. And we can not only do that with a father, we can do that with grandfathers, aunts and uncles, even cousins. They have a different code, but we will still be able to extrapolate from that specific code that we are related, and that not only works in humans to define whether or not a dad needs to pay child support. We can go further back. The exact same system works all across the board, and that is how we can come up with evidence that we are genetically related to each other. And it is literally because we have a different code, not the same code. We have similarities in the code which we can trace back, which will point to ancestry. The exact same thing happens in a father and a child, and an aunt and an uncle, and that is literally what we're doing. We can go back further than he thinks we can, and that is the thing that you need to point out when he asks this question, because he will throw it back and say, okay, we've got the English language. Yeah, I have an example of the English language that you will not be able to understand. It's the first recorded English language, and I would dare anyone that I could play it back. No one will know what is being said. It's still English.
Yeah. And and the language has evolved since then, which makes my point. But by the way, I did want to say more than I did. The reason why I kept it down as small as I did is because I was trying to keep James from doing this, break it down into 3 minutes and 3 minutes, because I wanted to actually.
What I'm saying is, and is not that it's proving your point because it evolves. What is proving the point is that science has a way to trace it back.
Right.
We're not talking about going forward. We're talking about going back, and that is the difference where you're arguing and where Kent is arguing. You're going forward. Kent's going back.
Both ways.
So you will never be able to convince him if you're going the exact opposite way.
No, I'm going both ways, and I do believe I actually did address that, but not right then.
Sorry.
I do believe I actually did address that, but not right then, because I wanted to keep my response short there. And even as I was saying it, I felt like I was misrepresenting my view because I crammed it down so much. It is the same code. It's a different encoding when you're talking about the arrangement of the code. If you can even call it a code. Technically, it's really not a code.
It's
you
not
know,
a
but
different
we do call it
encoding.
one.
It's not a different encoding. This is the same encoding that you use to determine whether or not a child
No.
came from a specific father. It's the
Okay. We're
exactly the same method that is used
I know.
to determine
I know.
what
You
our
misunderstood me.
ancestors were.
You misunderstood me, and I'm sorry you misunderstood me. I was just trying to clarify. I will not. Go ahead.
Did you find the paragraphs?
No, I'm not looking for them.
Oh, okay. And we'll continue.
When we get through this whole thing, if we get through the whole thing, maybe I'll look for them then.
Okay. And if you don't find them, we'll just sum up and I'll ask you what you wanted to say.
Expense that whales and mosquitoes have a common ancestor.
Is that
by
what we're
using this
debating?
chart. What's that?
Is that what we're debating? Because I thought the
Yes,
debate.
you said the
I
evidence
thought
for
it was about
evolution is
evolution.
ubiquitous. You're saying the
Right.
evidence is everywhere. Where is the evidence that mosquitoes and whales have a common ancestor? You're saying the DNA
in
code.
the genetics. You got that
Okay.
right. It's in the genetics.
I would agree. They have many similarities in the DNA code, the CATG, but that could prove the same designer made the code.
Yeah,
Why
except
does
it's
that
not
prove-
just a matter of similarities.
One sec.
It's not-
I'm going to give you a
Sorry,
chance to
I'm
respond,
interrupting
Ken.
too much again.
One sec, Donald. They are saying, Donald, that your mic, I think your mic might be bumping into your shirt and it causes a noise that is distracting.
Sorry, here. Let me try to fix that if I can. Wait, put that through here, maybe.
Let it evolve.
Then it shouldn't bounce around. Is that
I
better?
think that's better.
Okay, hopefully it will be.
Okay, Donald, would it be okay if someone chose to believe that the whale and the mosquito have a common designer? Because all we've ever actually seen,
It's
all we've
okay
ever
for someone to
actually
believe.
seen, you said you wouldn't interrupt. All we've
Sorry.
ever actually seen is whales produce whales. We've never seen a whale produce a non-whale, never. So why would you say it's science to believe it happened in the past when it can't happen today? Science
Because-
is things we can observe, study, and test and demonstrate. They observe whales making baby whales. That's as far as it goes.
Are you ready for an answer to that?
Yeah, I'd love to hear an answer to that one.
Okay. Yeah, we have observed many things giving rise to things that they weren't. What they don't do is stop being what they were.
Wait, that's a contradictory statement. Say that
No,
slower.
it's not at all a contradictory statement.
Okay.
As I said, the
Yeah.
cabbages are still mustard. Broccoli is still a mustard.
Are they still plants?
They're still plants as well, yes. Plants
Okay,
never.
does that prove plants and whales are related?
There's only one way that a plant reproduces.
Can you stop real quick?
Produce a non-plant, and that is for.
With the moment he says, "Are they still plants?" you should point out that he's slowly getting it. If the broccoli is still a mustard, and both the broccoli and the mustard are still plants, he now acknowledges evolution by natural selection and artificial selection. He is literally acknowledging
I agree.
it because he's making the kind bigger. Are they all still plants? Yes. And let's go back another step. They're also still eukaryotes. Eukaryotes are plants and animals. And so finally, this is the point where you need to coin him. This is the point where you need to pin him down and say, hey,
If I could.
you just got it. You went one step further back. Now let's go back another step. And now you're actually acknowledging evolution because they are still plants. That is
That
what
was
you
the
need
po-
to hammer on. That's
that-
where you
that
need to
wa-
keep his feet to the fire.
I agree, Peter. That was the plan all along. The thing is, we're working in a debate format, and I have a limited time for each response. And I was trying to give him most of the time,
And that's
so
and
he's
that's
got
why
no
you should
excuse.
never. That's
So
why
he's
you
got
should
no
never
excuse to say
go
that I didn't
into
let
a
him talk.
debate. That's why you should never go into a debate with a certain set of points, and you want to make all of those points. You need to respond to your interlocutor.
That's exactly what I'm
win.
doing.
That is how you win a debate. If you just let him talk and you talk, you will talk past each other and you will get nowhere. The moment
except-
he gives you the opportunity to pin him down, you need to pin him down.
Well, I did. I didn't go into the detail I would have liked to, but I did pin him down. And like I said, I get into more detail later. I didn't forget later on what it was that he brought up.
Yeah, let's see.
But thank you. You're right. You are right.
And if, for example, if a pine tree mated with an elephant successfully, do you know what that would be? You know what the result would be?
This is my favorite part.
Stupid. The result would be a eukaryote.
Say the word.
Because that's what they both are. Both parents would be eukaryotes. The offspring would be eukaryotes. So yes, they would be producing the same, as you call it, kind. The thing is, I don't see any evidence that those are created kinds. I see, yes, you can use the word kind, okay, and I can go along with that. And it can be vague or very specific depending on how you go about using it. But yeah, if an elephant and a pine tree successfully mated, whether through help from a laboratory or somehow they did it on their own, their offspring would be a eukaryote.
You're aware, of course, that it is not possible in any laboratory, if a group of scientists, intelligent scientists, could take the gene code from an elephant and cross it with the gene code from a pine tree.
It's not you, Kent. I'm trying really hard.
That would prove it takes intelligence to do this. It doesn't happen in nature. All we see, all we observe is pine trees produce pine trees. I got thousands of them on my property here. Come see them. Pine trees make pine trees every time. But you think, Donald, you think pine trees came from a single-celled organism.
Maybe it's later.
Don't you?
Yes.
Why would you believe such a thing?
Every last one of them.
Every pine tree came from a single-celled organism.
Yep.
Is that what you believe?
Yep.
And you want
every
that
pine
to be
tree.
taught?
Every pine tree was a single-celled organism at one stage in its life, and it came from that, and it survived every stage along the way. And by the way, the word evolution was used to describe an embryo's development long before it was used to describe the evolution of life over generations.
Now that's where I started at the beginning, asking, what exactly do you mean by evolution? If a single
all
cell,
of the things you named and none of the things you called
Hold
them.
on, Donald.
Okay.
Just the interruption.
Just
We
answering.
might have to go to a 3-minute interval.
I was only trying to answer him, letting him go.
That's what I meant about not being able to have the time.
To make a zygote, a single cell, and it slowly develops into a human being. Is that, in your mind, evolution?
That is one type of evolution, yes. That is not reproductive evolution, and the changes that it makes over its lifetime will not be passed on. If it, for example, comes into contact with some chemical that changes, that affects its eye color, so it ends up with purple eyes, it doesn't mean its offspring are going to have purple eyes. It doesn't have the genetics to have that happen. It just, had that happen as a development during its lifetime.
I taught biology 15 years. I understand that extremely well. So, but would you agree that the zygote forming from a sperm and an egg is following a code as it develops?
See, now I can hear Aron's voice in the back of my head going, 15 years as a high school teacher, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What told it to divide and make?
He was a teacher on no high school.
Yeah, he was saying he taught for like 2 years at a preaching school or something like that.
And this is why we need to be careful on how we use words. Kent is right when he said I taught high school science, because where he taught it, that was considered to be high school science. He taught it in a church homeschooling class, which is not a high school. The curriculum that he taught is not high school curriculum. And this is why words have meanings, and this is why we need to pin down every single one of them. If he's saying I taught high school science, no, you didn't. You didn't teach at a high school, and you didn't teach the high school curriculum. So we can attack you on both.
And he didn't teach science either, because he doesn't know science.
The body is an incredibly complicated 4-dimensional code, way more than our 2-dimensional.
Okay, can I respond to that momentarily?
Sure.
I just wanted to say I found that rather humorous, where he's talking about a 4-dimensional code and a 2-dimensional code, because apparently he not only doesn't understand science and doesn't understand evolution, doesn't understand biology, doesn't understand geometry or mathematics either. What he's talking about is a base 2 code and a base 4 code, not a 2-dimensional code and a 4-dimensional code. Binary is a base 2 encoding.
That's not what he's
Binary is a
saying. He's actually correct in it being four-dimensional because it's not a linear code. There are subsets to the code that will influence things in another way, and that's where you get your 4 dimensions. He's not referring to the 4 letters.
You're right. There are multiple
DNA.
dimensions, but no, that's not what he's referring to. He's actually referring to the 4
No.
different
I know for a fact that this is what he knows, and this is what he means. And that is because I watch literally everything he puts out. He knows what he means. He knows what he means by it being a 4-dimensional code.
Then
because
why is he comparing it to binary?
Just one code. The code will have different layers that will do different things. And that part he knows. And he knows about as much about that as I do. But it is still, if you ask a biologist, it is still a multi-dimensional. DNA is defined as a multi-dimensional code, and that's not based on the 4 letters in the code.
Yeah, if he is meaning that definition, then he is also conflating it with the other one because he's comparing it with binary.
He's not,
which
because
is
he's
no
correct.
thing.
He's not, because he's correct about it being a 4-dimensional code. He's correct
I'm not saying,
it being a 4-dimensional code.
I'm not saying he's not correct. I'm saying he's comparing it to binary, saying that binary is a 2-dimensional code.
Which it is.
No.
And DNA isn't.
It is a base.
So he's making a good
binary
point.
Is a
he's literally making a good point and a scientific point.
Binary is a base 2 place value encoding of numbers. It is not a 2-dimensional code. It's actually a 1-dimensional encoding, and it's very 1-dimensional.
But DNA isn't a 4-dimensional code based on the 4 letters in DNA. That's literally what I just said. And that's not what he means. And that's not what he means. He knows that within DNA there are layers, and those layers will. It seems to me that can you let me speak? If those layers are different, they will, with the exact same base pairs, they will give a different outcome, and that's what he means. That's the part that he's picked up over time. And that is what he means when he says DNA is a 4-dimensional code, because it is considered to be a multi-dimensional code.
Multi-dimensional, yes, more than 4-dimensional is actually.
I'm not sure if it's more or if it's less. It is.
Yeah,
I know that there are multiple layers defining the outcome.
I'm just saying, if he did mean that, he didn't allude to it at all, and he did. I'm pretty sure he did make a direct allusion to having meant the four different base pairs, and also the fact that he compared it with binary, which is not multidimensional.
Well, he didn't have to allude to this because he is consistent in this argument all through his videos. He's
being consistent in using the argument doesn't mean that he understands the argument. He might. I'll give you that. He might understand it.
First of all, he did understand that part, which is a tiny part, and he is consistent in his usage of this. And if you study Kent Hovind, you will know exactly what he means.
Yeah, well, like I said, he didn't seem to. He didn't allude to it. He didn't seem to understand it.
Because he doesn't have to, because he's been consistent.
He didn't seem to mean what you said. He seemed to mean something that is inconsistent with what he said. Which indicates to me that he didn't understand. If you watch his videos,
you will know that he's consistent and that he literally means one thing, and he doesn't ever veer off of that when he's talking about
he often means several things at the same time, because that way he can pick which meaning he wants to.
And this is why it's important. And this is why it's important to know that on this specific point, he's consistent.
Okay, and that's why I said, if that was what he meant, I don't think it was the only thing he meant. He conflated. That's all.
All right. Both of you got fans out there. See? It all came back around. All right.
And I want to let me see. Dave Garr. Dave Garr said Peter is a pedant. You're 100% correct. I am at times. I am.
Thank him for that, right?
and it is what I've picked up over time. If you want to counter an apologist, you have to be pedantic. Otherwise, you're giving them leeway to come up with bullshit. And that's my point of view.
Ramen.
We shouldn't give him the leeway. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
No room to wiggle, right?
Exactly. Pin
And
them
okay.
down on every single sentence, if needed, on every single word, on every single letter. Pin them down on their bullshit. And that's what we need to do.
Because I didn't have the time to be able to pin him down on everything, I was selective about what I did pin him down on. But,
and here's the thing.
Yeah,
here's the thing, Donald.
I
This
think you did well.
This is constructive criticism, and I mentioned this earlier. Do not go into a debate with a set of arguments that you definitely want to use,
I agree.
because that is never going to work. If you want to win the debate, hold on. If you want to win a debate, be flexible, and don't allow him to ask you difficult questions. Turn that on him. Pin him down on everything he says, and
I was ready
for
any question he could have thrown at
give up all your points, because you will be handed enough points to demolish him without even having a prepared set of arguments that you want to use.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what I did, actually. I came in having an idea what stuff he'd probably talk about, but ready to address. That's why I had all kinds of materials ready that never got used in the debate, because I had stuff that was prepared just in case. And I covered a lot of just in cases. And of course, there's my general knowledge that, I didn't even have to prepare for, because it's just there. Kent, on the other hand, came in prepared to do a sermon and prepared to knock me down the same way he knocks everyone else down, by expecting me to respond the same way that he prepares everyone else to respond. As a matter of fact, his secretary required of me that I watch one of his creation seminars in order to prepare me for the debate, because they wanted to make sure that I was ready to respond the ways that he was prepared for me to respond.
Mm-hmm.
And I carry Mary Justin Bieber's.
And this is why I never prepare for anything. We offer our theist guests a second show where they can come up with the topic, and I make it very clear, and I stress that you do not tell us the topic until we are live, because I don't want to prepare for your topic. I want to take your topic the way you throw it at me. That's important, because I need to respond to what you're saying.
That's how we used to do it in college. I used to get a lot of those in college, and I would turn down the debate if it was something that I did not feel I could defend. But generally speaking, I could pick a side, and I could defend my side, and never had a debate I actually lost. Actually won them quite easily, but I have to say this debate is the fastest I've ever won one. I won the debate before I even started my opening statement.
All right, that's okay. Let's watch Ken Hovind squirm more.
Three-dimensional 4-part code. This is not simple. It's so if you're thinking that a single cell is developing into a pine tree because the pollen fell on the seed and pollinated it, and that is what you mean by evolution, then you're being very deceitful.
No, I'm not.
Get a chart. Yes, you are. To let a kids get a chart like this, that's evidence that a pine tree and a whale are related.
You're conflating.
That's deceitful.
No, you are conflating.
Complaining. I'm pointing out the
obvious. No, I said you are conflating. Science. You are conflating one.
Okay.
Yes, you are conflating two different things.
Amy, can I do a quick shout out? Amy?
Yes. Why do I have a thing for Amy? Oh, this is Ben Shapiro's new movie. That's funny. Okay, absolutely.
So I don't know if he's still watching. We had someone watching that we had on our show, and is probably the biggest enemy Kent Hovind has, and he's one of the few that he will never engage with, which is Robert Beatty. He just
Kent Hovind's worst nightmare.
He put out a tweet, so I want to say hi to Robert Beatty, who is
one
of few people who will pin down Kent Hovind on literally everything that comes out of his mouth, and I love that about Robert. I don't agree with everything, but that's the part I really agree with.
Then a shout out to Robert.
Yep.
It's not science to say that a pine tree.
That is not the evolution of an embryo. That
I almost
is
stopped it
evolution
when it
of
was you
many,
talking.
many,
I was like,
many
oh, Donald. Okay.
generations of population. And what's represented in the pictures is a simple depiction of some member or some representative graphic representation of some of that particular population at that point in the graph that they're showing. That's all that is. It's, as I mentioned, an oversimplification, but that is population genetics. That's reproductive evolution. That's not evolution of an embryo. And it's also not cosmic evolution. By the way, you have said that cosmic evolution is the origin of time and space, the Big Bang. That's an origin, not a process. Evolution is a process. Cosmic evolution is the evolution of the cosmos. In other words, cosmic evolution is the process of change accumulating or being accumulated. As the cosmos changes, it adds up changes. That doesn't matter whether that you and I are part of the cosmos. We're part of cosmic evolution. In other words, the accumulation of developmental changes and generative changes and destructive changes and all other kinds of changes that have accumulated anywhere in the universe during all of time across all of space, potentially including whatever caused the Big Bang, although we currently have no way of knowing that, but certainly including the accumulation of changes that produce subatomic particles, atoms, molecules, complex chemicals, galaxies, stars, planets, weather patterns, ecosystems, biology, cellular life, multicellular life, the diversity of ocean life, land life, mammals like us, and even human cultures. However, evolution is not an origin event as you keep making it out to be. It's a process.
Well, in order for anything to evolve, it has to exist. How did it come into existence? Where did matter come from?
Well, evolution creates things.
Evolution has a will, a mind. Is evolution? Is your God named evolution?
No. Why would you conflate a natural process with a supernatural deity?
Well, you are giving a natural process, as you call it, deity power to create. Where did time, space, and matter come from? You are assigning those things to a deity. You're assigning those as deity powers. I'm not. So are you.
I recognize the natural processes.
This natural process is your God. You think that natural process can create time, space, and matter and create life from non-living material.
I didn't say that. I said that's something we don't know yet.
Say it. You'd be embarrassed to say it. I'll say it for you. You believe evolution is your God.
So you're stop real quick, Amy. And here's where I would have pinned him down on what his definition of a god is. If his definition of a god is merely something that creates, then you could say that evolution is your god. If there are other things involved, such as worship, a book of rules, a book of how you should live your life, then obviously evolution is not your god, because evolution doesn't give you a set of rules to live by. And
you
so
you want to know why? I'll wait.
Yeah, that's what I would have done immediately when he brings up the thing. Is this your god? No,
would you like to know
I'm going
why?
I'm going to now use really nice arguments to point out how incredibly stupid you are by bringing this up, and you're going to make my point for me, and that's what I would have done.
Okay, would you like to know why I didn't address his definition of a god?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the reason why I didn't do that is because he was asking me if that was what I believe, that I considered evolution my god, which means he's going by my definition of a god. I don't need his definition for that. By my definition of a god, no, evolution is not my god. I can answer that just like that. If he wants to get into his definition, then yeah, I could go there. But I wanted to stick on the topic of evolution and not get into theism. So
I can see that. I would have used this. I would have used this to minimize his god. I would have loved this to just mock the god that he believes in.
Yeah,
because
if there was more, if time wasn't an issue, if not for the time issue, yeah, I would have loved to. And I 100% agree with you there. It should have been done, but there just
Okay, so
wasn't,
I'm curious.
you know,
Were you
time.
given a specific time limit for this debate? Was there a specific time
I
given
was
for
well.
the open conversation?
Yeah, there was a debate format. We were given a very limited amount of time for the discussion, and I wanted to reach certain things in the discussion if I could. I didn't expect to be able to get to most of them, and
So, but
also
what was the time?
Also,
What was
Kent
the time
required
allotted?
at least half the time.
What I'm curious
forget.
about is what was the time allotted to?
I forget. It was 8 minutes for the opening statements, and I think it was 40 minutes for the discussion, and then there was a question and answer session after that.
Yeah, it wasn't very long.
And,
wasn't very long.
So if you watch the video is 2 hours. So
Yeah,
there
I
is
stretched-
more.
I
There is
stretched
more
it out a
time
little bit.
reserved. There's more time reserved to the Q&A than there is for the entire discussion, and that
Yeah,
would
most
be a
of that
thing
is
that
because most of that is
Yeah.
because Kent decided rather than answering any questions to just preach and preach and preach and preach and preach and preach and preach until James had to stop him and move on to the next question. He didn't answer any questions at all.
It could be me, but the
And
problem
and-
that I have with this is that now you've got 2 hours, and the people participating don't even get a full hour of those 2 hours. And I think if you're going to have more than an hour of Q&A time, I think the time would have been spent better to give that time to the people who actually show up for the debate. That's the part that I'm saying.
Yeah, the Q&A I don't think was meant to be as long as it was, but he did guarantee he would answer 7 questions. And since Kent decided to turn each question into an opportunity to preach a sermon as long as he could
Which
get
he
away
always
with,
does. Which he always does.
that stretched it out, and that left me with hardly any chance to say anything. And as a result of that, I did tell. I had somehow mistakenly gotten the impression we were going to have an opportunity for closing remarks, and when I found out I was wrong, I conceded that okay, my mistake. But then when Kent was doing that, I did bring it up to James and told him, as long as Kent's going to just preach rather than answering any questions, I would like that opportunity for a closing statement. And he said, okay, if Kent agrees to it, and Kent was okay with it. So we each got a closing statement at the end.
Yeah, I still think
Which
if
lengthened
they
it
would
more.
have extended the time that you and Kent had to, let's say, an hour and a half. If you're going to do a 2-hour video, make it an hour and a half. Have half an hour for people who ask questions, and
Yeah.
I think
Kent-
that would
Kent
be
wouldn't
more
because his
beneficial.
sermon runs out.
Well, so I have 2 things. I think that the debate was made shorter purposely because we can do the modern day debate has done 3-hour debates and all this stuff, but it seems like the more
It's a Kent Hovind
popular
thing.
apologist, especially Kent Hovind, who I love, and his tech guy should set up the debate with me. Mwah. Mwah, come debate me. I love you. It seems like he wants to get a short amount of time.
Amy.
Oh, yeah,
Amy,
he
I'm
wanted
going
it
to
to be
call him
under
this
an
week.
hour.
Do you want me to help
Really?
set that up?
Yes, I sent his tech guy an email, but he might have missed it. I was either going to send a second, but sure, you should.
I will make
Kent-
sure that I'm going to mention your name when I'm talking to Kent.
Yeah,
Woohoo!
Kent wanted the debate to be under an hour, but James gave us a specific format. The format would have been slightly over an hour, and Kent did agree to that format. But like I said, then we ended up with him stretching out the question and answer session by preaching rather than answering, and then I managed to get the closing statements tacked on the end of that, which is why it ended up a lot longer than it would have been otherwise. But it did. But the debate itself was quite short, and I knew it would be. So I skipped a lot of stuff I would have liked to have said and pinned him down on. But there were more important things I wanted to be able to get to, so I had to.
And I'll make this one comment, and then I have a question for you, Dak. Or it's basically, even though he's not a presuppositionalist apologetic, he basically does the same thing that presups do. Is he's not here to show evidence; he's here to preach.
Yeah, he sort of is.
He's always there to preach. That is one of his main things. This is, and you can go back and check. If he isn't allowed at least as far as he concerns, if he isn't allowed to preach as much as he wants to, he won't mirror the debate on his channel. You can check it out. There are several debates that aren't mirrored on his channel, and those are the ones where he is cut down when he starts preaching.
Wants to control the field. Wants to be on home turf.
Exactly. He needs his followers to see exactly what he wants them to
Well,
see. And part of that is preaching,
techniques.
and that is why he will do that in every single debate.
He is using actual brainwashing techniques, and as far as he's concerned, we can discredit him any way we want. We can prove him wrong any way we want, as long as he can continue to repeat his message and brainwash a few people and reinforce the brainwashing he's already done. That's all he's really aiming for. So so I wasn't really trying to reach him. I was trying to reach some of the people he's brainwashed.
And so, Dak, you're getting a question. If you could do the event again, what would you change?
Nothing. I mean, make it longer if I could, but I mean, aside from what I had any ability to change, nothing. I did it just the way that I thought it should be done, and I think I made the best of it that I possibly could have.
So the big thing is when you're debating people like Kent Hovind, you should always keep in mind that you're never going to convince him. This is the guy's livelihood. He's not going to give that up. He's raking in. I think around now he might be raking in a couple of million a year.
What? So we're in the wrong business, folks. What are we doing here? Praise Jeebus.
Yes,
I would not take that much.
What you want to do, if you're debating a guy like this, is you want to make sure that everything you do is addressing his followers, not him, because you're not going to convince him. You need to make him look stupid. You need to make invalidate all of his arguments. Hey, Beach, nice to see you.
He does his own making him look stupid. He does his own making himself look stupid. I just pointed it out.
Yeah, but you need to make him look stupid to his followers. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, like I said, all I have to do is point
he
it out.
looks stupid to any of us already. There's nothing you can do to increase that. That's already done and dusted. But
like I said, all I have to do is point it out.
Whenever you get the chance, you need to make him look silly for his followers. That's the only gain there is in a debate.
I understand, and I agree. Like I said, my way of doing that was to point out how he made himself look stupid repeatedly. So
let's find out.
Can see that he made himself look stupid, and that way they can't go, oh, this guy's trying to make him look stupid, because I wasn't. I just pointed out that he did it himself repeatedly.
Me on purpose now.
No. You said. I said, where did time, space, matter come from? You said evolution created it. So you're giving.
That's not what I said. No, again, you're strawmanning me. I did not say that.
Tell me where time, space, matter came from. One more time.
I don't know. Neither do you.
Well, is it okay if I say I believe God did it? And since you don't know, and wait, since nobody knows, why are we teaching all this to the kids in public school like we do know?
You could say the tooth fairy did it too. It wouldn't make it true.
Oh, I agree. See, I'm not telling everybody they've got to pay to teach my religion in the school. You want everybody to pay to teach your religion.
No, but you do sell your books, and you do go to schools and do your preaching and stuff like that. So yeah, in a way you are actually.
That was actually a great point. I've never ever seen someone respond to his I don't take tax money to teach it to kids. No, you take the money that people pay you from your books through your 777 club, because you've got a dinosaur Adventureland and you want to keep it free for everyone to come there. Well, as they can come, and it is still free as long as they will work for you. So there's no money involved. You're paying them in housing and food. That you don't need your 777 club to be open for free, because the people who come there are put to work. You can stay there for one day. The second day, he's going to put you to work. There are tons of videos where he literally says that. And so, yes, where's the money going?
Yeah,
teaching kids.
That is a fee. That's called a consideration fee. Yeah, he is charging a fee.
Into his pocket. That's where it's going. The one joke I wanted to make, but I couldn't during the debate, because he makes a comment at one point where he's like, "We all die. It's one thing we do." I wanted to be, that's right, Ken. There's only two things in life. We die and we pay our... Oh. Yeah, you're right. I guess it's just dying. You're right, Ken. I guess we don't pay...
Nothing sure in life but death and taxes. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Unless you're an apologist, then there's only death.
Then you're a tax activist.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're an apologist, the only thing sure in life is death.
And keep in mind, apparently. Keep in mind, Kent is also peddling the sovereign citizenship thing.
Really?
In the background. He doesn't want people to know, but that is literally what he is doing. He's involved with people who are active in the sovereign citizen movement, and recently one of those people got shot because they wanted to help someone get their kids back, and then they found out that it wasn't about getting them their kids back, it was about furthering the sovereign citizen movement. And so the mother actually shot the guy who was trying to help her get her kids back. If you want to know more about that, you can watch our talk with Robert Beatty, and there's a link to that to his website where you can find all that information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
there's,
I mean,
there's a lot more going on in the background that he doesn't want
that
people
you can't
to know
see. Ken is one of those guys that drapes himself in the flag, but then he does everything to, I don't want to say destroy our country, but...
His former wife, Mary Toko, left him because she started looking into the financial things of creation science evangelism, and she saw shady things happening, and she didn't want to be a part of it. And when at some point she was told that she needed to be a biblical wife, as in seen and not heard, is where she thought, well, then I'm not going to be seen, and she just left.
Yeah, frig that shit.
Neither seen nor heard.
Just saying.
The only reasonable response to give to that, because, yeah.
And by the way, what I just said, I got straight from Mary Toko, not from anyone else, not from anyone coming up with explanations. This is what Mary Toko put out in public about her leaving Kent Hovind. So, yep.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to say, if anybody has dropped me a question in the chat or something, I haven't been watching the chat most of this time. Once in a while, I manage to get a glance in it. But if they when this is over, if they write down their question when it's over, drop it in the comments. I will try to get to them there.
Okay, or if you have a question for Peter or Donald, send me at Amy Newman, and I'll bring it up on screen. And okay, let's get back into the fun.
Actual debate. Wait a minute. I'm not going to let that one slide. I am not requiring the taxpayers to pay my salary while I teach them that mosquitoes and whales came from a rock. I'm not doing that. See, your textbooks show me that animals and fungi and plants have a common ancestor. I think they're lying.
So you're straw manning them as well.
No, it's not straw.
I already told you. I already said in my opening statement. We agree that we didn't come from a rock.
Well, the books teach that.
No.
Amy, can you stop real quick?
Not any.
Yep, and buy stripper liquor.
He's not relying on taxes. What he is relying on is what is called
tithing.
Tithing.
Yeah.
Which is
the other
kind
loophole
of a form of tax within religion.
Yeah. It is a
so
tax.
There would be a good point to be made that you're relying on the religious equivalent of taxing.
He's projecting. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
Yeah, he's taxing the people and then not paying taxes. And I honestly, sincerely think that religions should not get a free tax exempt status in the United States just for being
That
religious.
too.
I fully
that
agree.
is a violation of the First Amendment, as I understand it, to the Constitution of the United States of America, and that should be repealed. They should get rid of that, because that is a law respecting a religious establishment, and that shouldn't exist. They shouldn't. If they want to get a tax-free status, they should have to get it the same way any other business gets a tax-free status. And there are several such ways, but pick one.
And one thing, I still think it should be required that if you get a tax-free status, you need to give insight into your books.
I agree, 100%.
Literally
Yeah, I'd
every
agree
cent that is
I'd agree
going
as well.
in and going out, we need to check where that is going, where that came from. If you want to be tax-free,
Yeah, at least
that's a
as much
requirement.
as reasonably possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're they're asking for an exemption from something that nobody else gets to be exempt from. They should be able to show that they're actually fitting the category that gave them that exemption. So
yeah, we need to be able to see whether or not there are good things done with the money that is coming in. That's the first. The other thing is we also need to be able to keep track whether or not money laundering is involved somewhere.
Right.
Because
Right.
if you're a preacher,
Yeah, and I've seen somebody-
preacher, I'm pretty sure you do not need a multi-million-dollar
Peter.
house in pretty much every state in the U.S. You do not need 6 airplanes to go everywhere and preach, because you can't sit next to the demons. Oh wait, you can't say demons because they're people. You know what Ken Copeland did? I can't sit on a plane with demons.
What if you're money laundering for God?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I got a plane,
there's
but I need a newer plane. I need a nicer plane. I need a better plane.
Upgrade.
Now I've got 6. Because I can
it's
fly on
gotcha.
6 planes at once. I'm Kenneth Copeland.
They could not be more
Yeah.
ironic if they made the plane out of poor people.
Yeah.
One example from my own experiences, one example that I've seen that sort of exemplifies what you're saying, is where I have seen homeless shelters, which get like donated computers from the local school system, that those computers are paid for with tax money, and they're being donated to a homeless shelter for the homeless shelter to use. But the homeless shelter is owned by a religious organization. So they get all these computers and they put them in a big computer room, and then they tell the homeless people, these few computers over here, that's for you to use if you need to, work on things to, maybe get yourself out of being homeless. And all of these other ones on the other side of the room, that's all for religious study. That's all for the church. The religion gets the computers that were paid for by tax money. But and the whole organization is exempt because they're owned by a religious organization. So it just gets all convoluted.
Yeah. Mobar just said he needs a plane.
There should be some accountability.
I need a plane too. Just saying, I can't sit next to demons either.
And the funny thing about that is, if you ask these T-Evangelicus, they'll be like, well, God works in mysterious ways. God helps who helps himself. It's like, I think God helps thee who puts their hand into poor
God
people's
helps those that are
pockets.
caught helping themselves.
Yeah.
God helps them who
You heard
help
me?
themselves,
So,
and that's why apologists help themselves to a lot of money.
Let me double dip here.
Yeah. An old friend of mine used to say, God helps those who help themselves, and God help those who are caught helping themselves.
Yeah, God likes to clearly not give homeless people sandwiches. He wanted to make sure that you had gold.
I mean, Amy, what are you saying? That feeding people is a lot more important than getting Kent Hovind his 5th 4-wheeler to drive people around on his non-existing dinosaur Adventureland, which is basically just a lot of sand. Just saying.
You don't know the struggle that he went to to get that money out of other people's pockets. Okay.
Yeah,
Hard.
that's
Yes.
a real struggle.
Yes, he
Just
hardly
kidding,
worked
Ken.
for
I
that.
love you. Come on the show. Come on. We heart you.
He worked
Teasing.
he worked hardly for that.
Exactly.
That got it right, and most of them do get it right. Yes,
Okay,
some make
Donald.
errors.
Donald, let me ask you a simple question. Do you believe the Earth was a hot molten ball of rock 4.6 billion years ago? You don't believe
No.
that?
No, I
The
believe that the Earth was a hot molten ball of a whole lot of different elements, and that it was liquid. It was not rock.
Okay. Did the liquid cool down and turn to rock?
Some of it.
Some of it did. Okay. On the surface. Did it rain on those rocks for millions of years and make oceans?
No.
No.
They
There
didn't.
were oceans before it rained because how is water going to evaporate if there are no oceans to evaporate the water from?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
You
mean, don't
gotta
get me
say-
wrong. Yeah, there probably
I mean-
was some water falling down from space, along with rocks falling from space. And other
Keep
stuff
in
falling
mind,
from space.
keep in mind, Ken thinks that there was a dome covering the earth, and outside of the
Yeah.
dome there was water, and God opened the
I know.
windows to let the water in.
Wait,
so,
what?
Yeah.
He is a
And
dome
also-
believer?
And,
Yes?
and that God also pumped water up from underground.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah. He also said that some of the craters on Mars are a result of pieces of Earth landing there because of the fountains of the deep that broke open and shot things into space. And
Yeah,
that
because there
landed
was so
on the
much-
moon, and that's where we got the craters on the moon.
Yeah, because there was so much water pressure
But why?
underneath the Earth. Somehow there was so much water pressure underneath the Earth that even though it hadn't broken out in all that time, it was enough to push something all the way to Mars when it finally did.
Yeah.
Seems,
Yeah, and
a
then
little far-fetched. A little.
yeah. And then a
You know.
comet came, which was basically an ice comet, and because of the magnetic field around Earth, the ice literally came down on just two places, which is the North and the South Pole, and that cooled off the North and the South Pole and gave us the ice caps. That's
Yes, because we
his
know
explanation.
because we all know how much because we all know that frozen water is a permanent magnet, right?
and
Oh, wait,
that
no.
is and that
we
all
don't.
happened 4,300 years ago during the flood. Before that, we had no ice on the poles.
Oh yeah, yeah. His whole story is ridiculous, and I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love to address every last bit of his nonsense, but that wasn't what
I'm
the
still
debate
I'm
was
still
about. It
working
was
on
about
that.
evolution.
It's a lot of work. I've been working on this for 3 years. I'm on here because of one specific video, 100 reasons why evolution is stupid. I want to address every single point in that video, and I want Kent Hovind to be there when I do it.
That'd be
takes
cool.
a lot of work.
Hey, that'd be cool.
But yeah, I will repeat. If you can get him to debate me again, go ahead. And
I
even
think he
if
was
that means
about to
even if
for
that means telling him what you were just saying, you would tell him. If you want to tell him that I'm going to help him make his point, go ahead. Because
He doesn't want to do this topic again, though. I could tell. I could feel that.
That's not what's going to happen.
I'm completely distracted because apparently it is cuddle time.
Puppy! That is okay.
A 16-year-old puppy that was predicted
Really?
to get not much
Hello,
older
puppy.
than 9 years. So yeah.
Yay! Oh, I love the entire Carnivora branch. There is not a single species on the Carnivora branch which is not awesome. I would adopt a skunk if they came to my doorstep. And okay, let's get back to the Gish Gallop.
Who said anything about primordial soup? We were talking
Well,
about the early Earth.
Yeah, the textbooks teach that life had to form in this primordial soup.
Yeah, but you're jumping way ahead. You were talking about the early Earth. The early Earth had water in it.
So where did
As-
this water come
As
from?
I said, it was a mixture of a bunch of different elements.
I say water
Where did
too. I
these
can't help
elements
it.
come from nothing?
Well, we're getting into
I'll have a choice.
and stellar evolution. You want me to go into details?
You chose the title for the debate. Is evolution
Absolutely.
ubiquitous?
I'm ready for it if that's what you want.
Okay,
You want me to go into details?
You
I
said
did have
the
other things I was going to try to add, but yeah.
Okay. Your claim is that the evidence for evolution is everywhere. Which kind of evolution are you talking about?
Evolution. I'm not talking.
He's distorted my claim, by the way.
Evolution.
And what do you mean by that word?
I just like that he made his crew laugh. That
has nothing to do with dogs and pine trees. Evolution is the process of change accumulating or being accumulated. It is a process. It's not a history. It's not a claim. It's not a story. It's not a religion. It has nothing to do with any of the stuff you make it out to be. Evolution is a process. That's all it is.
You think that the evidence for evolution, for a process, is ubiquitous. The process of changing to a different kind. I showed you that there are 400
you're strawmanning me again.
I am not. I'm trying to get you to understand. Okay, let me try to make it simple. Okay.
You can ask me about that. I'll answer it.
Okay, there are 60 varieties of oak trees. They might have had a common ancestor called a tree. Is that evidence that trees and mosquitoes are related in your mind?
No.
Amy, can you stop?
Mosquitoes.
Absolutely.
That is evidence coming out of your mouth, Kent, that all trees are related. That means oak trees and pine trees are related.
Right.
Can we please take a moment and sit back in how you just said that all trees are related? Kent, are trees plants? Oh, wait. You mean to think all plants might be related because they're all plants?
Yeah, he admitted that earlier.
How far do we need to go back until you get it?
They're still plants. Yeah. Yeah. But did you notice his deflection? He's asking, does that in my mind, because he's trying to insinuate to his followers that in my mind, the fact that these trees are all descended from a tree means that they're all descended from a mosquito. That's what he's trying to get them to think.
And that's where I will pin him down every time he deflects, and I will pin him down on his deflection. If you do that often enough, he will stop deflecting because he will be afraid that you're going to address the point that he's deflecting with. And that's a way to nail him down and to get him to talk about one specific topic. Just attack everything he throws at you.
What was that?
If you hit left arrow once before you start it back up, I think you'll be able to hear where I did just that. And thanks, Peter.
Mosquitoes are related in your mind?
No, that has nothing to do with mosquitoes.
Okay, well,
you didn't mention mosquitoes in that, so no, it doesn't.
Let's try another one.
That was me pointing out that he deflected.
Also, I can't help.
Yeah, now you're deflecting again. Let's try something else.
I can't
because
help.
You're addressing my point now. Let's go to something different. And that's where you need just follow
Like I said, that's what I came prepared to do. Address all of his points.
And keep his feet to the fire wherever he goes.
That's exactly what I did.
I just want to make the same irreverent topic I made while I was watching this debate. But if you look at his search, it just looks like he's playing Minecraft. It's just like, all right, we got chickens, bears, watermelons, we got wasps, tomatoes, bananas, bats, and oaks. All right, let's go play Minecraft. Sorry. Once again, I'm here all night.
I like it.
That they're both eukaryotes. The mosquito and the oak tree are both eukaryotes. Therefore, they are related in your mind. Is that
because
correct?
they have both inherited genes from primitive eukaryotes, and there is a trail of how those genes were inherited, and what are their closest relatives, and exactly how they're related to each other. It's all in the genetics. It's all in the code. It's all in the exact order of the DNA. It's like reading a book.
Okay, where's this code? Where's this? You said there's a trail of how this happened. What is it? What trail are you referring to, Donald?
I'm talking about, for one, endogenous retroviruses, which are inherited.
So the fact that different species have endogenous retroviruses is indication they have a common ancestor?
They have them. It's not the fact that they have them. Exactly where they have them in their genome and exactly what changes to them have happened over time as they have passed them on from generation to generation to generation, because those changes are trackable across the different species, across the different genuses, across the families and larger groups. These are all things that, I mean, for example, there's several endogenous retroviruses that all mammals have, but we don't all have the exact same copy of. Some of them have evolved a little bit. They've accumulated little changes. They've micro-evolved.
Okay, now, would you agree that computer code to write, let's say, Microsoft PowerPoint, the program code to write PowerPoint, how many lines of code would that be, Steve? Millions of lines of code to make PowerPoint. Are there any mistakes in Microsoft PowerPoint code, do you think? Did you think
Amy, can you stop?
The programmer might have made...
Yep.
And here's a good point to point out, and now he's asking Steve. Steve, are you aware of computer viruses? Does Microsoft PowerPoint still work if you throw a couple of computer viruses at it? If you throw computer viruses at Windows, which also will have similar code that is used in PowerPoint and Word because it has to communicate with each other. So what'll happen? Do you think you're going to have a different outcome when your computer is loaded with viruses? And do you still think that you'll still have the same outcome when you start a PowerPoint? You won't.
Well, you might. It depends on how, what the virus does, if anything.
If it's going to corrupt your operating system, or if it's going to corrupt specific pieces of software, when you start it up, you will have a different outcome. And the outcome can be that copies of what you're creating are sent to someone else, because that is obviously the kind of virus that is it made for. You can also be held hostage to get your computer back. You're going to get a different outcome.
Yeah, but it is also possible to have a virus infect something, and just like in the case of an endogenous retrovirus, basically do nothing. That the virus can attach itself to a program and be unable to execute itself, so it never replicates through that program,
or
never really does anything, just sits there.
Or do nothing that you can detect.
That you can detect. That's my point. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Sometimes the behavior won't be any noticeably different.
The virus that the virus that are part of your DNA actually did do a job. They
did do something. Yeah.
They helped you create antibodies to that specific virus. So they already did what they had to do, and they remain there over time, so that your offspring also has that kind of defense against the virus.
Right.
So they are still doing a job. Material. You're just not noticing it because you're benefiting from it, but it doesn't become that obvious.
Yeah.
But there is still something to be done by the retroviruses.
Yeah, because of the way biochemistry works, it's not like a computer where, in a computer, if it lands in the right spot, it may be isolated and just permanently stay that way and not able to, do anything about it. In the case of attaching to DNA of a living organism, that will eventually interact with chemicals in the cell. So, I mean, that's a given. It's going to happen sooner or later. It's a question of what it will do when it does. And it might do nothing noticeable, but still does something. Also, it is adding genetic information, which is something that he claims can't be done. And a lot of other people like him claim can't be done. But it does add genetic information. And that genetic information can then evolve and can end up being the source of some trait that wasn't there before.
Which is why you need to pin people down in how are you using the word information. Can you quantify what happens? How much new information is a retrovirus bringing to the DNA, if any? Is there new information? What if you get a gene duplication? Is that considered to be new information? Because if I have a book and I duplicate an entire chapter, does it mean the book now contains more information because there's more text in the book? What if the book, the copied chapter is going to change over time and you're going to end up with a completely different story with an additional chapter? I mean,
Yeah.
like
And they will claim
the evolution of the Bible, maybe.
Yeah.
Where some books are added and some books are taken out.
Kent and people like him will claim that both of those two things you mentioned fail to meet the description of added information, because the copy of the chapter is just the same information again, so there's nothing new there, and the changing of the information in a chapter is getting rid of information and putting in new information in its place. So they just call that destroying information. You're just breaking information.
This is a point. This is a point you can make. This is a point you can make work for you.
But
this is a point.
If you let me finish, Peter, please. If you include both of those things, they can't deny that's additional information. If you allow the chapter to be duplicated and then one copy changed, you haven't destroyed any of the original information, and you do have new information. There's no way for them to get out of that.
There's one point no one has ever thrown at Kent. Kent says we are devolving because
which
we're
is still
losing
evolution.
I hate that. I hate that.
Yes,
makes no sense. No sense at
and
all.
so now let's look at it from his point of view, where he's trying to compare things. Okay, so we've got the Catholic Bible and we've got the Protestant Bible. The Protestant Bible has less chapters in it, has less verses in it. So your religion literally is a devolved form, so a lesser form from Catholicism, which still has all of those verses and chapters. So maybe you want to convert to Catholicism now, because your religion obviously is worse. It's gotten worse over time. It is literally your argument. Yep. So stop being a Baptist, go back to the origins, become a Catholic.
Yep, it's inferior.
That's where your Bible came from in the first place.
I agree. Yeah, by his own definition, his Bible is inferior.
Yes. And that's a point no one's ever used against him.
Oh, that was one of the things I had ready to use, actually, but one of the things that didn't come up. Like I said, I was ready to address any topic that he came up with, and I had a lot of notes waiting, in case he would go in certain directions. That was actually one of the things I had in my notes.
Yeah. Beach Price makes a good point. Go back to the Ethiopian. They have even more books in the Bible. That's correct.
Yeah, well, there's what they call the Apocrypha, which by all rights is as much a part of the so-called Holy Scriptures as any official Bible is. It's just there were too many conflicts recognized for the people who were putting the compilation together to include them, but there were conflicting stuff in the stuff they put in as well. It's just conflicts they didn't recognize, or that they thought were minor enough they could just let them slide.
It's just as if there was an intelligent designer for the Bible who wasn't God.
Yeah, exactly.
Funny how that happened.
See, that's where I was going with the automobiles. We don't need a God there. We got a human doing it, and nature can do it also. Just like we don't need a God, we don't need the human either. Evolution can happen with or without an intelligent designer. It doesn't care.
I still think that's a bad point, but go ahead.
Well, it's a point he wasn't ready for, and he's still not ready for it. Even now that he's been through it, he's still not ready for it, and he can't be. Now
the problem with that analogy is
that's our religion.
The problem with that analogy is that cars do get better. Whereas my point would be that his Bible is getting worse because it's missing parts that were there in the original and no longer are. That's something you do not see in cars. You don't
occasionally
see a car.
We do. It does happen. Occasionally we do. Sometimes there's a bit of a flaw in some design plan, and they add something in that actually makes the car a little bit worse. They tend to get recalled when that happens. A little, selection going on.
That's a construction failure. That's something completely different.
Yeah, but
overall, the goal is to try and make a car better, and even a car that gets recalled today is a lot better than the one that Daimler and I forgot the other guy. Daimler and Benz came up with at the turn of the century, at the turn of the last century. that still had three wobbly wheels and
Well,
a
that's just
rudimentary
human.
engine. Cars did get better, and even a car today that gets recalled is better on millions of things. I mean, it's got a roof, it's got doors, got a windshield, heating, air conditioning. It got better.
Usually,
it got better.
Yeah, they got better, and that's just humans, intentionally or otherwise. That's just humans copying nature. And one of the things humans have learned is that if we copy nature intentionally in such respects, we can be a whole lot more efficient at a lot of things. We can get better at stuff.
That would be
because
and
nature
that would
has
be
had
an
time to
argument I
evolve these.
wouldn't use, because then
I would.
Kent will say, "See, God did a better job, and the humans are trying to duplicate what God did."
Nope.
Avoid
Nature
that
did
at
a
all
better
times.
job. Nature did a better job. I don't see any of his. I don't see any evidence that his God did anything. And also, nature has its limitations in what it could do. We are one of the things that nature did, and if you count us in there, then we're getting things done that nature couldn't do without us, and his God couldn't either.
Yeah,
So I'm ready for that too.
I still think my argument of the Bible getting worse over time and God not being able to prevent that from happening is a better argument to his case.
100%, especially if you want to argue on the side of religion. Like I said, this debate was about evolution, not about religion. I did have that planned. I did have that prepared.
Keep in
but I
mind,
wouldn't have brought it up.
Donald, keep in mind what he will do during the entire debate is trying to make you look ridiculous. You need to do the exact same thing to him. Period.
I'll let him try, and I'll point out when he made himself look ridiculous, because, he does that as himself.
The best way to
he did a much
shut
better job
people
of
like
making
that
himself
up.
look ridiculous than me.
The best way to shut people like that up is use their arguments against them, and you can.
That's exactly what I was doing. Yeah.
It's to take them to their logical conclusions and show the absurdity.
That comes back to what we were saying earlier, what we were talking about earlier, the different subsets of evolution. I did use that against him. He's been counting on no one doing that.
And okay, well, let's watch him not count on it more.
Yes.
They still find mistakes, okay?
Yes.
Does that therefore prove that nobody wrote the code?
No. Why would you even
Good. We're getting
insinuate
somewhere.
that?
We're getting somewhere. Good. Well, because you think because there are endogenous retroviruses, we'll
Why
call
don't you
that a
ask me?
mistake.
Instead of telling me what I think, why don't you ask me?
Okay. Do you believe that the evidence of a mistake in the genetic code, which is way more complicated than Microsoft PowerPoint code, is evidence that nobody wrote that code?
No.
You do? Yes, you do. I'll answer for you. Yes, you do.
Well, there you go. Straw manning me again. Okay. Why? Why do you straw man me?
Do you agree that the code in a single cell is more complex, has more lines of code than Microsoft PowerPoint with its millions of lines of code?
It doesn't have any lines of code at all. We call it a code by analogy. It is actually a poor analogy, but it is an analogy. And yes, that is a common thing that it's called. But that's kind of like when they call the Earth spinning when it's rotating at one revolution every 24 hours. The word spin is defined as rapid rotation. The Earth doesn't rotate rapidly. The Earth does not spin. But I recognize that people refer to planetary spin when what they mean is planetary rotation. That's a well-known historic use of the word. It is colloquial, and I will not use it that way, but I do understand that other people do.
Okay, so how about the information found in the genetic code? Everybody refers to it as a genetic code, the four-part CATG, and whereas our binary code we use only has two, plus minus, or on off, or yes, no. So the
We
code
use
that
others
man
as well,
uses,
but yes.
the code that man uses for all of his computers is primitive compared to the code found in all life forms.
Yeah, we do not have chemicals running our computers. So the analogy falls flat.
Yeah, we don't have chemicals running our computers. We have
also
circuits running our computers.
We also came up with a better thing to duplicate the code to have less errors in it. That's where his God falls flat.
Yeah,
we could actually copy PowerPoint onto a thumb drive and have the exact same amount of data that we had to start with.
I think I actually point that out right after this.
Yeah, I really do hate the code analogy because it's not like a deity is going in and being like, twink, 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 twink. Oh, now you have pink skin. Twink, twink, twink. Now you have blue skin. Ooh, now you have another arm growing out of there. It's like, if you could do that, cool. But as far as we can tell, there's no actual source code. We are trying to use a language and an analogy to inform people, but then they equivocate and run with it.
Heck, Yahweh could have signed all of our telomeres. It's obvious he didn't.
Yeah, make all of our mitochondria scream Yahweh, and I'll be impressed. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know how that would be possible, but
his name could have been coded immutably into every single genetic strand in every life form, and we don't see that happening. We don't see any immutable anything in there that we could look at and go, oh, hey, there's this thing that isn't changing. Why isn't it changing? Oh, look, it spells Yahweh.
Also, if you ever get asked the question if the stars would be aligned and it says God is real, my favorite question is them ask them back, if the stars aligned and it said God is not real, are you on our team now? I'm just asking. I never get a good response.
If the stars moved around in the sky and spelled out the words "God is real," my first question would be, who's using what technology to make it look like that happened? But my second question would be, which God?
I want to. So Mubarak is leaving, so I'll see you Sunday, and everyone should come and watch Aron Ra's show.
Yes.
Quran lessons.
Peter, for what it's worth, I want to apologize. I want to apologize for losing my temper with you earlier. I was really trying hard.
No problem.
I did want to give you that apology.
No problem. if that would have been an issue, then I would have left, and I'm still here. So
see, we came full circle.
But what I wanted to point out,
I do apologize.
What I wanted to point out, and this is working nicely with Mubarak leaving and pointing out that everyone needs to come watch the show on Sunday. Aron recently did a debate with a Muslim apologist. According to the Muslim apologist, the stars are lamps, and they are placed in the sky by Allah. And every once in a while, Allah will pick out a lamp and throw it at an unbeliever, because obviously that is his defense mechanism, throw a lamp. And if you haven't watched that debate, if you haven't watched that debate, you need to go watch it. It is hilarious, and you need to pull up the chat while you're watching it. People asking about lamps, putting in emojis of lamps, and him saying, well, I'll take the subject of lamps and will push it aside because we've got a lot more topics to deal with. While everyone in the chat is asking about the lamps, the guy he's debating is asking about the lamps. Aron Ra, who's moderating, is asking about the lamps, and he says, well, let's push it gently aside, and I will not address this. It was fabulous.
And I just want to send a shout out to Aron's Quran show because he is doing important work. Just like we are doing our Skeptic Bible study, I can't emphasize how important it is to give ex-Muslims a community and something to think about, and to expose Westerners to a non-bias. They're just reading it. Sometimes the atheists get criticized because they're like, you're reading it literally. And we're like, yeah, we're reading it literally. So go check that out. Go check out Aron's channel.
And that's not the only thing. Since I'm producing the show,
and that's right, Peter produces.
What a lot of people do not know
is
the show can run for a couple of hours. After the show, people will stick around sometimes 3, 4, 5 hours to talk to each other because they found some kind of community which is for the ex-Muslims still a lot more difficult than for ex-Christians. And I've met so many amazing people on that show, people who stuck around after the show, just wanted to talk, just wanted to talk about their experiences when they deconverted from Islam to becoming an atheist. The people who are part of that show are, every single one of them, are amazing people, and that's another reason why you should watch the show. And Mubarak is one, and I'm really proud that he's going to be a guest co-host on my show. That doesn't happen often. There are only a few people that are invited to become a co-host. Amy's one, Mubarak. We have Jackson Wheat coming in at times, and even Sai, I forgot his last name.
Awesome Kate, Sai 10 Baron Kate.
No.
Oh, can't say it.
No, Sai, the other Sai.
The other Sai.
He's been on Modern Day Debate a couple of times. He's a Christian apologist as well, but he's pro evolution. He worked on Biologos.
Oh, a much better Sai 10 though.
So he has volunteered to come on our channel to talk to Christians about evolution, which I think, to me, that is a big deal.
I agree. In fact, theistic evolutionists are some of our biggest allies protecting science and sanctuary.
Where would I be without Beach Price? Cygart. Yeah.
Maybe you can talk him into debating Kent Hovind on the topic of evolution, since that way Kent doesn't have any excuse to change the topic to religion.
Cygart has debated Hovind. He's on I think he's on Hovind's channel. I'm not sure where. I think he debated Hovind on Modern Day Debate, but I'm not entirely sure.
Do you know if he's debated him on that subject, on the subject of evolution?
Sorry, say again.
Do you know if he has debated him on the subject of evolution?
Yes, that was on the subject of evolution.
Cool. I'd like to see that. If you can send me a link to that sometime, or drop it in the comments on here later, that'd be nice.
I think it is on Modern Day Debate, but if you go to Hovind's channel and go to videos, and there's a search function, and you just put in Cygart, the debate will come up as well. It's whoever you want to give the airtime. You can do the same thing with Modern Day Debate.
Yeah, I'd rather not go to Hovind's channel. I mean, I've already watched
I
a lot of his
I have
videos.
to say it. Why are you showing off your boobs all the time?
Oh, because it's modern day debate.
We need to get you a Gonna Go For t-shirt.
But
there is
yes,
no Gonna
I do
Go
like
For a
to
t-shirt.
show off my boobs too.
There is no Gonna Go For a t-shirt. There is, however, a Black Lives Matter t-shirt that I've designed. So if people want to buy that, link is on every video that we do, and the proceeds go to Black Lives Matter. We do not get a single cent from that. And there's a nice mug as well.
Woohoo! And we're showing off cool merchandise. I have my my new flying spaghetti monster behind me, and then I have from the Atheist Experience, from I believe Canadian Catholic, when he first called in and said, "Oh, trust me, I know atheists. I used to be an inner circle atheist, so I now have a lovely 20-inch by 20-inch pillow that says Inner Circle Atheist."
If we want to get
everyone, we're the inner circle. I don't know where
I
it's
want to make the inner circle so bad. I've never been able to make the inner circle.
I know.
I'm jealous of you, Amy, that you got there.
Amy, if we
I had to kill the last person. What was that?
I was just saying, if we want to get through the rest of this, we might want to get moving, because I just realized this stream's been going for 4 hours now, and we're less than half
And so we're actually almost. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going to the questions, and then we're just going to listen to the first question, because I feel like, I don't know, whoever asked the first question, she must be really cool, so we should probably listen to that person's first question.
Yeah, we could skip the questions and answers. I would like, if possible, to still get to that video that I made just for this, to show anybody watching and anybody that wants to share this with any of Kent Hovind's followers.
And that's 10 minutes, right?
Exactly how he explains to people how he fools and brainwashes, and in his seminars, there's a 10-minute one and an 8-minute one. You can use whichever one you want. The 10-minute one I think is better, but I did spend an hour and a half trimming off 2 minutes to make the shorter one.
So Donald, we're gonna do three things. We're gonna go up until the questions. We'll watch your video because you said it's only 10 minutes long, and then I want to give you the closer that you wished you had or whatever, just to say why evolution is ubiquitous. I can't even say it. Why evolution's everywhere, and then we'll wrap up the stream.
Well, hopefully by the time we get through this debate, that will already have shown itself. And
I agree. Well, then, just in case.
As a matter of fact, my closing statement included the fact that it did show itself, and it did, and I wrote that before the debate started.
Sounds good to me. Then let's get back into the fun.
Right. And you think nobody wrote that code?
Right.
No, I'm saying the code on computers is much more precise. What
You
you're
think the
calling
code in
code in
computers
genetics
is
is
more-
loosely able to be called code because it doesn't behave as predictably as what you call code in a computer.
Well, do you think the code in computer, is there any chance this code could happen by chance?
Yes.
There
I have written programs to do exactly that. I've actually written programs that write other programs.
I can't help myself. Can you stop real quick?
Okay. Think of
What I would have brought up so Donald made a point. The code is more precise. Kent likes to
Point you said I should make.
jab at people, and so I will mirror that behavior. I always mirror the behavior of the person that I'm talking to. What I
was
would have
trying
said
not to-
is, are you saying, Kent, that DNA is as reliable as computer code? So what you're basically saying, that a certain Eric Hovind is a carbon copy of you, and everything he does in life, everything he says is literally a carbon copy of you. So the problems
thought
that you
about that
have
job, but
with
I love it.
him are only problems because you would have done the same thing to your father. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
That would
I
have
love
been-
it, but
He might be.
at the same time,
Mic
I love
drop.
it, but at the same time, I was intentionally trying to avoid resorting to giving jabs back at him and avoid blowing up at him like I did at you and getting angry. I was intentionally trying to be as friendly as I could because I was hoping I could get a second debate with him because I knew there wouldn't be time to cover everything.
I'll be friendly up until a certain point. If I think that
Exactly.
you've jabbed at me enough, then I'm going to mirror your behavior. I'm going to jab back.
well,
and that's
I was friendly up until the point where I got the letter saying that he would not schedule a debate with me like he said he would during the debate. And this me making this video is me not being friendly anymore. This is me addressing him and not holding back, at least as much
Gloves
as I
are
could
off, Kent.
get to.
what I would do. What I would do is I would post that letter that he doesn't want to do a second debate where he said he would, and then see if we can address that. Shoot him a link to that and ask him to reply to it.
And I'll give you the same comedy roasting advice I got from another comedian, but I don't remember. But it's, I don't punch down, but if I'm getting punched, I throw punches back. Like I don't like people who punch down, but generally speaking, I mean, if people are there are some dirty. I love all my theist brothers and sisters, but let's just say there's some dirtier apologists than others, and so sometimes you have to. I'm okay with getting dirty. I love everyone, but
By the way, the letter that I got didn't say that he would not debate me at all, so I couldn't use that in quite that way. What it says is that the secretary had spoken with him, and he says that he will not be scheduling a debate with me at this time.
I want to set up a debate with the secretary.
Which as
Come
far
on,
as I'm
secretary.
concerned, probably means never. But you know,
Which is,
but it didn't come
which
around
is
to
why
say
he's probably mad at me because I called him, I think 2 days before the show we did with Robert Beatty, and I asked him that, hey, do you want to come on and do you want to counter what he's going to say about you? And he said, no, I'm not going to be in one show with this particular guy, but here's what I'll do. Ask him to make a list of questions, and then I will come on your show and address all those questions. So what I did 2 days after the show aired, I called him back, and I said, well, Robert agreed to it, and he wants to make a list of questions. So when can we do this? And he said, "I'm not going to do this." Both those phone calls are on our channel before and after the show with Robert Beatty.
Man,
So-
Ken, I don't want to go back to the future here, but
I got some similar such stuff if I choose to use it.
just kidding,
Yeah.
Ken. I love you. I love you, baby.
to use Ken's words, what's the sound a chicken makes?
Yeah, I mean,
that's
hey.
his reply.
Now the sound of chicken
Someone
makes.
should make a Kent Hovind soundboard. I looked yesterday. There's a Kenneth Copeland soundboard. So why is there not a Kent Hovind
I
soundboard?
was just thinking about that yesterday because Donald was working on this video,
Yeah.
and then I haven't done. I can't help it. I'm working on my Kent Hovind impression, so it
That's-
was
that's
going
where-
back before both of us.
That's where
the
I
sound-
started looking, and there's a G-Man soundboard. There's a Steve McRae soundboard. We need a Kent Hovind.
That's our religion.
I thought
I
the
just don't
sound of
want
chicken
kids
made was-
taught religion.
I thought the sound of chicken made was, "I've had enough grain. I'd like some water."
Yes.
I say water because wherever he was raised, that's how I say water, and people are like,
Yeah, but
"Hey,
he says
do you want
he says water, water,
water."
with a hard T, water.
Hard T. And someone told me, even though I have a cough, every 15 sentences or so, you got to
I've had enough chicken feed. I'd like some water.
Yes.
some water.
Maybe I can get my daughter to get me some water.
Water. He has a good up and a down. You got evolution. They're just trying to teach that to kids. They're dirty.
Yeah.
I just don't want those kids being taught a myth. I hate myths.
Well, I would dare him to show me anything that accumulates change that people would not refer to as evolving, because it happens in every single subject. That's what the word evolution means.
It happens with Kent. He evolved right away from the Bible. So
Exactly.
you can't be an
that's
adulterer. He's on his third wife. Children need to honor their father and mother. They won't even visit him at Dinosaur Adventureland.
Dinosaur Adventureland.
What's more,
Case in point.
Eric kicked him out of his own house, which is now owned by Eric. Fun fact. Yep.
It's okay, Kent. We could be roommates. Come on down.
Yeah.
Dinosaur. We'll make Dinosaur Adventureland too. It'll be great.
And we'll
have a
help you
flying
get-
Moses or something.
And we'll help you get your underwear back from your son, who's apparently hogging your underwear along with your knife, which is important. Gotta have a knife.
Gotta have a knife.
This is Swiss Army knife. He was
Stabbing
so proud
knife.
of his Swiss Army knife, and now Eric has it.
Really? Is he like
Yeah.
a collector? What is with these rich people?
I have no clue. I have no clue.
No.
I'm more worried about the underwear part than I am about the knife part, to be honest.
Woo-hoo! Aren't we all? He needs to
Not-
get hooked up with the Mormons and get some magical ones.
Not giving your dad back. Oh, have you looked on the Mormon website? And endowed Mormon men get the underwear. So apparently you have to have a big dick to get magical underwear. I'm just saying, it's on the website. I did not make that up.
Like, this isn't me. That's what there's to. And Donald,
It's
you're
not-
gonna.
it's not mine. That's them.
Did you ever watch Bill Ludow's debate with Kent?
Bill Ludlow.
I don't
Ludlow.
think
I'm
I've
so
seen much
bad
of
with
any of
names.
his debates. I mean, I've seen a few, and I've seen a few of his sermons and stuff. But yeah, he's got an awful lot of stuff out there I've never seen.
Bill Ludlow's debate with Kent Hovind is legendary. That was on human evolution, and it's so incredibly sad that
not
we
sure if
lost
I've seen that one. I don't think I
Bill
did.
Ludlow a little over a year ago. He was a pillar of the community. He had a great website, was just getting started, and sadly he succumbed to cancer. And
Yes, that was sad.
I missed the guy every single day because of the content that he made.
Yeah,
and
I don't
the
think I
vision
have
he
seen
had.
his debate with Kent Hovind, and I would very much like to. I don't think I
See,
knew
the
there was
funny
one.
thing, that you were saying. I'm the opposite. I get super prepared for all my debates. I get prepared because I like to include jokes, and I like to kind of use their stuff against them. And so,
which was why I wanted to have you on the channel, because that is, if I'm going to watch modern day debates and you're going to be on it, I will watch it. No matter who you're talking to, no matter who you're teamed up with, I love your style. I love the way you encounter debates, and I also love the fact that when things get out of hand, you have the ability to tone it back down and to get into a conversation. The one that you were on with Robert, that's I hate that particular show.
I love you,
and I'm
Godless.
I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it over and over again, because there are things on there that I can learn from you in how you responded. Robert thinks exactly the same, and he's told me that right after you guys had the debate, and it took us a year to get you on our channel to talk about it. And
it's the same thing Speed said. I'm so sorry.
Robert is still recovering from having to watch that debate again, and he cursed me for making him watch it again. But it is one of the things that I will point people to and say, hey, go have a look at this and see the difference between a bad debater and a really good one. And that has nothing to do with experience. That has to do with how you prepare, how you go into a debate, not even knowing who's going to be your partner, not even knowing who's going to be your opponent. You did a magnificent job in that debate, and I can't stress that enough.
Thank you so very much. And if I might say, I think that I look up to you as a producer. I think you create high quality, amazing atheist skeptical content.
Well,
hey, Amy.
And I'm willing to help you out and get you to that level, because it's not that hard. It's if you have a little bit of artwork and you know how to run OBS, it's a piece of cake. And I'm helping out everyone who wants to learn, and I make time for that. So anytime, Amy, you want me to help out, I'm more than happy to.
Woohoo! Okay, I'll take.
Cool.
And Donald, you were about to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, because I don't know how much more we've got before we get to the question and answer. I don't think it's much more.
I think it's just about 15 minutes.
But I wanted to say, I'm thinking, maybe instead of just doing one of the questions from the question and answer, if you're interested in doing it, that, maybe we can save the question and answer for a separate show, because I would actually like to address all the preaching he does rather than answering people's questions, if that'd be all right. And I don't want to stretch this out long enough to do that.
What were you going to say, Peter? But sure.
Here's an idea. If you cut it up into 2 shows and you're going to tackle the Q&A in a separate show, you might get more viewers. And just saying, I'm more than happy to come back for a second show.
Sure.
You're welcome.
If you're going to do a show that's going to end up being 6 or 8 hours, not a lot of people will watch that.
Well,
so you're saying make the 3 shows total, this one and then 2 question and answer ones.
I actually have to start to wrangle in the Bible studies. I want question. 2.5 hours. I really want to cap it at 3. We're going long. This is special. I'm so appreciative that Aron was on. And I know Donald was super excited, but you are absolutely right. There's kind of like a sweet spot, I think, between 1.5 hours and 3 hours. I think that is like the long form sweet spot.
Yeah, what we probably should have done, and it's looking back at it, it's a little late now, but just for future reference, if this sort of thing comes up, what I think we probably should have done is, scheduled like an hour or 2 hour show to address as much of this as we can, and with the plan of, if we don't get to all of it in whatever time we've given, having a part 2 and like announce that up front so people would know to watch out for that, but
see, I'll spoiler warning, the first question is me. So I was patting myself on the back.
Oh, that's why you wanted that first question. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
even better
we
yet,
can do whatever.
even better yet, then, yeah, I'd really like to do that in another show if you don't mind, and that way, I'm not sure what the question was or what his answer was, but then I can address
I know what the first one.
his so-called answer to your question in detail.
And so the other thing is, if you're going to address the Q&A, you're inevitably also going to address the people who are coming up with the questions. So if you have certain theists in there, if you want to address them as well, you're going to need a lot of time.
Oh,
Yeah,
hey,
it's quite possible.
You got a request, Peter. Looks like KO Champ. Yeah, reach out.
Yeah, if you're on Twitter, I'm YTGGFI on Twitter. That's the best way to reach me. If not, email me info@gonnagoforit.nl. So not .com. We have the .com URL as well, but I haven't set up any email boxes there. So info@gonnagoforit.nl or YTGGFI, which stands for YouTube Gonna Go For It. Contact me there. If I can help you, more than happy to.
Woohoo! And okay, so that sounds good. Then we'll cap it off. You know how much I love you, Donald. I'm gonna do this topic 3 times. We did an after show. We're gonna do this and the actual debate analysis, and we'll do the Q&A. That's how much I love you.
About what you are saying. You have created a program,
right?
Do you have an intelligent mind?
He thinks that's a gotcha.
So
and I'm not saying your God didn't make the Big Bang. He is invited to come speak for himself if he wants to say he did. Otherwise, we have nothing more to say about your God. Let's talk about evolution.
God is busy. He sent me to straighten you out. Okay.
So your God isn't powerful enough to take a little time off and speak for himself?
No,
he has to have. You think you can speak for your God better than he can?
Oh no, he's already spoken very clearly. He actually wrote a book. I've read it many times.
Yeah, actually, no, he didn't. That was written by human beings.
Well,
you think they could speak better? You think they could speak for him better than he can?
Well, if I dictate a letter to my secretary and she writes it, it's my words. Write this down, secretary, and she writes it down. Is it my words?
Then why couldn't God keep them from getting all those errors introduced into all the different translations? I mean, if it was really his word.
Well, we're way off topic. I would defy you to show me an error in the King James Bible.
No, he wants to get back on topic.
We're not on that topic. So let's stick to the topic at hand. The Bible has evolved. We both know that.
No, we don't know that. You
yes,
might
we
believe
do.
that.
The Bible has accumulated changes over time. It has been translated and retranslated, and each time that happens, it gets little changes, and sometimes those changes get corrected, but the correction is also a change being made. So when an error happens, that's a change. If someone corrects that error, that's another change. Sometimes that change will exactly undo the change that was made accidentally, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes someone will correct something that they thought was an error, and it wasn't actually an error, and they end up introducing an error by trying to correct an error. All of that is part of the evolution of the Bible. The Bible has evolved.
That's exactly what you are doing. You're introducing an error to try to correct what you think is an error. The fact is, cows produce cows, and dogs produce dogs, and mosquitoes produce mosquitoes without exception.
Blah, blah, blah.
And you're introducing an error into our textbook by saying that's proof that they're related long ago and far away. It's fairy tale.
You're strawmanning me again.
No, I'm not. I'm pointing out the obvious to
I
anybody.
did not say that. You have repeatedly said that I'm saying that, and I haven't said it once.
Okay, well, let me show you the chart again, okay? Do you believe these charts are accurate that say animals and plants have a common ancestor? This is found in all the biology.
Can you stop real quick?
That's a statement. I don't need a chart for this.
When he said dogs produce dogs, cows produce cows.
I hate that.
He is on video saying that cows came from the aurochs, which is not a cow. Dogs came from wolves, which is not a dog.
Yeah.
So
true.
Every single time he comes up with dogs produce dogs and cows produce cows, everyone needs to pin him down and say, "But didn't you also say?"
That
cows came from non-cows, Dogs
Right.
came from non-dogs. Explain
Exactly.
how that works.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
he really.
And the dogs are still wolves, and you know, I mean,
Yes.
the aurochs produce different kinds of aurochs, you know, but yeah, he's refusing to look at it both ways, and I don't know, maybe he can't, because he tried to tell me that I was contradicting myself when I pointed out.
No, it's not that he
you know,
can't.
but
It's not
I
that
think
he
it's that he
can't.
won't.
He won't.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's that he
different.
won't. Like I said, it is possible that he can't, but I don't think that's it. I
No,
think
it's
that
not. He doesn't even want to go there, whether he can or cannot do it.
Whether he can or
won't
cannot. Yeah,
do
he
it
doesn't wanna go there.
because that for him would be conceding to some points, and he cannot do that while his followers are watching. He can never concede to any of those points, so he won't. Even
Well,
though
he
he full
He
well
conceded
knows
that
he
evolution
has
is
to.
ubiquitous.
But it really
he did
is.
concede that evolution is ubiquitous. So there's that.
Sometimes I think creationists are waiting for a dog to give birth to a dolphin. And it's like that is not how evolution works.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Like
Look at Ray Comfort.
Yeah.
They came up with the crocoduck,
exactly.
which is a useless concept. And as a fun fact, I used to go on holiday in Germany a lot. Heidelberg is my second hometown, more or less. Close to there, and I forgot the name of the village. There's a village that is well known for its oh damn, what is it? For its stuffed animals, and what they will do. There are several shops in that particular village, and you will not find a single animal there. You will have ducks' heads on otters. You will have chickens with dogs' feet. They literally combine every animal with every other animal. That would be the wet dream of Ray Comfort, going there and finding
like Full Metal
all
Alchemist.
the animals that he's looking for. And I'm pretty sure at some point they've made a crocoduck too. So that would be his place to go and preach.
But their apologetics seem to hinge on not understanding concepts. That's
on purpose.
really
Well, here's the thing. If you wanted to take that name crocoduck and apply it to the last common ancestor of a crocodile and a duck, you could do that. But you wouldn't expect it to have the body of a modern duck and the head of a modern crocodile, because those things hadn't evolved yet. The modern duck body hadn't evolved way back when their common ancestor was not either one of them yet. And I mean, we didn't have a modern duck body. We didn't have a modern crocodile head.
Yeah, crocodiles did evolve before ducks did. And another fun
but they
fact,
still had a common
another
ancestor.
fun fact, one of my followers on Twitter came up with a crocodick. And I try to envision that using Photoshop. So yes, there is a picture of that as well.
Those are Rule 34 for everything.
Which
I have an idea.
is not safe for work. I'm just saying.
I have an idea. Anybody out there that wants to make a meme? Are you familiar with Mr. Hanky from South Park?
I am.
You could make a crock of shit.
But I got you, Donald. Okay, we're almost at the other end.
Statement. Yes, the statement is true. We do have evidence. We do have evidence that they have a common ancestor. Yes. Actually, it's probably not just a common ancestor. It's probably a common population ancestor, not an individual ancestor. But it doesn't really matter. And the reason why I specify that is because if you go back as far as unicellular animals, or not animals, unicellular life forms, there's a lot of horizontal gene transfer, and it gets a little bit of a gray area. Who is whose parent?
I know who my parents were.
Yeah, because you're not you're not unicellular. You evolved from an egg.
Kent also doesn't know a lot about his followers coming from the deep south. Think about parenthood. Might not be as straightforward as you might think in some parts of the southern U.S.
Did you catch that, Peter? after we went through this thing earlier about trees, coming from a single-celled form and evolving through the stages to an adult tree, he's still caught off guard by me telling him that he evolved from a single-celled egg.
Yep.
He's still caught
I
off
just
guard by it.
love both deadpans. There was like a good second where you just stared at each other. It was fantastic.
You didn't evolve generation by generation from an egg. Your cells evolved generation by generation from a fertilized egg and produced the colony of cells that is your body.
I agree. I'm a colony of cells. There are probably more cells in the human body than there are stars in the sky.
Yeah, there are a lot of stars. And there are a lot of
a subtle joke coming up.
Most of those cells in the human body they're not human. The vast majority, by number,
formed by chance. Each one of those cells is more complex than the space shuttle.
By number, you are more bacteria.
Irrelevant.
Wow.
Okay. There are more bacterial cells in you than human cells because bacterial cells are very small.
I agree. You chose the title for the debate that the evidence for evolution is ubiquitous.
Probably saying he's full of shit.
Evolution is ubiquitous. Yes, the evolution is also ubiquitous, but that wasn't it.
Okay.
The evidence is ubiquitous, but the title is evidence
for evolution is everywhere. And yet
evolution is everywhere.
Evolution is everywhere. Wow.
Yes.
Okay. And so by that word evolution, you mean change.
Oh wow.
So you have to have something to change. Where did the matter, the time, the space come from? Where did the energy come from for this? Where did the food come from for all these organisms to eat all this time?
Visit inspiration4.com for your chance to go to space.
Thank you, capitalism.
Is a great.
Should we back up to where you just got me wrong again?
What now?
Should we back up to where you just strawmanned me again? Where you asked that's what I meant. I said no.
I am trying to figure out what you think you believe. I don't think you know either, but go ahead.
It's a matter of belief. Linguistics is my field, one of several actually.
Okay.
Evolution is the process of change adding up. It's not just change. If you roll a dice and you get a 6, and then you turn it over and you get a 1, the change from a 6 to a 1 was not evolution. The turning it over was evolution because the turning it over is movement, and movement is the accumulation of change in position.
Okay. You evolve your dice for 20 billion years. When will you get a 7?
As soon as you paint on an extra dot.
Oh, so somebody has to actually add this, an intelligent source.
Well, that's one way. It doesn't have to be that way, but that's one way.
So just rolling the dice would give you, just one dice would give you a 7? 6-sided dice? Oh, yeah.
No,
okay.
You didn't say 6-sided dice. I have 12-sided dice.
Okay. All right. You have said many things I'd love to discuss here briefly. I'd like you to explain the evidence for evolution is ubiquitous, and your example of evolution is a process whereby things change. So if you changed, if you roll the dice, two 6-sided dice enough times, will you ever get a 13 or a 14? They change each time you roll the dice within limits.
Not as long as they're still 6-sided dice, because you're not allowing that to change. You're limiting one of the changes that they're allowed to do.
Okay, we've seen a lot of change.
If you're allowed to modify one of the dice, then sure, you might get that. But see, you're restricting evolution to a certain thing. That's kind of like asking, if a dog keeps having chihuahuas as babies, will it ever end up having a non-chihuahua as a baby? Well, the answer is it's going to keep having, if it's the chihuahua, it's going to keep having chihuahuas as a baby until it mates with something that isn't a chihuahua.
Would it still be a dog?
Yes.
Well, then that's not evolution.
Actually, it would still be a wolf. And if it made
a dog.
A wolf, the result of that would
exactly
be a wolf.
Right on cue.
And if it mated with a dog in the larger sense, domesticated dogs, but dogs as the group that contains wolves and foxes, if it, for example, mated with a fox and produced a viable offspring, that would also be a dog, but not a domesticated dog. That would be a dog in the larger clade sense.
Okay.
And if the result of that, if that dog then mated with a cow and produced a viable offspring, the result would be a mammal.
Linguistics.
Because both parents are mammals, their offspring would be a mammal. There is no inconsistency there with what the modern theory of biological evolution actually says. The modern synthesis theory of biological evolution has all of this covered and then some. You keep going back to Lamarckianism.
Is a mosquito a mammal?
No.
Okay. Somewhere in the past, and by your theory, whatever the ancestor was, some of them turned into mosquito, which is non-mammal, and some of them turned into dog, which is mammal. But yet you believe they had a common ancestor, don't you?
Well, their common ancestor was non-mammal, non-mosquito.
So it changed into something other than its same kind. The Bible says they bring forth after their kind. What evidence do you have that contradict Genesis chapter 1? That God said they'll bring forth after their kind.
Biology, chemistry, physics, picky.
Yeah, I just answered him, by the way. They're both metazoa.
Each other, if you could somehow get them to mate with each other and produce a viable offspring, that too would be metazoa, an animal, just like us humans.
It has never been observed in science, which science deals with what we can observe, study, and test. It has never been observed.
You've seen the whole universe? You've observed everything for all of time? Because you're saying it's never been observed.
No,
you might want to be careful of that.
Universe. But if you want to use that
then you might want to qualify it with you don't know of it, because you're showing your ignorance, not what is fact. Now, what are you saying you're ignorant of?
No scientist on the planet, no human on the planet has ever seen an apple produce a non-apple or a dog produce a non-dog. We've seen variations within the apple kind. There are now 7,500 varieties of apples. Most have been produced by some farmer to grow.
Can we pause this for a moment?
Or climate, but they're still apple.
We actually have seen apples produce non-apples. Just wanted to say that we actually have, because you can crossbreed apples with other fruit trees that are closely related to apples, and the results that you get is not an apple. It's a crossbreed. And so yeah, we actually have seen apples produce non-apples. I just wanted to throw that in there. They will still be whatever their parent clade is. Whatever clade their parents share in common, the offspring will be. But he was wrong there, and I didn't get to address that during the debate, so thank you for letting me mention it here. At any rate.
Absolutely.
But yeah, you
we're
believe,
still in agreement on that.
Good. But you believe apples and mosquitoes have a common ancestor, don't you?
The evidence indicates it. I don't have a need to believe or disbelieve it. I know what the evidence shows.
Where's the
evidence? It is evident.
Mosquito ever producing a non-mosquito?
Are we going to go in circles because you've already asked me that and I've already answered it?
Because you don't even understand that you don't have an answer. You don't even understand.
I do have an answer, and I gave you the answer.
Very subtle, but you held up your middle finger for a good 2 seconds.
Apparently,
that was intentional, by the way.
You don't seem to remember either, because after I've told you we agree on something, you keep going back and treating me like I disagree.
Okay.
How about we go to chemical evolution? Wait, how about we go to chemical evolution, okay? It seems to me that you've said that chemical evolution is the origin of higher elements from hydrogen. That's what you said, more or less, right?
The textbooks say that the Big Bang produced hydrogen and maybe some helium.
What do you say?
The textbooks say the Big Bang.
God created all the elements.
Okay, what do you say chemical evolution is defined as?
The changing from the hydrogen into the other chemicals, the other elements.
That's what I said. Okay.
You believe that
Again, that is an origin, not a process. Evolution is a process. Chemical evolution, which includes molecular evolution, is the evolution of chemistry. Whether at the molecular level or the atomic fusion and fission doesn't really matter. In other words, chemical evolution is the process of chemical change accumulating or being accumulated, which is a subset of change accumulating or being accumulated. Chemical evolution is therefore evolution. If you have a definition of some kind of evolution, that is not a process of change accumulating or being accumulated, then it's not a definition of evolution at all.
Okay. Do you believe the Big Bang produced hydrogen that somehow, over whatever process you want, turned into gold? We do have gold on the planet.
I know the evidence does indicate that, and I know the details of how as well. Do I believe it? No, I don't disbelieve it either. I know what the evidence indicates, and it seems probable.
So it seems probable to you that hydrogen gas can be turned into gold. Would you please do that?
Has done so.
Please make me some gold out of hydrogen gas. I want to see that.
Do I have a Big Bang in my pocket?
I almost said something unkind.
Go ahead.
We're having fun here, right? I mean,
that's another thing. That's another thing about Hovind. He likes to make
dad jokes,
sexual jokes.
Oh, sexual jokes.
Yes.
Oh, even.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I knew what he meant.
What a joy!
And one of his his former tech guy has pointed that out on his channel a lot, and I keep forgetting the guy's name.
How Christian of him.
The guy who did his tech when he was still back in Pensacola, and then ran away because that guy, according to Kent, wanted to steal his ministry. Not sure about the details about that, but
yeah,
wouldn't surprise me.
He's made several videos on where Kent is using sex jokes during his videos. It's happened more than once. Yes.
Huh.
Like Yahweh and
He's
Abram.
not a comedian.
You know when Yahweh did that innuendo with Abram?
Oh yeah. Oh, well, I'll tell you. Have Kent come down to our Bible study. He'll have a blast.
In Abram's endo.
Might try to convince him to become an atheist, but it might not make as much money. So, anyway, let's go back.
I think most of the audience can see clearly what's going on here. There is
I hope so. I certainly hope so. Okay, how about we go to stellar evolution and planetary evolution? You've defined stellar and planetary evolution as the origin of stars and planets, right?
Has anybody ever seen a star form?
Okay, that is how you define it, right?
We currently see several stars form just in our galaxy, and that's just in the Milky Way galaxy. I think there are about 6
but to my knowledge,
that we currently see form. So
yes. To my knowledge, I don't think we've watched one complete the entire process. Especially considering there isn't really a cutoff line when we can say
we watched all the different stages, so we know how stars form.
Yes.
We've had every single stage, and we can today point to every single stage somewhere in the universe. So
I think
we know how stars form.
I mean, basically what the creationists are telling us is we can only know what from someone lives till they die, like 100-year frame. That's the only thing. You go past 100 years, well, how could you possibly know?
It's really easy. It's really easy. If you come up to one of the biggest trees in the U.S., the giant sequoias. Yeah.
In the center, the rings.
Yeah, if you come up to a tree like that, do you think that tree just popped up there, or do you think that grew from a tiny little seed and then grew to the giant tree it is today? Because apparently, if you didn't see it happen, it can't have happened. So we've never
seen part of the process. They want you to see the whole process from.
Yeah, we've never seen a tree grow from a seed to such a gigantic tree.
So how could you know?
Hundreds of years old. Yeah.
So we can't know if trees grow, right?
The world must be such a mysterious place. I'll tell you. We can't know so many things.
But if we understand the evolution of the tree from a single cell to its adult stage, and if we understand the evolution of the set of tree rings as another change in that set of tree rings is added every year, or sometimes
never bring up tree rings with Kent Hovind, because he doesn't understand dendrochronology, and he won't read up on it. He has no.
Oh, that's okay.
He
I'll
doesn't
deal
even
with his
know.
ignorance.
He doesn't even know that we can go back in dendrochronology back to more than the lifetime of the tree that will be the oldest tree. We can take parts and see where they overlap. And I think
where they
with
line up.
dendrochronology, we can go back. Currently, we can go back 18,000 years, which is kind of weird if you consider that the Earth is only 6,000 years old.
farther than that, but I'm not sure. Yeah,
I know. Crazy how that
there's a
works,
limit.
right?
Yeah, it's way back there.
Yeah. So never talk about a dendrochronology with Hovind.
I
because
have no problem with addressing it with him. I will deal with his ignorance.
No, because he will bring up points that are correct. He will bring up points that there are trees who will form
That's
multiple
fine.
rings in a year.
Yep.
But that is not what we're talking about. We're talking about specific trees where we know that they have one ring per year consistently, and those are the ones that we go off. The ones that are producing more rings due to their environment are unreliable, so we do not use them. Funny
There you
how
go.
science uses reliable sources instead of unreliable ones.
Yeah, known to be reliable as opposed to known to be unreliable or not known to be reliable.
Yeah.
And but there you go. You're ready for it too. We're both ready for him on that. So like I said, I'll deal with his ignorance. I don't have a problem with that. And the stuff that he knows that's actually true, better yet, because it all ties into reality, which he wants to deny.
I have 3 people requesting a debate with Hovind, with Amy in that before. So I will suggest all of those to him, and I will see what happens.
And I think I have an interesting take. I feel like everyone said, I'm noticing now every debater when they come in, they're like, I think I'll have an interesting take. But I do think I'll have an interesting take just because in my heart of hearts, I heart him, even though he's a taxivist. And I want to just playfully go back and forth about his religious views and take them to
the weird thing
to
is,
their extremes.
As much as I hate what he's contributing to the world, I still can't get mad with him because I do have to admire him on his debating skills. He's perfected his debating skills where he can literally obliterate someone who has the better arguments. And
didn't do that with me.
And
I think he did somehow.
Somehow, and I know that's just a front. He comes across as a likable guy. I have heard enough private recordings of him to know that the guy who's actually Kent Hovind is far from the guy that you see on screen
on TV.
He's an actor that takes his stage personality everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What you see is literally an act. He's not like that in private life. Not at all.
I wouldn't even give it the dignity of calling it an act. I'd call it a pretend because there is pretense involved.
No, it's definitely an act because he wants to.
I think that almost breaks my heart.
He wants to make himself look like someone that he obviously
makes
isn't.
Sense.
So like I said, it is an act with a strict
It is an act
goal.
with a pretense.
Yeah. Well,
it is an act with a pretense. That's why I said I wouldn't even give it the dignity of calling it an act. Yes, it is one, but I wouldn't give it the dignity of calling it that. I would call it what it is. It's a pretend.
He's still Christian, but he drops the whole shtick, I guess.
He's still Christian until he comes to a point where the Christian's point of view conflicts with his personal needs, and because according to the Bible, he can't be on his third wife. It's impossible. Jesus told him that is adultery, and if he's a follower of Jesus, he shouldn't have a wife. But I mean, the guy obviously had needs.
But beds are lonely.
He's been in prison for 10 years, so he needs to catch up. So probably he'll need more wives to catch up than we're aware about. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing out ideas.
Hey, like
yeah,
I said,
please-
sometimes life's
Please
a little fun, and you have to choose between your holy Bible and Las Vegas, and sometimes Las Vegas wins.
Yeah.
Please don't tell him. Please don't tell him how ready for him I am. Because
I
don't want him
won't.
to-
I promise.
You know, if he sees it, if he watches one of these and he sees it, fine. You know,
I'm
but
I'm
I'd
ready
like to
for all the
increase
stuff.
chances that he'll debate me again, and if he knows how ready for him I am, he will not debate me. Guaranteed.
I feel like they're gonna find up all sorts of weird stuff. I feel like they're gonna try and dead name me. I feel like they're gonna try and let's just say I'm sex work friendly, pants mistressing, all sort of stuff out in the open. But I feel like they're gonna start with that stuff. But the problem is that I don't know. Am who I am, but I see them do that with Donald. I saw them do that with Aron, and so they seem to do this like I don't know what to say. It almost seems like he has this little crew to go out and try and find stuff on people, and they try and figure out their opposition.
His followers will do that for him. His followers will have his back on pretty much everything, and they will track down his opponents. The sad part is that the former tech guy is doing the exact same thing to him now, and he will get everyone who will leave Dinosaur Adventureland, get him on his channel to talk about what's going wrong there. So they will talk about Steve, the tech guy, who needs to go to a different state to get his drugs, and then I think he might even be dealing drugs. There's so much. I mean, it's incredible the stuff that's happening there, and having a guy digging into that.
It shows what kind of person they are.
It's cool to watch. Theodore, now I remember his name. Theodore was the guy, the former tech guy. He now runs a channel that's called Lies of the Devil, and he named it that way because that was, to him, that was Hovind. Hovind was spouting the lies of the devil.
Yeah.
And he has, this guy recorded everything.
I'd be on his show, give him a chance.
every single meeting was recorded by this guy, and he put it on his channel, so you can hear the conversations between Kent and Eric. You can hear the conversations that he had while he was in jail on the phone. Everything's on that channel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Lies of the devil, huh?
I mean, when you sow, I shouldn't say lies and deceit, but when you're selling bullshit, when you're selling the invisible product and you're getting rich off it and you're playing dirty games and you're doing all this stuff, I mean, it catches up to you. It's not karma. It's just that you can't have moving. It's just so many moving parts that they eventually fall apart. It's just that we're human.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, back to me.
I think there are lots of stars out there. We would agree that we see them blow up once in a while, called a nova or supernova.
All right. Did he just retract the thing that he just said? So now he does understand it. He's just so it is an act. He's just playing stupid.
He did and he didn't. He does. I don't think he realizes he basically just retracted what he said.
We just saw a star explode. What's the star exploding?
Yeah, what he does is he will use, and this is the same way he goes about using his Bible. Whenever it's beneficial, he will use it. If it's not beneficial, he will be against it. That's not only in the Bible; that's in science as well.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if one thing conflicts with another thing, because he just won't use them both at the same time.
Nope.
So equivocate.
Has anybody ever seen a star form, not explode? I mean, a form from dust cloud.
Not that I'm aware of. Why?
Because there's a lot of stars out there. How do you explain
Well,
the existence of all?
We have seen
We
the various
see the
stages
different
of them form, but
stages.
it takes a really long time.
That's what I'm saying right there.
It takes a really long time. We can look at the stages and we can watch them changing a little bit from one stage toward another stage, but we at this point our technology to view them is still somewhat primitive, so we can't do that very well just yet. But that's diverting from the topic at hand and the question I just asked. Do you define stellar evolution and planetary evolution as the origin of stars and planets?
Well,
is that the definition you've been telling people that scientists are using?
You have to have an explanation for the formation of stars.
That's not an answer to my question.
I'm not trying. All we've ever seen in the history of humanity is stars blowing up. That is the opposite of stars forming.
You won't answer the question.
Star forming. You can imagine it if you wish, but it's not science. It's your religion.
You know what gravity is, right?
Is a religion that you believe in. Can you admit that at least? That's your religion.
No.
Your God's
You're
name
strawmanning me again. You are strawmanning me again.
Okay.
You know what gravity is, correct?
Nobody knows what gravity is. We know what it does. I can tell you.
Okay, you know what gravity does, right?
Know what gravity does? Yes.
Okay, so if there is a lump of rock out there, a planet, a molten ball of lava, a magma, whatever you want to call it, if there's something heavy out there, maybe a gold coin floating in space, or a teacup, or a tea kettle for that matter, something out there heavy enough to have enough gravity to attract hydrogen to it, and it's in a large hydrogen cloud, a hydrogen cloud the size of our galaxy, just loose hydrogen out there. What do you suppose will happen to that large hydrogen cloud over time if there's nothing else affecting it except its own gravity and the gravity of that random heavy object?
Got about 5 minutes for Q&A.
I did not interrupt you. Give me a chance to answer. Your analogy you're trying to make here assumes that you have the hydrogen to begin with, and that you have gravity to begin with, and that you have space, which goes back to the analogy. Now, you interrupted me.
Sorry.
That goes back to the issue of time, space, matter. Where did the space come from for this cloud to exist in?
No, he won't answer.
For it to slowly, and where did the force
you do have to let him
gravity
finish.
Where did
But he's
the
not
force
finishing. He's asking another question.
Who created the force of gravity? Gravity is
You
pretty
answer the
good. I
question.
use it all the time. But who created that force?
Will you answer the question?
Go ahead.
Will you answer the question that was asked?
I am very confused about which question you're talking about.
Okay. Then let me answer it for you. Gravity will attract the hydrogen to the heavier object because the heavier object has a center of gravity. Okay, so we agree. So you've just tackled star formation. Now we know gravity creates stars.
Well, no, we know
You've got more than enough because you've got more than enough hydrogen in that size cloud to form a star. We just need time and gravity. You've just answered the question. Accumulation of change in position of hydrogen atoms is all we need. Therefore, evolution of that gas cloud will form a star. That is stellar evolution. It's not an origin story. It's not defined as the origin of a star. It is a process by which stars form and change.
So you still did not answer where the hydrogen came from, where the space came from, where the force of energy
Because we don't
came
have time. Of course I
You
can
don't have
answer
time
those
to
things.
explain it? I'd like to
No,
hear
because we're running up on question and answer, and we run out of time. I've got all kinds of stuff here that I wish we had time to go in, but you wanted a short debate. How about we come back for a part two? How about we come back for round 2, round 3, round 4, whatever it takes to actually get to the stuff? You want answers to your questions? I'll give them to you. Are you willing to handle that?
Oh, I'll pick the title next time, but yes, sir, I'll be glad to take you on again.
No, same title, because we aren't done with this one.
I think we've done. Is evolution ubiquitous?
Well, if we're done, then I've already won because you already conceded in your opening statement. You already conceded that microevolution is ubiquitous, and microevolution is just evolution.
I tried to give him a chance to take the win away from me.
Small amount of
You
it.
won't take it.
Small amount of it could be enough to go all the way from a single-celled organism to humans, depending on what you're comparing it to, because small is relative.
Okay, so I conceded that there are 45 varieties of pumpkins. That is microevolution. I will concede. That is
No,
not
that's
true.
not evolution. That's varieties. That's not a process. You still haven't paid attention to what the definition is.
James, we're getting nowhere. Let's go to question answer.
Evolution is the
Jump
process
into
of
Q&A.
change,
So,
adding up.
want to say
Evolution.
thanks everybody.
Transformation.
Thanks everybody for your questions, and I want to remind you that our guests are linked in the description.
Okay. Should we end
So,
that now? You
that
want to play
sounds
that
good.
10-minute video?
In fact, do you want to do that for the? Because the questions will. Well, it's about an hour. What? Do you want to do it now? We're coming up on about almost 5:30. Do you want to do it now, or you want to do it in another one? You want to do it now? Like, yeah, okay, you want to do it now? Go get. That's fine. We can do the video now.
You know what? You know what? Since I made 2 versions of it, if you want, you could play the 8-minute one now and save the 10-minute one for the beginning of the next debate, and just start it and let it run, and we can do other stuff for 10 minutes.
I would
It's a thought.
suggest that
It's a
if you want to tackle the whole Q&A, do that in a separate show, so you'll actually get people to come over and watch. Advertise it. Make sure that everyone knows that it's going to happen.
Okay,
Yeah, I think that makes sense. You know, we got through half of that length doing this. The question and answer is basically the other half. So, yeah, I don't know how long of a show it would make, but it makes sense.
So
just look at the clock. We're at 1:05 now. There are 2 more hours to there's 1 more hour to cover. That's
Although
going
if you
to
wanna
take
play-
you the exact same amount of time that that you had covering the first hour.
Although
just
if you
is.
want to play your question just as a teaser for people to come and watch the continuation later, go ahead and then just cut it off right after your question.
Well, do you have you said you wanted to do a video, and it seemed like you really wanted to show it. So which one?
Yeah. Well, like I said, you could either do the 10-minute one now if you want to do that, or you could do the 8-minute one now and the 10-minute one later, or you could just do the 8-minute one now. Take your pick.
What do you think,
Whatever
Peter?
you think, but it's channel.
That's up to Donald. I mean, he made the video.
I mean,
I want to.
10-minute
This
one, I
is
think, a better
your.
representation, but it's longer.
What I would also do is, if you're going to have a part 2 and you want to show a video, show it at the start, and then after you played the video, that's where you open it up to the panel and have a discussion and tackle the Q&A, because then everyone will have seen the video, and then you can refer back to the video, as opposed to now where you have been referring to the video that no one has seen yet because it's going to be played at the end.
That's why I was saying maybe. That's why I say maybe play the 8-minute one now, and we can maybe talk a little about it, and then start the other one up with the 10-minute one. That way, they got 2 minutes they haven't seen yet, so people might want to come back and catch that other 2 minutes.
It's just we're about to go into 6 hours. I feel like we will if we do a whole bunch more. But okay, let's get the video.
That won't be much more. I have one thing. Like I said, we could talk a little bit about it. Wouldn't have to take much time, and I don't want to stop it and interrupt and talk. Just let it run all the way through, if that's all right. But I do have one other thing that I want to give people as something they can consider doing as a little experiment. Throw that in at the end if it's okay.
The way we'll do it is
Real simple
we'll
thing.
show your video. I want to give Peter a way for him to advertise his channel and say whatever's on his mind, and then I'll let you do your closing and say whatever is on your mind on the debate, on the subject, on the topic. Okay,
I
sounds
like it.
good.
I like it. And if Peter wants to throw in anything about the video, during that time, I'm quite fine with that as well. Yeah, go for it.
So here's my take. If there are 2 similar videos and you're going to show the other one in the next show, I think it might be better to address that in the next show and just end this one with showing the video, and people can watch
And
it
not address it.
It's true. You know what? This is a different thing.
Donald.
Yeah, hopefully it's self-explanatory.
The two videos will probably be making the exact same point, won't they?
Yeah, it's the same point. Like I said, I think the 10-minute one does it a little better. It's got a few things I stripped out to make it, some of the less necessary stuff, but still.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have an idea. We'll view it as a
So, yeah, I think
teaser.
you're right.
So look forward, coming soon, the Kent Hovind brainwashes people by Donald Kronos. Video by Donald Kronos.
What I would do is, Donald, you point out which one is the more important one and use that for the start of the next show.
Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I said do the 8-minute one now, and then save the 10-minute one for later because it goes into detail that the 8-minute one doesn't.
So
and, give people a little teaser for now. You know, okay, a long teaser, still 8 minutes. I really tried to get it shorter than that, but yeah. I mean,
okay.
This was from literally like a 2-hour long Kent Hovind sermon.
And so
he
what
does
I'm
this in
gonna
all of them.
Yeah, that's kind of his shtick, right?
But
It's
yeah,
a precept thing.
I stripped out certain parts to expose what it is that he's doing, and I hope the video is self-explanatory.
And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute both me and Peter, or I'm going to mute me and Donald, and then I'm going to let Peter say his whatever he wants, and then I'll do the same thing for me and Peter. Okay, I'll mute myself, and then
let me know when to unmute me.
Well, as soon as Peter's done, I just want him to be able to get his whatever he has to say out, and then Donald. Don't leave yet. I want you to be able to say your closer if you have a closer. Okay. Either way, Peter, I'm muting myself.
Okay, so our channel's called Gonna Go For It. We have a couple of shows. We have Beyond Beliefs is the show where we talk to theists. We've got Herding Cats, where we obviously talk to atheists. Then we've got Core of the Matter, where we just pick out a specific topic that we want to talk about. So far, we've done 2 of those, both about the Black Lives Matter topic. We're coming up with a new show. I'll give you the scoop, Amy. The title of the new show is going to be a direct steal from Kent Hovind. It's going to be called Second Opinions because he quotes a lot from the Book of Second Opinions. So the Book of Second Opinions will be what you are going to see in the intro, and the rest is going to be a surprise. I'm hoping that the first show, the first Second Opinions, will have Hovind in it. So, fingers crossed.
Ooh.
And yeah, there's another show coming up. We still need to come up with a title for that. That's a show that Lilith thought up, and that is going to be all the hosts of our show, maybe including some guests, just ranting about a topic that is in the news for whatever reason. And I'm looking forward to doing that as well. And yeah, so as on screen, youtube.com, gonna go for it. And please leave constructive criticism. We love constructive criticism because we want to learn. We want to do better. That's pretty much it.
All right. Thank you so much, Peter. And Don, are you still there? I was just trying to mute us, Donald, so that we didn't talk over each other. Now I feel bad.
Did we lose Donald?
I'm not 100% sure. I'm gonna go Donald Kronos. Huh?
Sorry.
He's back.
I forgot to unmute.
Yeah, your camera's gone too.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Better?
Welcome back. And so Donald, my final question for the night. What do you have to think about evolution being ubiquitous, the debate, and what are your final thoughts for the evening?
Were we going to play the video as an outro? Is that what you're doing?
We're gonna do that. It became a preview. That's what we're gonna do next time. Because the Q&A, I think, will go faster.
No. I mean the 8-minute one, just to leave it. Like after you close everything else, just leave the video play at the end. Run your outro, your usual outro and stuff, and then just leave that video run at the end. Just the 8-minute one as like a sneak preview for the 10-minute one.
I feel like it's a different video.
Oh, okay, your show. I was just asking. You know, I just you know, because the whole thing is because we mentioned we were going to play it earlier, and I just, if anybody's waited the whole time to see it, I really hate to let them down. Is all. You know, and so if we played the 8-minute video, if anybody was really sticking around for that, at least they could stay and watch that, and then they get the 10-minute one next time.
Isn't it the same? You said it was like the same. It was a similar video, though.
It is the same video, except I've extracted parts out to make it only 8 minutes long. There are some parts I basically skipped over, and I was trying to condense it down as much as I could because I was hoping that I could run it while Aron Ra was still here, and I didn't know how much time he'd have. So yeah.
Okay, sure. What's the get me the video link? Send me it in private chat.
You have it in your Twitter. I sent it to you in Twitter. I'm not sure how to get it for the private chat. You got both the 10-minute one and the 8-minute one in that order in Twitter. In the direct messages.
Is it on YouTube? Is it on your YouTube?
Yeah, it's unlisted.
Do you want to just? You don't want to.
I have no way to do that from here. I don't know how to do that on this.
But you can't just upload it? Okay, we're gonna do it. Hold on 1 second.
I figured you played the YouTube videos on here, so that's something I know you can do.
Well, how about this? This is going to be motivation. So say your thing, and as soon as you're done, we're going to play the 8-minute video. So do your outro.
All right. Well, I hope I have made my point reasonably well. You know, the thing is, the usages of the word evolution have evolved over time. And religions have had a lot to do with pushing evolution into a corner and basically making it so that some people feel they can't talk about evolution unless they're talking about biological evolution. That they can't use evolution as a serious subject in any other field, and that, in my opinion, is crippling humanity. So I hope people will embrace evolution and recognize that it is a tool that has been used by religions. To extort people. It is a tool that has been used even by people who didn't understand it to make better crops and to make more interesting pets and all kinds of other stuff. And it is actually a process that is absolutely necessary to write a computer program. We couldn't write a computer program without it. So the better you understand evolution, the better you can make use of the tool evolution can be, and the better you can make the world you live in. So yeah, have at it.
Woohoo! All right. Thank you both, Peter and Donald Kronos and Aron Ra. And we're going to give a shout out actually after this video, but let me bring up the video. This is like going to be our Marvel after credit scene.
There's not much intelligent life on this planet. Wow, I get to be God. Now, Hitler said, if you tell a lie long enough and loud enough and often enough, the people will believe it. He said they're more likely to believe a big lie than a small one. If you want to get somebody to believe a lie, you have to do it like my two big brothers did to me. See, if you want to get somebody to believe a lie, you have to mix it with some truth. That's how you trick them. First graders believe everything you tell them. They believe bananas are moldy spider legs. I did. And then tell them again in second grade. I've done over 90 debates and about 7,000 radio and TV call-in talk shows, and I've learned how to win the debate on evolution in the first 5 minutes. If somebody says, do you believe in evolution? I say, well, what do you mean? Well, you know, evolution. Oh, which one are you talking about? The Bible says the animals are going to bring forth after their kind. Now, Charlie Darwin wrote a book on the table down here called Origin of Species. See, a dog and a wolf are the same kind of animal, but they're different species. Microevolution. This is changes within the kinds. Now, that one happens. I think animals can produce a whole variety of offspring. You know, long hair, long-legged, short-legged. That happens. But then they imply that that is somehow magically evidence So either somebody made the world like the Bible says, God created it, or the world just made itself like the humanists believe. If I told you that I believe about 6,000 years ago God created the heaven and the earth, then you're going to say, and where did God come from? And I have no idea. So basically, I believe in the beginning God, and you believe in the beginning dirt. And you know, you could learn some good science on a merry-go-round. If you put some fourth graders on there, any fourth graders in here? Last year or next year, fourth graders. I know it's summertime here. All right, I like fourth graders. I spent the best 5 years of my life in the fourth grade. That's before they diagnosed ADD. By the time my brother was in fourth grade, we all knew what he was going to be when he got out of high school. 32. But now they're screaming, stop, stop, please slow down. Don't stop, though. Keep going faster and faster. When you get to about 100 miles an hour, that's where the kids begin to fly off the merry-go-round. More death and suffering? We cover more on that theistic evolution position in video 7. Was your ancestor a sea sponge? This is your ancestor. Wow, who's your daddy? Now, please don't laugh at this next picture, okay?
Yes.
This is going to be a picture of my brother.
Finally, my
when
ancestor
he first wakes up in the
SpongeBob.
morning after his first cup of coffee, which apparently was a little too strong, okay? By the way, I got to warn these kids. Kids, listen carefully. Do not drink coffee. Because if you drink coffee when you're young, when you get married, your babies will be born naked and illiterate. And tea is worse. There was an Indian once that drank 4 gallons of iced tea. That night, he drowned in his teepee.
Coffee.
Be careful with that stuff. That's deadly. Anyway,
He's
this is my
joining
brother. Now,
my
please don't laugh.
circuit.
He can't help it. There he is, right there. I said, by the way, son, if you're an atheist, let me ask you a simple question.
Okay.
How do you tell right from wrong? Ask an atheist that question sometime. How do you tell right from wrong? He said, that's easy. I decide what's right and wrong. I said, I'm glad to hear about that, son, because I am going to shoot you if every man did that which was right in his own eyes. But if a teacher gets up in front of their class and the teacher says, okay, kid, listen, you started off like a slime and you slowly evolved to a human. You don't need to be a genius to figure out that teaching is going to destroy some kid's faith in the Bible. See, it doesn't happen very often, but in the textbooks it does. We started off like an amoeba and slowly evolved to a frog and very slowly became a prince. Oh, now that's modern science. Evolution theory has the sun and stars evolving before the earth. The Bible says God made the earth before the sun and stars. Every single thing, absolutely backwards. Everything's backwards. People say, couldn't God use evolution to create? Well, he could have, but it's not the God of the Bible, that's for sure. A theist is a person who says he believes in God. So an atheist is a person who says he does not believe in God. Amuse means literally to not think. Did you know we've got entire parks where you can pay money and go do that? The Bible says, speak to the earth and it shall teach thee. But did you know 75% of kids from Christian homes who go to public schools will reject the Christian faith after 1 year of college? That's what happened to Crawford Toy. Most people have never heard of Crawford Toy, but he was a very famous Southern Baptist seminary professor. Crawford Toy, after the Civil War, went to Europe and learned about evolution. Crawford came back to his Bible class and said, you know, the Bible intends to teach a plain 6-day creation. The Bible is simply in error at that point. The Bible's in error. Now, Crawford, hold on. Maybe your theory's in error. Maybe you got brainwashed. It's very easy to get brainwashed. I'm going to try to brainwash the whole crowd, and then we're going to quit and go home. And tomorrow we'll talk about the Garden of Eden. What was that like? Why did they live to be 900? But first I want to try to brainwash everybody. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you a little story. As I tell the story, I will brainwash you. When I'm done telling the story, I will ask you 2 simple questions about the story. If you know the answer, I just want you to raise your hand. Okay? If you don't know the answer, it will be because you have been successfully brainwashed. Now pay attention. Here goes the story. Once upon a time, a man left home jogging. He jogged a little ways and turned left. He jogged a little ways and turned left. He jogged a little ways and turned left and jogged back home. As he was jogging home, he noticed 2 masked men waiting for him at home. Who were the masked men, and why did he leave home jogging? If you know, raise your hand, but don't say it out loud. So you didn't realize it, but I had you brainwashed in the first 3 seconds. I'm going to unbrainwash all of you now just by showing you a couple of pictures. I'll tell the same story word for word, but watch the pictures. You will feel yourself get unbrainwashed. It's the coolest feeling. Are you ready? Here goes. Once upon a time, a man left home jogging. He jogged a little ways and turned left. He jogged a little ways and turned left. He jogged a little ways and turned left and jogged back home. As he was jogging home, he noticed 2 masked men waiting for him at home. Who were the masked men? The catcher and the umpire. You say, Brother Hovind, is it that easy to get brainwashed? Oh, yeah. You see, as soon as I said a man left home, you started thinking about a house, and you were off track. And once you get off track, it's pretty tough to get back on. How many of you have ever told a lie in your life? Put your hand up. Come on. You're doing another one if you don't, okay? All right. Thou shalt not steal. How many ever stole something? Come on, you already told me you're a liar. Put your hand up, okay? Keep your hand go up there, brother. Put it up. Okay. All right, so far we know we're all a bunch of lying thieves, right? You want to read the whole list and see how we're doing? We better stop right there. There's no question we are guilty and we are going to be punished, or you need to find a substitute. There's a war going on. Find something to do, okay? Much more important, though, than knowing all the truth and facts about science is to know the truth about whether you're going to heaven or not. My name is Kent Hovind. That's how you trick them.
All right. So
I like the
with I like the ending too. And so with that, I hope you had we will get commentary on Kent's video on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. But I would like to thank Aron Ra, Donald Kronos, James W., Peter, Randolph, Robert, Ian, Mubarak, KO Champ, Beej, Nathan, Dave Gar, Claus, Noah's Stripper Liquor, God Never Came, Jay, and anyone else I missed. I hope you all had a great time watching our debate review analysis between Kent Hovind versus Donald Kronos featuring Aron Ra. This is Amy Newman checking out, and stay skeptical, everyone.
Check out episode 2.